Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei got OP gaming system. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei's OP gaming system. It was nighttime and in the hospital there laid a woman by the name of Issei Hyoudou, also known as Issei Hyoudu's wife. Issei Hyoudou was giving birth to her second child, who was already predestined to be named Issei. Issei Hyoudou was born but shortly after he was born, his two other brothers were born and given the name of Daru and Gray. Mickey and Goro, already having a child named Kquime, were by no means new parents, but they felt something off about Issei. Kquime was already 2 years old by the time Issei, Daru and Gray were born. That being said, throughout the time Issei was 1 to 5 years old, his parents didn't pay much any attention to him nor his brothers, but when they'd pick in on Issei. Kquime always stopped them when she was present. Mickey and Goro had already known about the supernatural world and had informed Kquime, Daru and Gray and told them not to say anything about it to Issei. They'd also explained that they all had sacred gears. Daru had the totem spirits, Gray had the flashing gates of hell, and Kquime had the red dragon empress, while Issei had nothing, no powers, no mana, and barely even a presence. Issei throughout his child only grew to care for Kquime as she was the only one close to him, the only person who actually talked with him, played with him, and even sometimes slept in the same bed with him. When he was too afraid to sleep by himself, Issei grew attached to Kquime, but due to this, Kquime never spent any time with Daru, Gray, and their own parents. About 5 more years later, Issei woke up one night due to hearing a bunch of arguing downstairs. Issei slowly walked downstairs as to not alert anyone, and heard many awful things. "You spend more time with that loser brother of yours. You don't spend any time with us or your actual useful brothers Daru and Gray, who are actually useful and have bright futures," said Goro angrily. "How could I care about them or the both of you? The both of you are irresponsible parents, who only care about me and those other 2 selfish, arrogant idiots. You ignore Issei and act like he's not even your son. It's so cruel, it hurts me," Kquime said while tearing up. Kquime then left the house in a rush, angry at her parents. Where's she going at this time of night? Issei thought to himself. Issei slowly went back upstairs and dressed and picked a few of Kquime's clothing up as it was cold outside, and Kquime didn't take any warm clothes with her. Issei opened the window of his room and slowly crept out. Issei walked for 20 minutes outside looking for Kquime. Geez, where could she be? Issei kept thinking as he gazed up at the moon surrounded by the dark, beautiful sky. After another 10 minutes, Issei came up slowly to the sight of something he'd never thought he'd see. A man with a pair of black wings stood over the body of another man. Blood. The dash. Issei was interrupted as the man spoke out loud. "Indeed, boy, it's blood, and you'll see it coming out of you very soon." Issei, upon hearing these words, felt frozen to his core. The man slowly walked to Issei, and with every step the man took he sped up. Issei got a hold of himself as the man was in a half-running motion. Issei, feeling fear, started to run as fast as he could the opposite direction the man was coming from. Issei, who was panicking, took an unexpected turn into an alleyway. Having no time to recollect his actions, he ran further into the alleyway. The fallen angel had realized Issei went into the alleyway and started to smile and laugh hysterically while saying, "I'm coming for you." As Issei ran, he came up to a dead end, and as he looked behind himself, he'd see the man slowly walking towards him with a very visible smile and bright purple eyes. Issei, scared out of his mind, didn't say anything or move as he had already frozen up once again. The fallen angel then said, "Wrong time to be out tonight, kiddo," right before he created a light spear and stabbing Issei in the stomach. The fallen angel then left thinking Issei was gonna die. "Is this where I die?" Issei mumbled weakly and very faintly as his fear had completely subsided. "I can't die, my sister. She's going to be cold if I dash," coughed 2 times. "Don't bring her." Issei became weaker and weaker, eventually losing the strength to talk and even move. "Forgive me, Kquime, but it's cold, I'm tired, I want to close my eye," Issei thought as his consciousness slowly faded. Issei had only seen the already dark alleyway getting darker and darker as he slowly closed his eyes. Just as Issei was about to die, something blue with white writing popped up in his dark consciousness. "You've become level 1, resting enabled temporarily. said the weird message floating in his mind. Issei then lost complete consciousness and woke hours later as sun stated rising. When Issei woke up, he'd see Kquime holding him while crying. Issei then looked at her. "Are you cold?" he said calmly and slowly as to not startle her. Kquime, who was obviously very cold, said no, that she wasn't cold. She'd then start to talk fast, telling him many things, but Issei did not listen to anything as he was still dazed of. Issei slowly tilted his head, seeing the fallen angel dead just a couple meters away. "Kquime, can we go home?" Issei said once again calmly. Kquime questioned if he was able to stand as she had seen Issei's blood stains all over him. She also got there in time to see the open wound just after killing the fallen angel. "Are you able to stand?" asked Kquime, worried. "Of course I'm able to stand," Issei said while standing up. Kquime then thought to herself, "That wound, it's completely gone. It healed. No, there's no way it could heal in that amount of time. Wah, forget it, I'm just glad he's fine." Issei and Kquime walked back home, and along their way home Issei kept seeing a red and blue bar with a number 1 beside it. "What's this?" Issei questioned himself. Gaming system / alone. When Issei and Kquime had arrived home, waiting by the door stood Mickey and Goru. When both siblings had seen the parents, they'd thought they were in trouble. Issei was about to explain that it was his fault, but Mickey and Goru had ran to Kquime and hugged her tightly, saying things like, "Where were you? Are you okay? We were so worried." Issei, for the first time in a while, looked very sad and furious at the same time. Issei, without saying anything, walked upstairs and into his room with his still blood-stained shirt that had a gaping hole. Issei took one good look at himself in a mirror and ripped a piece of his shirt that had the blood stain, and said, I swear they're gonna pay for treating me like I'm worthless." Issei was referring to his parents and the 2 brothers, not Kquime, as she was the only one who treated him like a human, and family. Issei looked at the blood from the shirt, and just as he was about to talk, a notification came up. System: blood detected. Origins: Issei Hyoudou. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Race: human. Rank: level 1 / XP 0 of 50. Health: 100 out of 100. Stamina: 70 out of 70. Strength 3. Endurance 1. Defense 2. Magic power 0. Skills / ability: Inspect. Skills / ability: Shop LV1. Shop currency: points. Sharingan equals 3 points. Excalibur random equals 2 points. Stats upgrade equals 1 points. Magic unlock equals 3 points. Unavailable requirement level? To proceed. What is this? Is it important? There are so many options, but where is this coming from? Is it in my head? Am I going crazy? No, I'm not. Can I tough it? Issei reached out to touch the blue text with the many options and information. Wait, it's real, I can feel it. I guess I'm not going crazy. Then what is this? Is this a game? I have so many questions. Player, are you ready to choose? Said an unknown voice. Huh, where is this coming from? Issei said while looking around. System: I'm in your help guide, player 1. Issei: player 1? System: indeed, generating identification. Issei Hyoudou, you must choose one or more of the options in the shop screen. Issei: the shop screen. What's this? What are all of these things? System: you must choose within the next 10 seconds, if not quest 1 will commence. Issei: what? Excalibur. And the Sharingan. System: great, your choices have been authorized. You will now be receiving the 1 random Excalibur and 1 Tomo Sharingan right now. A gold light started to glow right in front of Issei's very eyes, a sword titled Excalibur. Rapidly, as Issei saw that, he'd get a quick summary of what its ability is. Excalibur rapidly allows the user to increase the velocity of the sword attack, as well as giving the user the ability to move at high speeds. As a bonus, it also gives the user enhanced flexibility, allowing the user to dodge high-speed attacks. Wow, what a quick summary. That's a lot of reading, Issei said, feeling uneasy. After a second, Issei looked at the mirror, and straight away he'd see red eyes with a black dot on both of them. Sharingan are a set of very powerful eyes that allow the user to put other life forms under strong illusions called genjutsus. They may both be physical and mental illusions. The Sharingan also enhance perception abilities as well as increasing the mind's ability to work faster drastically. It is also magic and chakra-based. These eyes are Sharingan. They seem cool from what the description says. Now what? System, Quest 1 activated. Issei's plane of vision began to blacken out slowly, and by the time his vision cleared up, he'd be in a giant forest with no sign of life. Or at least he thought so. A loud roar came from deep within the forest. Issei looked to the roar's direction, and instantly he'd see many pair of red eyes open from deep within the dark forest. Giant demon wolves came out one by one, until they numbered at 15. Issei looked petrified as they came running by at him while howling. Issei, still having the Sharingan active, sees the wolves moves a little ahead of time, and in a slower motion, Issei called out Excalibur at the top of his lungs, and a gold beam appeared revealing the sword. Issei grabbed the sword and ran underneath one of the demon wolves who was in a jumping motion and impaled the wolf and ran straight ahead, cutting its whole body in half. As Issei did that, his level was raised by 1 and his physical stats were also raised. Y'all don't seem very hard to beat. I was scared for a second, but now the fun starts. Issei went around killing the woods one by one with ease. After he had killed all 15 wolves, he had gained 3 levels. Issei put the points he gained from the levels he gained into his physical stats such as health, stamina, endurance, defense, speed and strength. Each level gives 7 points on top of naturally raising those stats every time he levels up. Issei kept doing quests one after another. By the time he finished for the day, he was already level 14. System, name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, human. Rank, level 14 / XP 831 of 1500. Health, 70 out of 700. Stamina, 47 out of 500. Strength, 80. Speed, 134. Endurance, 70. Defense, 97. Magic power, 0. Skills / ability. Inspect, Sharingan, Excalibur rapidly. 0. Issei, this'll do for today. I'm so tired and a bit hurt. System, you've won multiple rewards for Quest 1-5's competition. You've been compensated with 5 full restore potions, 4 diamonds, 3 gold bars, magic item endless storage, fire / water / lighting element. Quest pause. Issei, content with his rewards, then left the quest area, won the domain he was in, to go back home. Issei clicked the return option, and the way he got here he went back. When Issei arrived back in his room, he was laying down on the bed as he woke. I'm on my bed. Okay, there's nothing weird with that at all. After Issei had gotten out of the bed, he'd see a note under his door. Issei went to pick the note up, and as he did that, it said from Kquime. Issei, please forgive me. I had no choice. Mother and father wouldn't let me stay no matter what I said, and these other 2 idiots whining didn't help either. Issei, we've left to go to a place called the Underworld. It's the place where the fallen angel that attacked you a couple days back comes from. A noble devil family by the name Phoenix has offered to take us in for training. I said no, but father and mother weren't taking no as an answer. The Phoenix household is one of the strongest devil families in the Underworld. I just want you to know we're in safe hands. Issei, I'm truly sorry. I'll come back straight away when I'm able to. I promise, said the note. Issei, they left me behind. I'm such a fool. How could I miss that? Wait, she said I was attacked a couple days back. I was attacked yesterday night. Issei went downstairs and saw none of the furniture nor belongings that were originally in the house. Issei made his way to the kitchen, where thankfully the microwave and the clock were still present. It's 7 p.m., and the day is April 7th. The day I was attacked, it was the 3rd, so it's been 4 days since they left, and since I went into the quest place. Strange, I don't feel hungry. The system made a noise. System, it's due to the guidelines of the quest area. User never feels the feeling of hunger nor thirst as well as the feeling of 1, 2, 3. Issei, that's why. So, wait, I have no money. System, you have 4 diamonds and 3 gold bars. With the cash out option, you're able to cash the gold bars for any type of currency. Issei, then could you do it? System, most certainly. Transferring gold into currency. A cash card has been given to you. Read the currency GUID. US currency. Bronze equals $100. Copper equals $300. Silver equals $200. Gold equals $50,000. Crystals equals $100,000. Diamonds equals $102,000. Rare materials equals varying of the quality. Cash out will insert the money within the cash card with no governmental issues. Issei, money's not a problem, but now I'm all alone, well that's that, as of today I'm Issei, just Issei no last name, I'll become so strong this so-called underworld will know my name. Issei then went to sleep as he had nothing else to do as it was already very late and he was extremely exhausted. Supernatural race interaction. Recap. Issei awoke the gaming system and made it to level 14. Issei was also left behind all alone. His money issue was solved pretty quickly. Issei also was now very determined to become known throughout the supernatural world. Recap over. As Issei woke up the next morning, he'd remember he was all alone in the house. What do I do now? Well, I guess I have to go to school, right? Issei asked himself, still not knowing what to do. Issei thought for some more time and came up with something. He would go around the city exploring the areas he lives around more. Issei traveled all over the place and managed to discover quite a lot of area, but there was a place that gave him weird vibes. The place that Issei wasn't sure of going to was a shrine that was mostly isolated from the rest of the other homes and towns. That place seems weird. It gives me chills, Issei murmured. Issei was walking for around 25 to 40 minutes while dazed off. Issei suddenly bumped into someone. The person Issei had bumped into was a white-haired lady dressed in a maid outfit. Please forgive me, young man, said the beautiful woman. Oh, no, please forgive me, I wasn't paying attention. My name is Issei. Hi, just Issei. It's a pleasure I meet you, Issei. My name is Graphia. Let's keep it at that. I must go, I'm in a hurry. Graphia then took her leave. In his head, Issei, she seemed nice. Hey system, could you identify her? System, unfortunately that is out of my capabilities. I do not possess her genetic material. Issei, very well. I think I should go back into the quest zone. It's time I kept leveling up. System, as you wish. Issei arrived at his house and went straight into the quest zone. Issei was once again in the forest, but unlike the other time, Issei had seen a giant black demon wolf with a scar on his face. This wolf was 2 times bigger and many more times stronger, faster and more intelligent than the others Issei faced. Issei, inspect. System, race, demon wolf. Level, / health, 1/900/1/900. Stamina, 900 of 900. Strength, 219. Speed, 112. Endurance, 101. Defense, 97. Magic power, Skills / ability, Wolf's Calling, Sharpened Claws, Mighty Hunter, Intimidation, Aura Sense, Enhanced Senses, Faster Healing, Magic, Apex Predator. Issei, geez, this wolf is stronger than me. System, how much does Excalibur rapidly increase my speed? System, Excalibur rapidly increases your speed by 300. This is not counting your current speed stats. Issei, I'm faster, but its wide variety of skills are a nuisance. The giant demon wolf stepped forward in a challenging gesture. Issei didn't know what was going on and stood there. The wolf then started walking slowly and eventually picking up speed. The wolf was on a full sprint. Issei called out to Excalibur rapidly and started battling with it. The wolf dodged, lunged out to bite, and attacked in many various ways. Issei, on the other hand, kept dodging with his speed. Issei kept dodged in order to get the beast low on stamina, so that when the time came he'd be able to easily kill it. Issei and the alpha demon wolf fought for 12 minutes straight with no rest. It's more resilient than the other demon wolves, not to mention the other demon wolves didn't have any abilities that were magic, and this one does. Issei then started to smile very faintly at the wolf, who was very tired itself. Issei had managed to cut the wolf multiple times and even give it deep cuts. Issei was able to avoid most of the strikes but was ultimately hit many times. Another 10 minutes had passed and these two kept fighting. And as the fight was quickly approaching its end, Issei and the wolf were now attacking each other with everything they both had. The battle ultimately ended with Issei's victory, and just before he killed the wolf he got an option from the system. Would you like to use Hidden Skill Steal? Issei accepted the opportunity very quickly, and as he did so he gained the abilities of the demon wolf. Issei, I have new skills. Yes, I have skills, I have skills. System, Issei, you've leveled up 6 times and have gained, further notice, Quest Area 2 is now unlocked. Issei, I guess I should go over to this quest area. First I'll take a full restoration potion. This battle was kinda hard. Issei then upgraded his strength with all the points he'd received from the 6 levels. Issei entered the new quest area, which was in a swamp. I guess I'll have to really depend on these trees for mobility. I should also watch out for things hidden within them, Issei said with an uncomfortable look on his face. For the next 4 hours Issei encountered and fought new creatures he'd meet in the swamp. Many of the creatures creeped Issei out. Giant mosquitoes, leeches, frogs, snakes, spiders, and even swamp monsters such as mud giants and mutant alligators that could easily swallow full human bodies. I should head back now. I've climbed another 5 levels. Issei went back home as it was beginning to turn nighttime. Issei didn't want to be around to see what came out during the night. System. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, human. Rank, level 25/. XP 734/3 400. Health, 1/900/1 900. Stamina, 1/700/1 700. Strength, 210. Speed, 219. Endurance, 131. Defense, 170. Magic power, Skills/ability, Inspect, Sharingan, Excalibur rapidly, Wolf's Calling, Sharpen Claws, Mighty Hunter, Intimidation, Aura Sense, Enhanced Senses, Faster Healing, Magic, Apex Predator. When Issei had arrived home, he'd wondered and asked the system if there was a way he could go to the underworld. The system quickly responded, giving Issei the answer to his question. System, it is indeed possible. Your ability with the combination of Aura Sense and Excalibur's holy energy, your chances of opening a magic circle to the underworld are quite high. Anything else you may want to ask? Issei, yes, how do I use the abilities? System, you call their names out. It does not matter if it's out loud or within your mind. Issei, happy with the system's response, did what the system said he had to do in order to make a magic circle. Issei succeeded in creating the magic circle, but he had no control over it nor specific destination in mind. Oh. Issei feel out of the sky and onto the ground. Ah, geez, that hurt, Issei said abruptly with no knowledge of his surroundings. Issei stood up, not expecting much to happen right off the start. Issei started to look at his surroundings and came up with the conclusion he was in a remote part of the underworld. There's nothing but dense forest around here. When Issei said he felt a strong gust of wind followed by an explosion far off in the distance. Seems I'm not alone after all. I'd better go check that out. Issei started to move at a fast pace. While using Aura Sense, Issei could identify 3 individuals, 2 of the same race and 1 which was not. So there's 3 of them. I can't tell if they're fighting or not, but I should check it out. Issei then arrived seconds after sensing Tuesday 3 individuals. As Issei arrived, he'd come under attack almost instantly. Dark purple energy balls were being thrown at him and poison mist covers the area. Hey, what's your deal? Said Issei to the one who was attacking him. Wait, aren't you with him? Said the black-haired cat girl. Issei was now able to see clearly. Kuroka pointed at a half-dead man who was barely standing. Issei, ouch, what happened to him? Issei, wait, that's a stupid question. Hey, what's your name? Kuroka. Kuroka's my name and yours? Issei, well, my name is Issei, so why are we attacking this dude? Kuroka. Issei, not gonna tell me, are you? Well, at any rate we could help each other out. I finished this guy off and give me some information, so how about it? Kuroka nodded slightly, and Issei called out to Excalibur, rapidly activating his 1 Tomo Sharingan. Alright, systems, do your thing. System, race, devil. Rank, high-class devil. Level, /. Health, 934/12000. Stamina, 63/700. Strength, 403. Speed, 211. Endurance, 210. Defense, 390. Magic power, 107. Skills/ability? Issei's inner thoughts. Why shouldn't have opened my mouth? This guy's so much more stronger than me. Wait, but he's already beat up so badly. This guy is ear deaf and doesn't have very much stamina. That means this cat girl is stronger than me if she did this. High-ranking devil equals HRD. What, you have an Excalibur fragment? Hey, listen here, if you join me in defeating that bitch, I'll give you a handsome reward and all the information you want. And if I said I decline your offer. HRD, I'm a high-ranking devil. Don't you dare talk to me in such a manner, child. Issei, I'm going to kill you now. Issei with a bonus of 300 speed because from Excalibur rapidly dashed towards the devil faster than it could currently react. Issei taunted the devil many times as to get him off guard, and every time he did so the devil fell for it. When the devil fell for it, Issei cut and slashed him many times with Excalibur rapidly. Issei did this for about 5 minutes until the devil could no longer even stand on 1 foot. The devil had no stamina and only 12.4 HP. Issei, any last words? Aichi, you bastard, you'll pa. Issei cut his head off in a mere instant. Issei, now you two, let's restart. My name is Issei. Kuroka, my name is Kuroka. Issei, and your little friend there, what's hers? Issei pointed at the white-haired Nico, who was not he ground scared and nervous. Kuroka, hey Chiron, it's okay, I don't feel any harmful intentions from him. Issei, hey Kuroka, that look just now, the one you gave your sister, you were going to do something you'd regret, right? Kuroka, how did you KN? Issei interrupted her mid-talk. Issei, I have an older sister, every time she was going to do something she'd regret she gave off that look, but yours seemed more hurtful. Don't worry, I won't push anything out of you. You are Mr. Issei, thank you for helping us. My name is Chiron. Issei, Chiron, it's nice to meet you, my name is Issei. Chiron, how could I repay you for helping us, Mr. Issei? Issei, there's no need to give me anything, Chiron, thank you though. Chiron's ears slowly tilted downwards. Kuroka, she's gonna be really sad if she isn't able to give you anything, Mr. Issei. Issei, it's weird being called Mr. Issei. How about this, Chiron? Kaneko, may I call you Kaneko? You remind me a lot about kittens. Chiron, yes. You can call me Kaneko. Can I call you Issei? Issei, but of course you can call me Issei. Now as for you, Kuroka, can you also call me Issei? Kuroka, sure. Now what was it you wanted to know? Issei, where I for starters? Kuroka, wait, you mean you didn't know where you are? Say, well the thing is, the sister's choice. Issei, well the thing is, I just arrived at the underworld, and I heard a loud explosion, so. Kuroka, you followed it here. Kuroka, I understand now. So first things first, we should leave this place quickly. The devils will be arriving at any time now. Issei, okay, but why? Kuroka, they'll kill us or take us in for the murder of high-ranking devil, and with no evidence to prove our innocence, we'll spend the rest of our time in jail or we'll get executed. Issei, you know, for some reason I want to tag along with you, but I gotta stay here. Kuroka, you killed him, I merely attacked him and gave him lethal injuries. If you want to stay then. Issei, you know what, I'm going to tag along with y'all after all, so anywhere you might be headed to? Kuroka, no. We don't have a place to go to at all. At this point we're just trying to flee and not get captured. Issei, then come with me to my place, it's nothing much but at least you won't have to stay outside. Issei, Kuroka, and Kaneko left with Issei to the upper world. Issei was able to connect his magic circle to his last location pretty easily. When Issei and the other two got to his place, Issei noticed that both girls had tattered clothing and didn't look well fed. Hey you two, I'm going to go get some things. You both may use the shower for however long you may want, Issei said as he opened the door to go outside. Both Kuroka and Kaneko were nervous and uncertain at first, but they felt no malicious intent coming from Issei, so after a couple of minutes, they both hopped into the steaming warm shower. God, what's wrong with me? I just met these girls and I invited them into my house and I'm getting them clothing and food now. Well, I guess, they remind me of my relationship with my sister. I want these two to never get separated, Issei thought to himself as he arrived at a clothing shop. Issei bought the girls different types of clothing both in size and color. After Issei had gotten them clothing, he went to the convenience store to buy supplies such as food and towels. When Issei arrived back home, he opened and closed the door and set the bags of food down on the kitchen counter. Issei then went and set down the change of clothes with the towels for the girls who were still in the shower. Hey, I set a change of clothing with some towels on the floor for the both of you, said Issei as he made his way back downstairs into the kitchen. Issei started to cook what he could manage to do. They're gonna hate this, Issei said. Hate what? Kuroka said as she popped up around the corner. Issei, hee, the food. I'm not much of a cook, I haven't ever tried it and stuff, so I can't guarantee anything too good or good at all. Wow, it smells super good, Kaneko said very loudly as she ran downstairs. Kuroka, Kaneko, don't run in here, it's disrespectful. Kaneko, aw, I'm sorry big sister. Kuroka, I'm not mad at you, it's just. Issei, oh let it go, it's fine, she can run and make as much noise as she wants. Kaneko, for real? Issei, most certainly. 1 month later. Over the time of this month, Issei was training and leveling up as much as he could while spending time with Kuroka and Kaneko. Kuroka felt as if they had stayed too long at Issei's house and were taking advantage of his kindness that way. Kaneko was as happy, the happiest she had ever been in her life. Issei personally didn't want them to go, but he couldn't stop them if they wanted to, so he never brought up the idea of them leaving. Issei was kinda happy, it's been the most smooth-going month of his life. Nighttime. Issei was laying on the rooftop of his house gazing at the stars, thinking to himself, it's been a month, they're starting to feel uncomfortable, what should I do? What should I do? I want them to stay but I can't stop them from doing so. Issei then overheard Kuroka tell Kaneko something. Kuroka, Kaneko, I think we're taking advantage of Issei's kindness, it's wrong, we should. Issei comes in through the open window. Issei, are you sure? Are you sure about leaving? I'd be quiet and lonely around here without the both of you? Kuroka, Issei, thank you for what you've done for us, but I think we should. Kuroka took a second to process what Issei said and meant. Kuroka, are you sure? We're not doing anything around here, we're only causing you trouble. Issei, and who said that you were causing me trouble? I for one didn't say that, I find it lively and fun with talk around, I want y'all to stay be but I can't stop you from going, so what'll be your choice? Kuroka, aye. Kaneko, I don't want to go big sister, I want to stay with you and Issei-kun. Issei, it's okay, take your time, I'm not rushing you or anything, but remember even if you leave you are welcome back anytime, I'll accept y'all with open arms. Issei then took his leave. The next morning Issei was about to have breakfast but Kuroka approached him. Hey Issei, I thought about it all night, I want to stay with you, no we're going to stay with you. After all, we're partners in crime. Kuroka had said the last part in a playful tone. Issei looked at Kuroka and smiled. Thank you for choosing to stay, Kuroka, I'm thankful. As of that day Kuroka and Kaneko were going to stay with Issei. As the days with them turned to months, the months turned into years till 7 years passed. Geez, should I choose that or this? Issei was stressing over what they were gonna have for dinner right in front of Kuroka and Kaneko. Issei, hey Kuroka, what do you want to have? Kuroka, don't worry about dinner right now, I'll take care of that, you need to make sure you and Kaneko make it to school on time, it's your first day, it'll look bad if you don't make it on time. Kaneko, Melon's over here is right, Issei-kun, we should get going. Kuroka, oh my sweet little grape of a sister is jealous of her elder sister. Issei, okay you two cut it out please, it's too early for this, also thank you Kuroka, I'll leave it to you. Kaneko, come on, we gotta head out. Kaneko nodded and ran after Issei, who bolted out the door. When Issei and Kaneko had arrived at school they were just in time as the bell rang. Issei and Kaneko were in all classes together. They had checked their schedule the night before. When Issei and Kaneko went to class, the guys in the classroom looked at Kaneko and started drooling. The girls looked at Issei and murmured among themselves, he's hot, really hot, damn he's really cute, I just want to eat him up. These are things Issei and Kaneko could clearly hear. Kaneko was rather annoyed by this. Issei and Kaneko took their seats as the teacher walked in. All the students introduced themselves as normal and began the class session. Issei showed he really excelled in science, reading, and history, but he was horrible at math. The girls in the class found that cute. The lunch bell rang. Issei, finally we can go eat, you coming with? Kaneko, yup I'm coming Issei-kun. Issei and Kaneko arrived at the rooftop of the school. Issei sat on the ground and Kaneko sat in his lap while already eating. Issei, so Kaneko, how'd you like school today? Kaneko, it's very weird and uncomfortable, but for the most part one like it. Issei, haha, you think they might take me away, right? Kaneko. So this is Issei and Kaneko joked around for a little bit and decided to go back before the bell rings. After Issei got down, he was met by a lady with glasses and short hair. Young man, my name is Sona, I'm the school president and I've been informed that 2 people went to the rooftop. That's against school policies, please don't do it again. Issei, that's so, well we're new here, it's nice to meet you Sona, my name is Issei and her name is Kaneko. Sona, so both of you are the big fuss around the school. Issei, hee, yeah my bad, I didn't mean to be a big deal. Sona, there's no need to apologize, it's their wrongdoings. Issei and Sona talked for a couple more minutes as parted ways. Almost the whole time they talked, Sona kept glancing over at Kaneko, who had a lollipop in her mouth Tuesday whole time. Kaneko, you think she knows? Issei, yeah she's definitely noticed you, but please don't worry Kaneko, she's weaker than you and me. Kaneko nodded in agreement as she started walking with Issei back to class. Occult Research Club. Issei? Can it be? Said a young woman. Is there something the matter? Asked a girl with blue eyes and red hair. Boss fight. Happy birthday, Rias. Issei? Can it be? Said a young woman. Is there something the matter? Asked a girl with blue eyes and red hair. No, it's just it might be someone I know, the young lady replied to the redhead. When classes ended, Issei and Kaneko went straight home to the now waiting Kuroka, who was starving. Kuroka, we're home, Issei said as they opened the outside door. About time, I was starving, said the hungry Nico. Issei, why didn't you eat? Kuroka, because I'd be no fun eating by myself. Kaneko, so in other words Melons here is lonely. Kuroka, oh my, is that so my little grape? Issei, you two never cease to amaze me, you two fight each other more than anyone in the world. Kuroka, it's sisterly love Naya. Kaneko, no it's not. Issei, hee, hey I'm going to power up more, I'll see the both you later. Kuroka/Kaneko, good luck, can't wait to see you soon Issei-kun. Flashback. Issei was 10 years old and 6 months into living with Kuroka and Kaneko. Issei, hey Kuroka Kaneko, I need to tell you both something. Kuroka/Kaneko? Issei, I've been gaining strength by. Issei told the both girls the way he had been obtaining strength, and quickly both girls were startled at first but quickly accepted Issei's words. End of flashback. All right, let go system, Issei said as the system opened the gateway. 30 minutes later. Issei was fighting giant spiders on a tree. Got him, these things get stronger as they breed. Issei then dodged another spider which shot a web at him. Issei, what level are these swamp spiders system? System. Race, swamp spider. Rank, juvenile. Level 60 of 120. Health, Toots 371/11000. Stamina, 1421/5000. Strength, 900. Speed, 326. Endurance, 101. Defense, 79. Magic power, 0. Skills/ability. Flying webs, poisonous fong, paralysis, vibration sense, quick strike, spider grip. Issei, their abilities keep getting better. Alright, show me my stat system. System. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, human. Rank, level 73 / XP 14000/37600. Health, 13901/15700. Stamina, 21017/23000. Strength, 2905. Speed, 1573. Endurance, 907. Defense, 1200. Magic power, 130. Skills/ability. Inspect, Sharingan, Excalibur rapidly, Wolves Calling, Sharpen Claws, Mighty Hunter, Intimidation, Aura Sense, Enhanced Senses, Faster Healing, Magic, Apex Predator, Senjutsu, Magic Strike, Magic Arrow, Magic Tracing, Grave Robber, healing, enhanced reaction, flying webs, poisonous fang, paralysis, vibration sense, quick strike, spider grip, armored scales, croc grip, swim, diving master, clear vision, night vision, leech. Issei, looks like I'm still stronger by tons, but their stats keep raising. Well, at any rate it would take me a lot longer to find this boss without these spiders' abilities like spider grip. This allows me to walk on trees easily without holding onto them. Issei was growing impatient as the creatures in Quest Area 2 could no longer give him the XP necessary to level up. And he couldn't gain any new skills from them as every time he killed them he gained their abilities. The problem that Issei was coming across was that under the swamp there were canals with very dangerous creatures lurking within them. Not on top of that, each quest area was about as big as a continent. System, boss creature location detected, 1,000 yards forward, boss creature's current statuses. Hunting. Issei, yes, finally I can kill this thing. Issei lunged out full speed, destroying many trees, and within a few seconds Issei was right over the boss creature. Issei, inspect. System, race, mega crocodile. Level 67 of 120. Health, 14,000/14,000. Stamina, 1,200/1,200. Strength, 4,000. Speed, 130 at highest for using lunge 700. Endurance, 1,900. Defense, 5,197. Magic power, 60. Skills/ability. Mega Bite, Iron Defense, Reflecting Scales, Jaw Trap, Calls of the Alligators, Rolling, Effect Canceling. So all the bosses are special great, said Issei as he frowned. The boss lunged out of the water trying to catch Issei with Mega Bite. Issei dodged that attack with ease. Issei fought using lots of techniques he picked up in the swamps like alligators' weaknesses. Issei used the alligator's turn radius against itself while using leech on the gator. Issei's plan was to weaken the alligator by making it tired and slower. 12 minutes later, Issei messed up by thinking the alligator was out of stamina, and as a result of that Issei was grabbed by the alligator with Mega Bite and Jaw Trap as well as effect canceling. Then it started rolling. "Aiden!" screamed Issei as the bite force and pressure of the alligator's bite were unimaginable. Issei felt as if he was being crushed by multiple boulders on top, having sharp teeth in his body. "I have to get out of this!" Issei screamed out, all while gasping for air. System health dropped from 13,901 to 9,071, bite pressure damage 9,071-8, 700-7, 500-6, 800-5, 503, warning less than half health remaining. Issei, I'll just unload a shit ton of magic into you. Issei started to use Magic Strike repeatedly in the alligator's mouth. Each Issei kept doing this for a few seconds. The alligator let him go as it was really hurt. The alligator's health was 4,309/14,000, while Issei's at this point was 3,978/15,700. When Issei got freed, Issei jumped to the safety of the trees, which were really high. Damn it, I could have died just now. If I hadn't dropped my guard, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. Issei said as he pressed his body next to the tree as to rest from the trauma his body just felt. Issei, system, how long will it take for me to heal back to half? System, it will take about danger, colossal spider boss detected 4 feet above you. Issei looked up the instant he heard spider and used lots of his strength to push himself off the tree and into another one. Issei, what? 2 bosses, system, race, colossal spider. Level 67 of 120. Health, 17,000/17,000. Stamina, 9,000/9,000. Strength, 1,302. Speed, 704. Endurance, 404. Defense, 900. Magic power, 37. Skills: Death Venom, Flying Webs, Poisonous Fang, Paralysis, Vibration Sense, Quick Strike, Spider Grip, Long Jump. Long Jump? Issei said out loud as he jumped to another tree. As Issei did that, the spider jumped onto the same tree as Issei. The spider kept chasing Issei. After a while, Issei was able to find out the spider's weakness as he did with the alligator. Its weakness is rather simple. Its eyesight is one of them. Because of its weak eyesight, it needs to depend on its sense of smell to find me. Also, this one can't jump small distances. On top of this, if I attack its abdomen, it'll take extra damage by 3 times. This fight is about intelligence, speed, and timing. Issei used these advantages he had against the spider, and within 13 minutes he had killed it and gained its abilities. Death Venom will not kill creatures ranked as bosses, it'll only cause damage over time. Issei, now as for you down there, I'm coming for you. Issei went back down there and started fighting with it, but this time Issei wasn't underestimating the creature. After another 15 minutes, Issei was able to kill the other boss and take its abilities too. Issei, damn, its iron defense was blocking lots of the damage him from my attacks. God, lots of things happened today. I almost died. I had to fight 2 bosses and I gained lots of abilities, and Issei was cut off by the system. Issei, your kill storage is full. You are also ready to go into quest area 3, but in accordance with your health you're not permitted to remain in the quest area until health bar is fully recovered. Issei, what? Wait, kill storage? What's this about? System, kill storage may be used for various of things. Some may be as about to be stated, resurrecting creatures killed by you and turned into your slaves. They may be transformed into various materials at random. Issei, that seems useful. What's the storage number? System, the current amount is 14,000/14,000. Issei, what the fuck? How strong are they? System, their strength are divided into the half when resurrected. Furthermore, their appearance changes completely. They look like black shadows with blue mixed into it. Issei, you will be forced into your last known location before entering the quest area in 5-4-3-2-1-0. Issei returned. Upon returning, Issei fell to the ground as his healing factor had failed to kick in, and as a result of that Issei collapsed as he returned. Kuroka and Kaneko ran into the living room as they smelled large amounts of blood and the scent of Issei all over. When they arrived to the living room, they had seen Issei extremely hurt near death at this point. Kaneko, sit him upright. Now I'll go get a towels. Also, while I do that, hold him close to you and use senjutsu to slowly heal his wound. Kuroka said in a hurry with fear in her voice. Kuroka left to go get the towels and came back. She then started to apply pressure to the wounds to stop the blood from coming out. By then end of the whole ordeal, Kuroka's and Kaneko's hands were all blood-stained and lots of towels were soaked in blood. Issei's wound was closed and both girls sighed in relief. That was single-handedly the moment in time they were scared most. Both girls stripped Issei of his blood-stained clothing and slowly and gently they placed him in the bathtub, where they proceeded to bathe him. Next morning, when Issei awoke, he felt fresh and new as the system had healed him when the effects of the alligator's bite, which contained effect canceling, stopped. But when he woke up, he'd see the sight of Kuroka and Kaneko both sleeping next to him. Kuroka was on his left and Kaneko was in his right. They had both held onto one of Issei's arms. Kuroka was the first to awaken mere moments after Issei. Kuroka, hey, are you okay? Issei, yeah, why? Kuroka, when you came back you were bleeding a lot. The wounds were so big, you didn't respond to us. We were scared, so we did everything we could to help. Issei, oh, so that's what happened. Kuroka, thank you so much. I can't begin to imagine what you and Kaneko went through. I'm truly sorry. Issei, hey Kuroka. Black Cat. Issei, hey Kuroka, where's my clothing? Kuroka stared intently at Issei. She then swayed her hand onto Issei's exposed chest, which had perfectly sized muscles, not too much or big but not too little or small amounts. Kuroka then started to slowly move her hand slowly up along Issei's body with the tip of her finger in a seductive way. Issei was still covered halfway by the bright red blanket. Why don't we do something fun? Just you and me, Kuroka whispered in Issei's ear seductively. Issei, KK Kuroka, I don't tea. Issei was falling into the depths of his sexual desires. Kuroka, oh my, looks like he's awake already, standing so tall and strong. I wonder what I could do to relieve you of your sexual desires that are eating you alive, Naya. Kuroka, fufufu. By this point Issei was completely seduced. But unknowingly to Issei, not Kaneko, Kuroka was in heat. Kuroka reached in for a kiss which Issei was more than willing to return. Kuroka and Issei kissed each other, and as that happened Kuroka pressed her body closer onto Issei's body. "Kuroka, Kaneko's here," Issei said very faintly and weakly. "Don't worry about Kaneko, let's just focus on each other," Kuroka said, very active as she blushed. Kuroka started to undress from top to bottom slowly. She then got on top of Issei, who was laying down looking straight into her eyes. Kuroka then started to slowly lower herself onto Issei, but just before the tip of Issei's dick had touched her pussy, Issei rose up and gently pushing her down onto the bed. Kuroka and Issei were making out intensely for a couple of minutes in the missionary position. Issei, "Kuroka, I want to feel you, I want to be." Interrupted by Kuroka. "Kuroka, one with me, silly, I already know what you were going to say, I also want to be one with you, let's become one together." Kuroka then reached out to Issei, hugging him while closing her eyes. Issei moved very slowly and came in contact with Kuroka's second set of lips. Issei took a moment and slowly inserted his dick into Kuroka's pussy. Issei felt something in the way but decided to thrust slowly. Issei could only describe the feeling as incredible. As he pushed it in further it got tighter and his dick would get sucked in even further. Issei reached the end of Kuroka's pussy and stood motionless. He checked up on her every few seconds, asking her if she was okay, if she wanted to stop, but she insisted that he kept going. Issei looked at Kuroka, who was bleeding a little bit from her pussy. "You can move now," Kuroka said, blushing with a gaze in her eyes that could only be described by her their love for each other. 25 minutes later, Issei and Kuroka were still going at it. Another 25 later, both had changed positions and were now in the cowgirl position. Kuroka inner thoughts. "Every time he penetrates and pulls away from me, it passes and rubs my cervix. The feeling of my orgasm building up over time feels incredible. It's felt like less than 20 minutes, but I know it's been longer. Since we've started I've had 2 orgasms and now my third is on the way." Issei, Kuroka. Kuroka, Issei. Both Issei and Kuroka reached their climaxes. Kuroka then leaned forward, giving Issei a kiss in the mouth right before she got off of Issei and laid next to him with a smile. She then went to sleep. Issei, who was tired as well, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Issei and Kuroka, both forgetting Kaneko was in the same bed, didn't realize she was awake and acting asleep. Kaneko felt. When Issei awoke, he looked to his left and saw Kuroka was still asleep. He then looked to his right and didn't see Kaneko. Issei figured Kaneko had gone to school. Meanwhile, Kaneko, who was at school, was sad and bitter about what happened earlier. A lady with red hair approached Kaneko with her friends. "Hello there, my name is Rias Gremory and these are my friends. May we have a chat with you?" asked Rias. "Go away, leave me alone," Kaneko said coldly but saddened. "Something seems to be troubling you," Rias said with a gentle tone in her voice. Another girl spoke out. "You know it's not always good to keep things bottled up inside. My name is Aquino. It's a pleasure to meet you," Aquino said with a smile. Rias, "Aquino, leave it, let's not be pushy on her personal matters." Aquino, "Oh, I didn't mean to push you on the subject." Kaneko. Kaneko, "Fine, it's Issei Hyoudou." A girl amongst Rias's group spoke out. "Issei Hyoudou? What happened? Is he all right?" A girl by the name of Kquime asked. Kaneko, "And who are you?" Kquime, "I'm Kquime Hyoudou, Issei's elder sister." Kaneko, "Why would you want to know anything about him? Y'all left him all by himself when he was 10 years old. Y'all left him to fend for himself, no money, nothing." Kquime looked down in shame. I know that. It teared me up every day for the last 7 years. It still tears me apart even now." Kaneko, "Don't talk about Issei in front of me." Kaneko had said that with a cold, serious tone. She then gave Kquime a look of pity. Rias, "Okay everyone, let's calm down here. Seems like Issei is very important to the both of you." Kaneko, "Issei's fine, he just did something." Rias, Very well, it's reassuring to know that Issei is fine. But Kaneko, may we talk in my club room?" Kaneko, "Sure, redhead." Rias and her group alongside Kaneko went to the club room where they started to talk. Rias, "So Kaneko, I have a couple questions for you. Let's start with why are you here?" "In devil territory." Kaneko, "I live close by here, that's why." Rias, "Very well. Second question, does Issei Hyoudou know what you are?" Kaneko, "Yes, he does." Rias. Okay, now for the third question, will you join me? If you choose to join me, you and Issei will be under the protection of us the Gremeries. Kaneko, no. Rias. Huh? Kaneko, that's right, if I join you, I won't be a pure Nikomate anymore. Furthermore, we don't need your protection, we're perfectly fine. Also, I can't make this decision on my own. Rias. If that's your choice, then let's leave it at that. I wonder, will he come to school today or will he stay? Kaneko as said to herself in her head. Rias and her group talked to Kaneko for a bit longer until Kaneko took her leave. Kaneko went up to the rooftops where she and Issei hang out all the time and sat down in the same spot Issei always did. Kaneko, idiot. Issei, there you are. Kaneko, I figured you'd be here. Flags back. Issei, Kuroka, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kaneko was also on the bed, right? I can't remember too much. Kuroka, well, let's see. When we woke up. Kuroka gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. Kuroka then took a moment to readjust herself. Kuroka, Issei, Kaneko was on the bed, and with the noise we made she definitely woke up. Damn it, this is my fault, I should go and find her. Kuroka, Issei, remember it's not your fault, it's our fault. Also, I wish you the best of luck. Issei then headed out to school. When Issei had arrived at the school, he'd think of where Kaneko could be, so he started making his way to the rooftop where they'd always hang out. And thus he found Kaneko there. Issei, hey Kaneko. Issei's OP gaming system. Issei, hey Kaneko, you were awake this morning, I know you heard it, all of it. I want to apologize for what me and Kuroka did. I'm sorry Kaneko for doing such things in the same room as you, it won't happen again. Kaneko, dummy, can't you tell? Kaneko had tears flowing down her cheeks. Kaneko, I'm in love with you so much that it hurts so much seeing you giving women attention, you choose her, dummy. Kaneko had started crying her heart out. Issei, then let your pain be my pain and my pain be yours. Kaneko? Issei, Kaneko, I love you as well, and if it means you'll end up hating me for actions, I'll still keep loving you for now and forever. Issei walked slowly to the crying yet surprised Kaneko and he hugged her tightly, saying these words, I choose both of you, I want both of you in my life, forever. Kaneko slowly stopped crying and was very happy hearing say that he chose both of them. Hey Issei, could Wedo the same thing you did to Kuroka did? Asked Kaneko, who was a little all over the place emotionally. Issei, Kaneko, I'd be glad to, but we're at school. Kaneko, that doesn't matter to me, but if you don't want to, it's fine. Issei looked at Kaneko with a glare full of confusion and lust. Issei, very well then, Kaneko, allow me to do the work from here on out. Issei reached out and kissed Kaneko. Inner thoughts. Kaneko, this feels different, it feels better. After a few minutes or so of Issei touching Kaneko hair. Issei, we should stop for now. Kaneko, okay Issei-kun. Issei and Kaneko left school way before it was time for release. Back at the house. When Issei and Kaneko had arrived, Kuroka was sitting on the couch waiting for Issei and Kaneko to arrive. Kuroka, HM? Oh, is that what happened, Fufufu? Issei, what are you okay about this time? Kuroka, Issei, Kaneko is silent and blushing sorta. Her energy is a lot more different. Furthermore, she seems to have already left what happened this morning in the past. I could wonder what happened. Aw, my sweet little sister has cheered up Naya. Issei, seriously Senjutsu is a snitch in all ways. Kaneko was still dazed by everything that happened. Kuroka, Issei, Kaneko, make sure to be kind. Say, what? Kuroka, Kaneko still has my Issei's. Kaneko, I'll be there in a second. Kaneko, okay elder sister. Kaneko went upstairs into the bathroom. Kuroka, now onto you Issei. You truly okay with us both? Issei, Kuroka, I choose both of you, of course I'm okay with it, actually I'm incredibly happy about it. Kuroka broke character for a couple of seconds and blushed and made a very feminine huh. Kuroka then gave Issei a mocking look followed by a cute yet troubling smile. Kuroka, Issei, we ran out, could you go and get some at the grocery store in? Say, why that store? That's the farthest one. Kuroka looked at Issei with a blank expression until Issei felt uncomfortable. Issei, fine I'll do it. Issei left to go to the grocery store all the way in the other side of the city. As Issei and whose way their Kuroka went upstairs and into the bathroom to where she helped Kaneko clean up. Kuroka, hey Kaneko, how about we do something for Issei when he gets back? Kaneko, what is it? Kuroka, I won't say much but let's enjoy ourselves. Kaneko, About halfway to his destination, Issei felt someone watching him. It's someone who he's seen before and she wasn't alone. Issei kept walking for about 5 minutes and made a sharp turn, testing the stalkers. Group followed right behind. When they turned the corner they'd see Issei standing there with his hands in his pockets. He then gave them a sharp glare with intimidation activated. Issei, who the hell are you? So you spotted us after all? Impressive, I bring you a proposal, it'll benefit you ISS. The mysterious person couldn't finish as Issei raised his hand and created a barrier that placed them in another dimension identical to the one they were in. The person, Sona, was kicked in the stomach very hard. Sona coughed up blood from the kick. Her other followers tried to attack Issei but Issei just activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and placed them under a genjutsu. They all collapsed, not dead but unconscious. Issei, I have a proposal for you. How about you stop following me and never do it again? If you take it up I won't kill you, so how about it? Sona, do you know what you've just done? There will be consequences for this. Sona pulled out a paper with a magic circle written in it. She then ripped it apart, activating the circle. After the flash of light, a girl who looked nothing identical to Sona came out, wondering why she was there. Sona, the sister? Sona passed out. Seraphol, huh, sister? Why is there blood? Seraphol was angered. She looked at Issei, had a nonchalant expression in his face. Seraphol, was it you? Did you do this to my sister? Issei, Shiwa. Issei dodged out of the way of Seraphol's punch. Issei, so this is what we're gonna do. Very well. System, compare our stats. System. Issei, your remaining points were put into your stats. You were also awarded the title of Boss Slayer. Your stats have been altered by rank Boss Slayer. Issei's stats are in bold font. Seraphol's stats are slanted. System. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Name, Seraphol Leviathan. Race, human. Race, devil. Rank, Boss Slayer. Rank, Satan. Level 82 / Level 80. Health, 70,000/70,000. Health, 150,000/150,000. Stamina, 48,000/48,000. Stamina, 57,000/57,000. Strength, 7,000. Strength, 17,000. Speed, 5,821. Speed, 3,205. Endurance, 15,840. Endurance, 11,000. Defense, 8,197. Defense, 8,900. Magic power, 6,870. Magic power, 13,052. Of course she's stronger than me. I can win this. She's enraged and skills matter tons. But with Excalibur rapidly this'll end quicker, Issei said as he summoned Excalibur rapidly and looked at Seraphol flexing his Sharingan. Grand fight P2 end. Took a break testing and stuff. When Issei flexed his Sharingan and looked at Seraphol, he tried to place her in a genjutsu but failed. Issei, so I can't place people who are stronger than me in magic into genjutsus. Seraphol dashed out to him, unleashing many physical attacks fortified by magic. Something good about the Sharingan is that I can guess their next move with incredible accuracy. Issei told himself while dodging Seraphol's every strike with ease. Seraphol, you tried to kill my sister. Issei, no I didn't, I just punched her. The fact that you haven't even landed a strike on me proves that I'm strong enough to keep up with you, so if I was trying to kill her I would have already done it. Seraphol, shut up. Then why is she bleeding so much? Issei, as I said, I punched her. I didn't expect it to do that much damage, but I guess that doesn't matter seeing as your intent right now is to kill me, nothing else. Issei kept dodging Seraphol's strikes and even magic attacks for another 4 minutes. While this was happening, the other devil leaders were trying to locate the dimension Issei and Seraphol were fighting in. Sirzex, Graphia, did we find them yet? Graphia, we've almost located them. Also, the other devil leaders are in their way as we speak. In the room where Surzex and Graphia were, many devils started appearing with magic circles. Surzex, Lord Phoenix, I presume you understand what's going on. Lord Phoenix, of course. Seraphil's unleashing her power and she seems to be using it. 5 minutes would pass and there were now a total of 20 high-ranking Go devils and 2 of the great faction leaders. Graphia, Surzex, we've located them. I'll open a magic circle to their area now. Back with Issei, who was now actually fighting Seraphils. Issei, you're strong but I'm faster. Seraphil, ah? Issei had just slashed Seraphil with Excalibur rapidly, but regardless of the slash, Seraphil kept fighting and even hit Issei a couple of times. Then out of nowhere, Issei managed to use Enhanced Senses and Apex Predator together. He unlocked a new ability called Superior Predator. Superior Predator makes user much more intimidating and gives him enhanced physical attributes far beyond his original limitations for a temporary amount of time. Strength, 7,000 to 16,004, 10 minutes. Issei, I feel more stronger now. Issei, using all of his speed, flew right past Seraphil's defense and uppercut her so hard she lost balance and felt dizzy when she landed. And in this short period of time where she was dizzy, Issei got many more hit into Seraphil. Issei even used some other skills such as Paralysis, Poisonous Fang and Sharpen Claws on her. Seraphil's health dropped from 150,000 to 73,873. Issei kept slashing at her with Excalibur as well. Seraphil was paralyzed and couldn't do anything to stop Issei or defend herself. And with Issei's immense speed and strength, he was making quick work of Seraphil, who was still enraged. Her health dropped once again from 73,873 to 3,981, and as Issei was going to knock her out, a magic circle started to appear. Issei, looks like I've got uninvited guest arriving. When the magic circle finished and the light died down, there were quite a few devils. It wasn't just the 20 high-ranking devils, but Issei knows 3 of the devils very well. Surzex, what? Seraphil, she's almost dead. Hey, you get away from Seraphil. Issei, geez, you're very loud, keep it down a bit, I can hear you. Issei? What are you doing here? Said a woman in the crowd. She then walked out with a confused look. Issei, Kquime, it's been a while, but now is not the time to talk. Ha, that punk's actually alive, ha, one of the other members of the crowd said. This time it was a male. Another 2 laugh out to what the other man had said. Issei, you're still as ugly as the last day I saw you. Your voice sounds annoying as well, so you better keep your mouth shut if you don't want to be eating through a tube for the rest of your life. Issei said with his Sharingan, flexing, leaving a trail of red light. The hell you think you're talking to? Gray, haha, we should teach the idiot manners. While we're at it too, he'll call us master just like a dog. Hell yeah. Daru and Gray both lunged out at Issei, but Issei just looked at them and placed them under a genjutsu where they were supposedly fight Issei, but in reality they were fighting each other. Issei, now that those 2 are taken care of, I guess I'll test something out. Inner mind. Issei, system, how do I summon those dead things? System. You say rise my soldiers, or you could raise your hand up in the air and say something cool while wanting to summon them. Say, Issei raised his hand up in the air slowly. Oh, slain creatures that lurk within my shadow, come to me and serve me, show me your power. As Issei finished saying that, tons of creatures, spiders, wolves, alligators, and even the alpha demon wolf, colossal spider, and mega croc appeared. Tons of creatures that radiated dark aura rose from the ground. Surzex, what is this? Lord Phoenix, the dead? Everyone there was shocked seeing the dead rise at Issei's command. Not only that, but in Issei's other hand there was an Excalibur, and his eyes felt very powerful and frightening to most of the devils there. Issei's creatures will be called shadows. Issei, now attack. All the 14,000 creatures ran at top speeds, headed to the 20 devils plus the 2 other devils. As the shadows engaged in combat with the devils, tons of lower-level shadows were killed fairly quickly, but the middle-class shadows stood better in combat with the high classes being the alphas. They were extremely hard to fight. 5 minutes after the fight had started, of 20 original high-ranking devils, there were only 8 left as the others had been killed by the Mega Croc. Seems like they're not hooked up to my magic storage, but they're hooked to the system, Issei was thinking while all this bloodshed was taking place. Issei, my shadows stop. Issei walked to the dead bodies of the high-ranking devils and made them into his shadows as well. There's 2 different storages where the dead are held, the first being the one for the creatures of the quest areas and the second the one for the places outside of the quest areas, Issei said out loud, lost in thought. Issei, oh that's right, there seems to be 8 more devils, but there's also those 2, so 10 of you. Surzex, Graphia and Lord Phoenix had no damage done to them as they were easily able to take out the shadows that came their way. Surzex, Issei was it? Why have you done all of this? Issei, System. Race, human. Race, pure blood devil. Rank, boss layer. Rank, great Satan. Level, 82/. Level 180/. Health, 53,000/70,000. Health, 500,000/500,000. Stamina, 23,480/48,000. Stamina, 100,000/100,000. Strength, 7,000. Strength, 16,000. Speed, 5,821. Speed, 4,900. Endurance, 15,840. Endurance, 14,000. Defense, 8,197. Defense, 12,009. Magic power, 6,870. Magic power, 72,000. Issei, yet again they're stronger than me. Surzex, so Issei your answer? Issei, I was being stalked by a few devils, so I confronted them and beat them, not to kill but to put them into an unconscious state, but as that happens that girl came along and got mad, so she attacked me and well you see. Surzex, so they're the aggressors? Issei, may you forgive Seraphal? I'm sure she didn't mean any harm. After I explain the situation to her she'll understand. Issei, sure, whatever. The hell? We were just fighting you, why try all of these black things around us? Gray, they're mocking us, they think that because there's more of them they have the advantage. Graphia, shut it, you two, you're merely weak puppets to your parents. Surzex, Issei, do you mind going to this place at this time? We want to talk about everything that happened and what you plan to do later in the future. Issei created a magic circle and left the dimension that he was in. Issei then got what he needed to get by Kuroka's wishes, and he then made his way back home. Issei, Kuroka, Kaneko. I'm back. Could you come up to your room? Hollered Kuroka from Issei's room. Sure. Issei responded. Issei made his way to his room, and when he walked in, the door behind him shut, and right before his very eyes laid Kaneko and Kuroka, both wearing Issei's OP gaming system. Issei made his way to his room, and when he walked in, the door behind him shut, and right before his very eyes laid Kaneko and Kuroka, both wearing kimonos on the bed. Kuroka was wearing her standard black kimono while Kaneko was wearing a white kimono with pink patterns. When Issei had looked at both girls, it didn't take more than a few seconds for his to awaken. Issei, this is swell, interrupted. Turning you on? Spoke Kuroka in a sadistic way. Kaneko, well, don't just stand there, it's embarrassing, blushing. Kuroka, Fufufu, I think that both Isseis should join us, don't you think, Kaneko? Kaneko nodded, giving Kuroka her answer while embarrassed. Issei couldn't say much and didn't as he got dragged down onto the bed by Kuroka. Needless to say, Kuroka was the first to enjoy herself as she unzipped the part of the pants that held Issei's. She then reveled to Issei that she wasn't wearing anything beneath the kimono. Kuroka stood on top of Issei as her golden amber eyes glimmered and stared deep into Issei's eyes. She then started purring as she slowly inserted Issei dick into her. Kaneko, hey, it's not fair, you're keeping Issei all to yourself. Kuroka, I'm not keeping him all to myself, dear sister. You still have a spot right there. Kuroka then looked at Issei's face, who was currently drowning in pleasure. Kaneko started blushing even more, so then she was a couple moments before. Kuroka grabbed Kaneko's hand and pulled her closely, and with the other hand she elegantly grabbed her chin and said, "Are you afraid? If so, I'll definitely keep Issei for myself, and only for myself." Kaneko, really shocked by Kuroka's current actions and boldness, just went with the flow. Kaneko was led by Kuroka onto Issei's face, where she'd ultimately be eaten out by Issei like a wild animal. While Issei did his part, Kaneko and Kuroka were making out intensely, and after 15 minutes of the positions were switched. Now Kuroka was being eaten out while Kaneko enjoyed her time. Kuroka, Kaneko and Issei would then spend the rest of the night trying new things. They ended right as the sun rose, and of course Issei fell asleep as Kuroka and Kaneko did the same right before him. The intense stimulations and climaxes all three of them had all night were too much for them to handle, considering the fact that all three of them were extremely new to this. 11 hours later. Issei, yawning, "We slept in, didn't we? Well, I guess it's for the best part. It's been heck of night first the fight." And Issei looked at both still sleeping girls and told himself that no matter what happens he will always protect them, even if it costs his life. He will keep on protecting them for eternity. Issei, "I should go to the quest area. I have a lot more powering up to do if I want to make sure I'm able to protect them from everyone, no matter who it is." So Issei dressed up and took off to the quest area. When he arrived there, he'd find himself around canyons which were surrounded by two different deserts, one being an Arctic desert and the other one an arid desert. Issei, "System, what's the safest route?" System, "There are not safe routes." Issei, "Damn, I'd like to examine the creatures of this area before I fighting with them, but I guess that won't be happening." System, "What's the closest creature to us?" System, "The closest creature is currently right below you." Instantly Issei jumped while looking below himself. When Issei jumped, he'd see the sand he was on sink in. "It looks like a whirlpool, and I have a feeling if what it might be." System, "Sand Striker. Level 63. Health 11,000/11,000. Stamina 1,600/1,600. Strength 14,009. Speed 5,000. Endurance 197. Defense 0. Magic power 0. Skills/ability: Sink, Dig, Jaw Trap, Rotation, Reattach, Replicate lost segments, Exact location, easy terrain movement. Issei landed on a rock that was sticking out of the ground. Issei, "It doesn't have much going for it, but its moment abilities are great, especially for this area." System, "What else is around us?" System, "There is a swarm of sand strikers moving to your current location. The estimated time it'll take them to be here is 4 minutes. Issei, "They're very sensitive to movements and noise. I can use this to my advantage." Issei looked at the ground and created a magic strike that carried lots of magic. He then shot it at ground, and as he did that the sand striker leaped over the direction of the noise. Issei, seeing the opportunity, summoned Excalibur and slashed the body of the sand striker in half. Grave Robber. As Issei used the skill Grave Robber, he took all of the abilities of the sand striker. "It seems that my luck is about to come to an end soon," Issei said as he looked at the sky, and a shadow far, far above him screeched. The monster in the skies quickly flew away from the area. Issei, "I should prepare for this. It feels like something big is going to start soon." System, Issei, "A event quest has popped up." Issei, "Event?" System, affirmative. The event is called the Trails of Misfortunes. There will be a series of attacks from monsters in the form of waves. Issei, "I have a question about events. What's unique about them?" System, "Events aren't just limited to the quest areas. They may take form in the world you're from. Furthermore, the creatures of events do not give XP nor information about themselves. On top of that, the weakest creatures vary from rank Alpha. Catastrophic." Issei, "What's a catastrophic class? How much stronger is it than me?" System, "A catastrophic class will kill you within seconds of the fight. Not much information is available, but they are capable of thinking for themselves. Their IQ ranges from 250-300 plus. Their sole reason to live is to fight and kill, but all catastrophic classes are uniquely different." Issei, "This event, how many will be summoned?" System, "One catastrophic class will be present near the end of the event." Issei, "Name the ranks by order." System, 1.D. 2. Rika. 3. Catastrophic. 4. Setsuboteki. 5. Kurai. 6. Mythic. 7. Jin. 8. Catalyst. 9. Sagai. 10. Alpha. Issei, How long till the event reaches its climax? System. Currently there is 2 months. Issei, I'll have to get stronger if I want to beat this event. As Issei was talking, something approached Issei from behind at high speed and Issei's OP gaming system. As Issei was talking, something approached Issei from behind at high speed and tried to strike him down, but Issei activated the skill Iron Defense and Armored Scales and was easily able to tank the whole attack from the creature that had just attacked him. Fast but not strong enough, Issei said as he activated his Sharingan and blitzed right behind the creature. Interesting, I've read about these in stories. So you're a Dragonborn? Issei was baffled as to why a Dragonborn was in such an environment. Issei, system, I want to see its stats. System, race, Dragonborn. Rank, Fire Dragonborn. Health, 27000/27000. Stamina, 13000/13000. Strength, 11,000. Speed, 9,980. Endurance, 10,000. Defense, 17,000. Magic power, 6,000. Skills/abilities, Dragon's Breath, Flame Punch, Charisma, Rage Mode, Healing, Enhanced Strength/Defense, Flight, Scattered Embers, Flaming Scales, 75% Flame Resistant, 100% Flame Effects/Damage, Fire Claws, Fire Avatar. Issei, its fire abilities are excellent. Now I want them for myself, so ready yourself, Dragonborn. Issei summoned Excalibur rapidly and slashed upwards at the Dragonborn, and in response the Dragonborn sprayed Issei with Dragon's Breath. As he took the attack, he noticed that it was quite powerful but wasn't doing much damage currently, as the wielder wasn't as magically strong as him. When Issei came out of the smoke unscathed, the Dragonborn looked surprised. So Issei used Intimidation alongside Apex Predator in order to obtain the skill Predator's Fear. Issei looked at the Dragonborn with his Sharingan and Predator's Fear activated, and all Issei had seen was a scared expression on its face. The Dragonborn was seeing a giant dark aura with red eyes and a strong levels of holy elements around the area. Issei rose his hand as he called upon his Shadow Army commanders, those being the Mega Croc and the Colossal Spider, and as the Mega Croc appeared it lunged at the Dragonborn and caught it. As that happened, the Colossal Spider paralysis on the Dragonborn. When the Dragonborn was immobilized completely, Issei walked slowly towards the Dragonborn. After a few seconds and one good look at the Dragonborn, Issei buried Excalibur rapidly into the creature's heart, killing it instantly. Issei made sure to use the skill Grave Robber to obtain its abilities. Issei, every time I come into the quest area something new always happens. It's incredible the amount of skills or abilities one could gain in there easily with the right set of skills. Issei then went around killing and studying lots of the native monster in the area, and after about 3 hours he'd leave the quest area. At home. Issei, Kuroke, Kaneko, something's gonna pop up later, bad things are coming very very soon. So it's about time all gain strength. Kuroka, huh? B, but that's a lot of work, and plus I'm gonna be tired all the time. Kaneko, hey sack of meat, if you keep it up this way I'll definitely take Issei for myself. Kuroke, oh my, it looks like the cutting board is talking. Kaneko, keep saying that, you'll see, all you are is dead weight, you stupid cow. Kuroka, my looks like my dear little sister's jealous of me and my. Issei spoke out. Issei, looks like the only time the both of you are ever at a truce is in bed. Y'all should act more sister-like, and not fight all the time. Kuroka, we're not fighting, this is just sisterly Wovnaya. Inner thoughts. Issei, every time she says Naya it melts my heart. Issei chatted with the girls for a little longer and they all agreed that they would have to start training together and hard. Issei, system, when will the wave start? System, the exact date is unknown, but the current estimated time in which the event wave will start is 4 to 10 days. Issei, we don't have much time left, but the fact of the matter is I'm lots stronger than I was a month ago with even more training with senjutsu and learning techniques. With the added help of the quest areas, I was able to improve by tons. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, human. Rank, level 82 / XP 32908/364000. Health, 130,000. Stamina, 73,000/73,000. Strength, 14,000. Speed, 9,724. Endurance, 18,326. Defense, 13,702. Magic power, 17,000. Skills/abilities. Inspect, Sharingan, Excalibur rapidly, Wolf's Calling, Sharpen Claws, Mighty Hunter, Intimidation, Aura Sense, Enhanced Senses, Faster Healing, Magic, Apex Predator, Senjutsu, Magic Strike, Magic Arrow, Magic Tracing, Grave Robber, Healing, Enhanced. Reaction, Flying Webs, Poisonous Fang, Paralysis, Vibration Sense, Quick Strike, Spider Grip, Armored Scales, Croc Grip, Swim, Diving Master, Clear Vision, Night Vision, Leech, Death Venom, Long Jump, Mega Bite Iron Defense, Reflecting Scales, Jaw Trap, Calls of the Alligators, Rolling, Effect Cancelling, Sink, Dig, Jaw Trap, Rotation, Reattach, Replicate Lost Segments, Exact Location, Easy Terrain Movement, Dragon's Breath, Flame Punch, Charisma, Rage Mode, Healing, Enhanced Strength/Defense, Flight, Scattered Embers, Flaming Scales, 75% Flame Resistant, 100% Flame Effects/Damage, Fire Claws, Fire Avatar. End of skills. Man, I think I'm in the clear for at least the first 2 waves of the event, Issei said as he laid down on the bed. Kuroka and Kaneko slowly crept up to Issei, who was lost in thought, and as they did every night, they'd end up doing what Kuroka calls lovey-dovey mating. Issei woke up the next morning feeling drained, but curious of what Surzex had wanted to talk about the other day 1 month ago. So Issei left the girls asleep and unbothered, and made his way to where Surzex had wanted to meet. The first time, Issei, not expecting him to be there, still went, and when Issei arrived he seen none other than Issei's OP gaming system. When Issei arrived he'd see none other than Rias Gremory talking to Surzex and Grafia. Serafal was also there, but she looked down in shame. Issei approached the group silently. "You sure took your time," Issei said Surzex in a joking way. Issei, "I really wanted to stay but curiosity got the best of me, and so I'm here." Surzex, "Hee so Issei, we've come here for 2 reasons. 1, Serafal must apologize. 2nd, Issei, forgiveness isn't something one can use all the time. The fact that she tried to kill me stands, therefore I cannot forgive her, and as for the 2nd thing, I'll think about it." Surzex, very well. Hey Issei, wanna go out for some drink sometime? Issei, Surzex, you're a kind man and all, but if anything I really want to avoid getting entangled with the supernaturals. It'll only bring unwanted attention to me and my love. Surzex, lover? Hee so you have a girlfriend? Oh, might it be the little Nico girl? Issei, and if she is? Surzex, nothing. I was just thinking, Issei interrupted Surzex. Issei, Gremory girl, I must ask you something. Why is there so much fear and disparity in those bright blue eyes? Even though there's so much pain within your eyes, there's hope. I'm curious and interested in those eyes. Rias, Yumhao. Issei, I'll be going now. Also we meet again, but this time, not in the battlefield. Grafia. Grafia, indeed, it has been a while since we've met, a few years if I recall. Issei, yes, it was quite a few years ago, but we'll talk some other time. I must go now. Issei left quickly as the conversation had lasted about 15 minutes. Issei was in a rush as he'd remember Kuroka complaining about the groceries. Damn it, if she wakes up and the groceries aren't there, I may be in big trouble, Issei kept telling himself. On his way to the grocery store, Issei felt the presence of something watching him from afar. Which direction I being looked at? Issei wonders. Issei then kept moving as every second's valuable. When Issei made it to the grocery store and got what they needed, he'd teleport using a magic circle after he was in an isolated spot. When Issei teleported to the kitchen, he sighed in relief seeing as Kuroka wasn't in the kitchen, or so he thought. When Issei turned around he'd be face to face with Kuroka. Their faces were just a couple inches from another. Issei, Kuroka W, what are you doing up this early? Did you get enough sleep? How is it? Kuroka, what do you mean? I always get up at this time, and if I don't, who's going to make breakfast? Also, what up with you this yon morning, Naya? Issei, oh nothing at all, you know me just chilling. Kuroka, something definitely up, I've never heard you say chilling, and you're very nervous right now. Oh, might it be that you're happy to see me this morning? If so, I'm all for having sex in the kitchen right about now. Say, yeah, you're right, it's just that. Kuroka noticed the bags, she then looked at Issei. Kuroka, so you forgot to get the groceries, it doesn't matter, they're here right now, so brighten up silly. Say, huh, that's all? Kuroka, I've only ever gotten mad 3 times in the past, you know, and those 3 times you forgot to get the groceries and we had nothing to eat that morning. Issei, I guess you're right. Hey Kuroka, I wanna ask you something. Kuroka, let hear it. 10 minutes later. Issei, so what do you think? Kuroka, well, the fact that Surzek's devil leader came to you in person to ask for such a thing isn't something you can just brush off, but I think you could leave the other thing to me. Issei, you sure? Kuroka, I'm really quiet and good at gathering information, you know. I could also hide my presence. Issei, thank you Kuroka, I can always count on you. Kuroka, Fufli Issei, but I expect something from you, I want to be extra lovey-dove with you all night. Issei, I see no problem, after all I already love you my cute kitty. Kuroka started blushing. Kuroka, gee, get going already, you're sweaty, take a shower. Issei, okay Kuroka, after we eat breakfast wanna go somewhere? Kuroka, somewhere? Issei, a date. Kuroka, huh? Why let me finish doing this and I'll get ready. Issei kissed Kuroka in the cheek and left to the shower. Kuroka, who was very confused and happy, was still blushing heavily. Geez, he could have kissed me in the lips, we're lovers after all, it okay right? Kuroka wondered. Kuroka then kept making breakfast and as it was finished she go to the shower. Issei had already dressed up by that time. About 20 minutes had passed by and Kuroka was now ready. Issei, Kuroka, your attire looks wonderful, and with you in it, it looks absolutely stunningly beautiful. Kuroka, thank you, you look handsome yourself. Issei, I'm glad you think so, shall we get going? Kuroka, why where to first? Issei, the first let's go get something sweet to start off our date, then we'll go to. Issei was happy, but what made him even happier was when he glanced to the side, Kuroka's expression. She was like a child seeing something incredible for the first time, she'd never forget that experience. After another hour of being in the aquarium, Kuroka and Issei grabbed a quick snack, but both of them still not being satisfied, left to go and eat at 4.0-star restaurant, not too classy but something with a good view of the sea. Issei and Kuroka talked for a bit until the food came. When it did, both ate their food up easily, and were very satisfied with their hunger. Issei, hey, Kuroka, how are you enjoying today? Kuroka, it's wonderful. Issei, hey Kuroka, I want to take you somewhere. Both Issei and Kuroka made their way to the beach. After finding a good spot, they sat down and looked at the sunset, from the beginning till the end. Issei, Kuroka, I want you to know why you're special me, and I'm really in love with you. Without you, I feel as if I'd die. I love you and cherish you, I always want to be by your side. Issei said as he smiled, letting a tear flow down his cheek. Kuroka, Issei, you know my life was going to be. Well, I don't know, but I'm sure it wouldn't have ended up so perfect. I'm so happy to just be able to see you. With you I honestly feel happy, safe, but most importantly Issei, I love you, and I want to be by your side, for now and forever. Kuroka leaned in for a kiss, which Issei, overcome with so many emotions, gratefully accepted. After both lovers had kissed, the sun finished setting. After the sunset passed, both Issei and Kuroka went home while holding hands and very close together. Meeting/date P2 end. Issei grabbed Kuroka's hand gently, they then made their way out of the house, and after a couple minutes of walking they'd head to an ice cream shop, that's as nearby. The ice cream shop they'd go to was famous amongst the locals. It was also a great way to start off a date, as the rumors had it that those who came here would have an incredible date and would forever be destined to be together, living happily together for the rest of eternity. Issei and Kuroka made their way to the ice cream confectioner and ordered the ice cream that fell to their likings. Issei ordered a strawberry ice cream, and Kuroka ordered a blue cotton candy ice cream. Both Kuroka and Issei enjoyed their ice cream and they licked each other's ice cream as to test it out. Issei and Kuroka were blushing slightly and very nervous. After a minute the couple gained their composure again and continued to enjoy their own ice creams as they walked to the next destination, which was an aquarium. About 20 to 30 minutes passed by as both Kuroka and Issei were talking to each other. They arrived at the aquarium. Issei had booked 2 tickets the day before, so they were able to pass right through after he showed the certificate and tickets. Issei was given a map structure of the aquarium. Kuroka and Issei wanted to see everything in the aquarium, so they went from the upper side of the aquarium sightseeing. Kuroka was excited but nervous as they were at this point beneath the water, and Issei were very amazed. Both Kuroka and Issei he never seen sharks. They were both able to experience the sight of lots creature they had wanted to see together, and after seeing all the marine life in the upper parts of the aquarium they'd go deeper. Kuroka looked at the wall as they went deeper into the aquarium, and she read a sign saying there were whales present in this part of the aquarium. As she finished reading it, sparkles and stars appeared in her eyes as she was super excited to see the whales. Hee, you're very happy to see the whales, aren't you? Issei said as he smiled and patted her head gently. You bet I am, I can't wait to see them, Kuroka said while giggling. Kuroka and Issei started to walk further. Eventually they came into a glass tube-shaped hall. They walked looking at the water on the other side, but nothing, only water was seen until they heard high-pitched whistles. Issei and Kuroka both came to a stop and wondered what exactly that was. Suddenly a giant figure emerged from the side of the fortified glass hallway, and there it was, a gorgeous giant creature, a whale. And after a few seconds lots of life followed behind from the seemingness empty waters to jam-pack it full of life. Issei was happy, but what made him even happier was when he glanced to the side, Kuroka's expression. She was like a child seeing something incredible for the first time. She'd never forget that experience. After another hour of being in the aquarium, Kuroka and Issei grabbed a quick snack, but both of them still not being satisfied, left to go and eat at 4.0-star restaurant, not too classy but something with a good view of the sea. Issei and Kuroka talked for a bit until the food came. When it did, both ate their food up easily and were very satisfied with their hunger. Issei, hey, Kuroka, how are you enjoying today? Kuroka, it's wonderful. Issei, hey Kuroka, I want to take you somewhere. Both Issei and Kuroka made their way to the beach. After finding a good spot, they sat down and looked at the sunset, from the beginning till the end. Issei, Kuroka, I want you to know why you're special me, and I'm really in love with you. Without you, I feel as if I'd die. I love you and cherish you. I always want to be by your side. Issei said as he smiled, letting a tear flow down his cheek. Kuroka, Issei, you know my life was going to be. Well, I don't know, but I'm sure it wouldn't have ended up so perfect. I'm so happy to just be able to see you. With you I honestly feel happy, safe, but most importantly, Issei, I love you, and I want to be by your side, for now and forever. Kuroka leaned in for a kiss, which Issei, overcome with so many emotions, gratefully accepted. After both lovers had kissed, the sun finished setting. After the sunset passed, both Issei and Kuroka went home while holding hands and very close together. Issei's OP gaming system. Soon after the sun had set, Issei and Kuroka both arrived at the house holding hands and acting all lovey-dovey with each other. They said they had something important to attend to. So why are they acting all lovely with each other? A curious Nico asked herself. Kaneko, why are y'all acting so? Issei, no reason at all, just thought of much things happened today. Kaneko, so how'd things go with your important work? Kuroka, it went nice, it was a bit complicated but great. Now it was exhausting and full of lots of things. Kaneko, sounds like y'all had it rough. Issei/Kuroka, why? Kaneko noticed they're weird and started looking at them with the intentions of finding something, and she'd noticed the clothing both were wearing. Kaneko, so this important place, tell me more about it in private, separated from each other. Both Kuroka and Issei knew they had been discovered, and so on came out nothing but the truth. Kaneko, so you lied to me, it wasn't important business. Kuroka, Kaneko, it was important, or at least I think so. No, it was definitely important to me. Kaneko, you still lied to me. Kuroka, because you would have followed us around all day. Kaneko, so what? I would have done that, but I'm only trying to look out for the both of you. Say, hey both of you Eldest. Kuroka, Kaneko, you go to school with him, on top of that you see him at home all day. Kaneko, what does that have to do with this? Kuroka, you get to spend more time with him, it's unfair, and even so, I give you your privacy especially when I see you're with him. Kaneko, Kuroka, and even now, on the day I get to have Issei for myself, you're jealous it's unfair. Both girls continued the argue as it escalated even more. Kaneko, it is that why you. Kuroka, you don't even know what you're feeling but it's clear to me, you're still annoyed by what happened on that day. Kaneko, if you didn't open your legs and take advantage of him, maybe just maybe things would have been different. You knew I wanted to marry him, you knew I loved Issei, you knew that. Kuroka, grow up, that's in the past, so what if I took his first time? So what if he took my first time? The important thing is he took your first time. So stop crying like a little girl about something like that, grow up. Kaneko in a fury slapped Kuroka while saying, I hate you. She then ran out of the house. As Kuroka got slapped and hearing her words, she looked down in shame and sadness. See, Kuroka, I'll go after her, but are you alright? Kuroka, why yes there's no problem I'm fine. Issei, you're hurt, if you want to cry don't hold back, I'll be here, I'll listen to you, I'll bear it through with you. A while ago, I said your pain is my pain and mine is yours. Kuroka, you forgot the part where you. Issei, and I'll choose both of you. Kuroka, I love you and I don't want to see you in pain, and if you're in pain, then let me be there, let me feel it, it's okay to cry, and the ones who accept this will live better because they won't let the pain tear them up, instead they'll rely on others for help. Kuroka looked at Issei and slowly from a pained expression it went to emotional one. Kuroka started to cry as she hugged Issei tightly. Am I bad sister? Kuroka asked as she cried. No, you're the best sister anyone could ever have. Another 15 minutes passed by and Kuroka's emotional pain stabilized. And as this happened, Issei left the house as fast as he could. Where could she have gone to? Issei asked himself as he looked for her. 5 minutes ago. It's been 10 minutes since I left. Should I have done that? I'm such a horrible sister and a person too. She probably hates me, Kaneko asked herself as she was wandering around aimlessly. But as she did that, something started to emerge from the ground up in a liquid way. Kaneko wondered what that was, but as it formed, a domain was instantly put in place, and the now giant creature let out a very loud screech. Back with Issei. System. Sagai class detected 1.6 miles northwest from your current location. A domain is in place, as if right now. Issei. So it's starting now, huh? How much time? System. The event has accelerated and become unpredictable temporarily. The event is in place currently. Issei, damn it, I have to find Kaneko quick. System. Kaneko is 1.6 miles northwest from out location. Furthermore, she is located within the domain. Issei wasted no time and he instantly blitzed as fast as he could to the barrier. When Issei arrived not even half a second later, he'd broke into the barrier easily, and as he did that, his first sight was the sight of blood all over the place. Rage system acquired. Fusion gained / activated. Issei looked further ahead and he'd see Kaneko bloody and hurt, and bleeding lots. Issei, Kaneko, no Kaneko. Kaneko is only hurt, but Issei's taking this as she's about to die. Issei's OP gaming system. As Issei called out Kaneko's name she never responded, and the Sagai-ranked monster roared out in anger. Issei on the other hand wasn't faced by the roar at all. He was too angry, sad and lusting for blood. System. Name, Chisuk, blood in Japanese. Race, human. Race, Geodemon. Rank, boss layer. Rank, Sagai. Level, 112 / Level max. Health, 112k per 112k. Health, 652k per 652k. Stamina, 120k per 120k. Stamina, 500k per 500k. Strength, 12,000. Strength, 328k. Speed, 9,990. Speed, 10k. Endurance, 24,936. Endurance, 40k. Defense, 12,940. Defense, 500k. Magic power, 14,000. Magic power, 11k. System, current system uploading. Process complete, cursed system unlocked. User is unable to act independently, dependent action is required. System activation sequence, 5-4-3-2-1-0. Cursed system substitution successful, auto-combative system activated, cursed form Kquime activated. Issei's body started to get consumed by a dark aura-like substance, and his hair started to lose pigmentation. After a couple of seconds his body, hair and eyes were all different. Issei's hair was white, he'd grown 2 horns, and his eyes were now red with black slits in the middle of his eyes, and his body was different, it was darker due to the aura. A darkened pair of wings sprouted from his back. This transformation made Issei seem inhuman. System, Issei Kquime form. Health, 390k per 390k. Strength, 720k. Stamina, infinite. Speed, 100k. Defense, 190k. Endurance, 200k. Magic power, 100k. Skills/abilities, fusion. Fusion is an ability that allows the user to combine abilities of all kind. It also serves as a storage for users' many abilities. Issei, where am I? Where's Kaneko? System, you are currently within a domain produced by the system's program. It is space in which the host is immediately transferred, mentally, into, in order to keep the sanity at a minimum level. Issei, what are you talking about? System, emotional stabilizer activate. Issei, waje. Issei passed out in this mental state as the system stabilized him emotionally. For the remaining time Issei would be unconscious. The system will do the fighting. Out in the real world. Japanese news. Breaking news: all of Japan is experiencing a magnitude 6.3 earthquake, alongside Category 2 hurricanes with winds reaching 97 miles per hour. We imply that you stay in your homes and do not leave. Surzex. Graphia. Something's wrong, I can feel it. Supernaturals are involved. Alert the other heads. We must stay on guard. Graphia. Of course, Surzex-sama. In the domain. Geodemon. The Geodemon roared loudly as it blitzed towards Issei at very high speeds. Issei dodged almost instantly. The Geodemon then kept attacking Issei over and over with his tail, fist, and feet. Issei dodged all of its attacks by a hair. Issei extended his arm out and opened the palm of his hand. It was then that tons of magic strikes came flying at the Geodemon. Each of the strikes were heavily fortified with tons magic and his poison ability. The Geodemon created a magic shield-like wall, but even though the wall was created, tons of the strikes made their way in, with some even breaking through the shield. The monster was hurt but still able to fight, and due to its endurance and defense it didn't take as much damage as one would think, but Issei, seeing that it still stood undefeated, it blitzed almost as fast as light to the creature, and as he'd do that, Issei delivered a couple thousand punches within a few seconds. Geodemon's health, 497k per 652k. The Geodemon roared out once again and used an attack that the current system controlling Issei couldn't read nor comprehend. The Geodemon had used a combination of lightning and dark crystals in this attack. The violent reaction from both the lightning and the dark crystals touching created an explosion that caused the air molecules around them to expand and directly split the atoms inside the molecules in half, causing them to explode with the force of a nuclear bomb. Little boy, fat man. As this chain reaction of many explosions happened, the systems instantly teleported Kaneko away from the domain. Due to this action, Issei's body took quite a little bit of damage. These explosions did disorient the system from processing properly for a little bit of time, but due to the fast healing properties Issei has from the skill faster healing, he was quickly healing from the explosions. System's domain. Issei, my body feels weird. System. You're in a state of regaining consciousness as your body is currently in combat. Issei, wait, what? What are you talking abo? Wait, Kaneko, where is she? Is she alright? System. Kaneko has been relocated but still in critical condition. At this time you're in combat that may prove to be tricky and hard to handle. Issei, damn it, system, where Kaneko? System, I suggest you exterminate the Sagai. There will be a 23% chance Kaneko lives, but if you choose to save Kaneko right now, Kaneko and you may die. If you die, Kaneko will 100% die. Treating Kaneko's wounds would prove to be too much to handle at the same time as fighting the Sagai. Issei, how long will it take? System, the abilities of the Sagai are still unclear to my examinations, so with the information collected right now, the suspected time is 13 minutes. Issei, how much blood has Kaneko lost and how much time does she have? System, she has lost a total of 24% of her blood. It's estimated that she has 16 minutes left till she's untreatable. Issei, then let's do this, let's kill this Sagai. System, auto-combative system disengaged. Host has successfully regained control. Issei then gained control over his body once again, but feeling strange, Issei wondered why he felt so much lighter and stronger. System, Issei, you feel much stronger because you are, right now you're in a form called Kquime. Issei, that's good to hear, now let's kill this Issei's OP gaming system. Issei, that's good to hear, now let's kill this. Issei looked at the Sagai ranked monster and activated his Sharingan, and filled with hatred his eyes started to bleed and burn. Issei didn't know it at that moment, but he had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though Issei was mad, he was still in control of himself. Issei unintentionally activated one of his Mangekyo abilities. This ability was Blood Craver. Blood Craver allows user to gain control over blood. It could be used in many ways. It also allows the user to heal others or himself with minimal effort. The Sagai didn't hesitate to rush at Issei, and as the Sagai got in front of Issei, it slashed at him. Issei had already seen this coming and dodged while summoning Excalibur rapidly. Once Issei dodged the attack, he'd slash upwards and then thrust Excalibur into the Sagai's lower hip. Issei and the Sagai continued this for about 12 minutes, and the battle was already decided by then. Reason being is that the Sagai already had many cute and deep wounds from Excalibur. Issei raised his hand in the air, calling down many magic shots. The repeated strikes lasted for 3 minutes, and now the Sagai was unable to move, so Issei started walking towards the creature, after he'd already been in front of the monster. Issei took one look at the Sagai's throat, and shortly after he'd crushed the Sagai's throat with his mere foot, Issei then sliced its head clean off. Issei, system, where's Kaneko? System, Kaneko's last known position was. Issei took down the barrier by force and dashed out to find Kaneko, and as he reached the area where she was last, he'd let's see a trail of blood. Issei followed the trail of blood, but to his horror she wasn't anywhere to be found. Issei, where is? System, it seems her trail of blood ends here. She must have escaped or someone aided her in doing so. Issei started to revert back to his original form. Shortly after, a weird flying creature came forth and introduced itself as a familiar of Rias Gremory. It then gave Issei a letter intended for him. It relays the preceding words. Letter, Issei, if you're reading this, you must be worried about Kaneko. She's fine now, she's just asleep and recovering. Come to if you wish to see her. Also, there are a few things I'd like to talk about, such as Issei, so the Gremorys have her. They say she's fine by system. Her vitals seem to be stabilized, so she is most definitely fine. Something unknown has happened to her on the other hand. System, I'd suggest you tell your lover Kuroka about the events that had unfolded. Issei, you're right, but I should ask, would I have made it to her in time? System, it took you 14 minutes to kill the Sagai. It then took you a minute and a half to get here, leaving 30 seconds left. Kaneko might have died working this time if she wasn't saved by the Gremory girl. Issei, it seems I owe her one big time. Issei went home to Kuroka and explained everything that happened. Kuroka was saddened by glad to hear she's not in any more danger, so both Issei and Kuroka waited for the next day and the day after that. Both Kuroka and Issei had not slept in this time as they were worried sick for Kaneko. So on the date that Rias Gremory had appointed had finally arrived, Issei went alone to the place where they'd meet up. At the Gremory Infirmary/hospital. Issei, upon arrival, he was greeted by a few maids that had kindly led him to where Rias was. This also happened to be Kaneko's hospital room. Issei enters the room. Rias. Well, hello Issei, I assume you know why you're here, so let's get straight to the case. As you might know, Kaneko was badly lethally wounded. She was close to death when I found her, but even so she still showed strength by being able to talk in the state she was in. Issei, I'm listening, please go on. Rias, she asked me for power, and to save her I told her that I couldn't get her to medical aid in time the way she was. She knew and asked to be reincarnated as a devil of the House of Kquime, and so I did just as she asked. She is now a half-devil half-Nico. Issei, I should have known getting involved with the supernatural was going to be impossible, but I'm glad that we did get involved, for if it wasn't for you Kaneko might have. Rias, Issei, may I ask something? What is your goal? Issei, my goal, that's simple, I aspire to Kquime's involvement. My goal, that's easy, I aspire to gain the strength to defeat anyone and everyone, that way I will never have to see another loved one suffer, Issei said as he closed his eyes. Rias, interesting, most men nowadays and throughout history have only ever wanted to have money, fame and girls, but you're different. Issei, Rias, well, to begin with, you're not mentioning wanting more girls and you're not a musclehead, you really do care about Kaneko, and you're strong but don't boast about it. Issei, that's a bit of information, but I must say this, your eyes seem interesting, sad, strong and determined. In Rias's head. How? He's reading my eyes like a book, he knows something wrong, he perfectly described me. Yet another reason why Rias was interrupted midway through her thoughts. Issei, but please allow us to get back at the subject at hand. Rias, why yeah, back to the subject and reason you're here. Issei, before we begin please do tell me, are you feeling well? You seem to be bright red, a fever perhaps? Rias, blushes, And no, I'm not ill at all, it's Jew, please let's get back to the reason you're here. Issei, very well then let's proceed. Rias, okay, so I've already informed you of the events that took place on my side when I found Kaneko. I'd like to ask about that giant power surge I sensed. Issei, that was me and the Sagme and a monster fighting. Rias, I see, if that's the case then, I assume you must have gone full power? Issei, yes. Rias, I believe you have the ability to sense others' strength through aura. Issei, and how would you jump to such a conclusion? Rias, first you were able to sense Sona, she mentioned that she was hiding her presence, then there was Seraphal. She mentioned something around the lines that you said, I should be able to take you, and after that when my brother arrived you backed down after a little skirmish. Issei, your ability, I put 2 and 2 together, is great. I can sense auras but not exactly the way one would think. Rias, alright, now I have a favor, can you spar with my elder brother? Say, sure? Rias, thank you, I'll call him over now, meanwhile please do make yourself at home here. Kaneko should be waking soon. Rias took her leave. Issei, Kaneko, you put me through some trouble, but thank fate and Rias for your well-being. Issei talked to an unconscious Kaneko for what seemed like 39 minutes, but a knock was then heard. Surzex and Rias walk in. Surzex, so I hear my young sister has gone and set up a match between us. Issei, ye know I actually asked for this. Surzex, oh is that so, well then I'd be glad to spar. Rias, alright, both of you come this way, I asked Aquino and Grafia to set up a barrier just in case. Issei and Surzex both followed Rias to where they'd face off for their match. 15 minutes later, Issei and Surzex reach the area where they'd face off and began to wait till the barrier that would separate them into a parallel empty dimension was activated. As the barrier was activated, Issei took no chances and went on the offensive limitedly, all while inspecting Surzex stats. System Brace, Human, Brace, Pure Blood Devil. Rank, Boss Layer. Rank, Great Satan. Level, 112/. Level 180/. Health, 112k per 112k. Health, 500,000/500,000. Stamina, 120k per 120k. Stamina, 100,000/100,000. Strength, 12,000. Strength, 16,000. Speed, 9,990. Speed, 4,900. Endurance, 24,936. Endurance, 14,000. Defense, 12,940. Defense, 12,009. Magic power, 14,000. Magic power, 72,000. He hasn't gotten stronger since the last time we met. One thing's for certain though, I'm definitely faster and more durable than him, but then again this isn't that new form, Kquime. I'd better keep on the offensive, Issei said to himself as he kept forcing Surzex to defend. Surzex looked at Issei and let out a destruction waves at all directions simultaneously. Issei of course kept dodging the attacks with ease. Surzex took his chances and engulfed his fist with distraction magic and began his offensive bout against Issei. Issei, no matter how much you strike him faster. Surzex, that may be true but you underestimate me. Issei closed his eyes as Surzex was letting massive amounts of destruction magic out into the surrounding and that was affecting Issei's vision. Surzex, seeing exactly what he had wanted to see, was now even more aggressive in his offense towards Issei. To the surprise of everyone outside of that barrier, Issei with his eyes closed was dodging Surzex's every attack with ease. Surzex? How? Wait, your senses must be top-notch, incredible. Issei kept dodging until he decided to jump backwards while rotating 90 degrees. While doing the 90-degree spin, Issei had kicked Surzex twice in the face. Surzex was sent flying but not for long as he catches himself before he hit anything. I think I should get serious now, said Surzex as he cracked his knuckles and smiled. Issei, oh how very interesting, you were hiding your true power, smiles slightly, I can't wait to see it. Surzex started to slowly unleash his powers out slowly, and suddenly out of nowhere he let all of his power burst out, causing a massive earthquake as destruction magic covered so much terrain. Surzex, Issei, this is true destruction. Issei, I can see it's no joke, now let me show you my power. Issei transformed into his Kquime form and activated his Mangekyo while summoning Excalibur rapidly. Issei, let's dance, shall we? Surzex, gladly, but can you keep up with me? Issei, that should be my question. Issei/Surzex, one way to find out. Outside of the parallel dimension. Rias, geez, for some reason I can't get the picture of my elder brother dancing with Issei. Graphia, their choice of words were meant in battle context, not romantic ones. Rias, I know, it's just they seem completely into it. Graphia, Surzex never gets time to do such things like this, I'd assume he's enjoying this, but Issei, I do not know. Both girls talked while watching this battle unfold via Magic Link. Magic Link allows them to see the battle live. Soon after both transformations were done, their powers were so great that the barrier itself was about to tear down without both fighters knowing. Issei, are prepared? Surzex, of course. Issei blitzed Surzex as fast as he could, and after image, behind me. Issei said as he swimmingly cut through the image. Yes, I am behind you, Surzex whispers next to Issei's ear. Surzex then started to move at very high speeds around Issei in a circle, it looked like. Surzex was walking slowly around, but that was the after images. Soon after a few couple hits, Issei started to perceive the next bit and the next one after that. Surzex was closing in for another hit, but Issei tilted his head slightly, completely dodging the attack by a hair. Issei then grabbed Surzex's hand and body slammed him into the ground. The impact of the hit caused a crater several miles big to form. Dust covers the skies, and Issei was now fighting Surzex as he had gotten used to his speed via Sharingan. Surzex's aura was very unpleasant and even very harmful as it caused tons of the surrounding to get destroyed. Issei, this place is slowly being destroyed. Surzex, my power spread out everywhere, causing it to get destroyed slowly. The farther I'm away, not Tuesday closer I am, the stronger it is. Issei, so kinda like a bacterial disease spreading throughout a body, the closer it is to brain the more dangerous it is. Surzex, kinda, but the white blood cells aren't there to fight it. Issei, anyways, let's get in with our fight. Issei and Surzex began their fight as to not waste time. Surzex, who was clearly more powerful than Issei, was being given a fight like no other. His powers, instinct, perception, knowledge, and ability to fight and adapt are incredible, Surzex thought to himself. A system notification popped up to Issei. It mentioned Cursed System Ability, Curse Immunity obtained. Cursed System Kquime Form Level 2 reached. The system then stopped talking, and Issei grew the biggest smile ever. Kquime Stage 2, consume my body and give me your strength. Issei said as a giant explosion radiating black aura engulfed the whole place. It took Surzex a couple seconds to adjust his eyes to that darkened aura that was all over the place, and as he adjusted his eyes he'd see Issei walking slowly towards him. Issei, compare our stats. System. Devil versus Kquime. Say, compare our stats. System. Race, human. Race, pure blood devil. Rank, boss layer. Rank, great Satan. Level, 112/. Level 180/. Health, 377k per 425k. Health, 367k per 500k. Stamina, infinite. Stamina, 59,000/100,000. Strength, 657k. Strength, 700k. Speed, 193k. Speed, 74k. Endurance, 160k. Endurance, 142k. Defense, 100k. Defense, 127k. Magic power, 190k. Magic power, 325k. Issei, System, explain Kquime Stage 2 a little to me. System, Kquime Stage 2 is the incarnation of all the world's evil. This stage also brings a few very strong incantations. The power of this form increases as your normal strength increases. Issei, well, now I kinda wanna know more. System, Kquime Stage 2 is a form that rids yourself of all fear, attachments, and the purest of thoughts. The longer one stays in this form, the closer they grow to evil. Issei, so the longer I stay in this form, the most likely I'll become evil. This is a problem in many ways. As Issei was lost in thought, Surzex took this as an opportunity to strike at Issei, but Issei's body forced itself dodge swiftly and without problems. As Issei dodged Surzex's attack, his body countered with an attack of its own. Issei, what's going on? System, Kquime Stage 2 is a form made for combat. It took action to prevent any damage done to you as you were lost in thought. Issei, so I don't have to worry about reacting? System, Kquime Stage 2 will force the body to dodge and counter every time you're not capable. Issei, this seems perfect, but the turning evil part doesn't seem to nick bad. Issei's body countered with a move called Bad Omen. This move only caused a Surzex to feel a burning sensation in him. Surzex, Issei, this move of yours, it's not all that bad, but that being said, it's nothing to worry about. Issei, oh yeah? Well, that matters not. I don't even know what that was. Issei vanished from Surzex's view and reappeared behind him. When Issei reappeared behind Surzex, he used a large number of attacks that consisted of attacks such as Magic Shot, Magic Tracing, Quick Strike, Sharpened Claws, and Kquime Stage 2 signature move Plasma Strike and Bad Omen. Plasma Strike is a move that creates a magic sphere that is then engulfed with Kquime 2's evil energy, which is toxic enough to drop normal humans with no resistance to energy such as Senjutsu dead instantly. Plasma Strike will then after impact explode in the process, releasing all that build-up energy and magic. After Issei hot Surzex with these many attacks, Surzex released waves of destruction energy that was able to push Issei back, causing him minimal damage, but something was bothering Issei. Issei felt his HP going down every second little by little. Hey, what's this? I feel as if I'm taking damage even without being attacked. Asked Issei. Issei, this is an effect being created by you facing me, said Surzex with a smirk on his face. Issei was confused by this and the system started talking to Issei. System, this is not an effect, this is a destructive energy being dispelled around the whole battlefield, in other words AoE. Issei, Surzex, do you mean that the area is being affected by your destruction energy? Surzex, how did you find out? Issei, Surzex, I'm no fool, I was totally confused, Issei told himself. As Issei said that he'd blitzed to Surzex and began to fight in close quarters combat, both were evading each other's strikes for the most part, but Issei, being faster by almost 3 times, was getting a few hard hits in, but that's not to say Surzex wasn't doing any damage, as his AoE attack was still damaging Issei little at a time. Both fighters kept at it for a while till both of them were ready to end this match. Health, 58k per 425k. Health, 51.3k per 500k. Surzex started to accumulate tons of destruction magic into one single blast, and as Surzex did that, Issei closed his eyes and raised his arm up into the air slowly while chanting something. O crescent moon which lives in the darkness of outer space, grant me power, the power to smite my enemies underneath your triumphant rule. The clouds darkened and the surrounding grew cold, and still a violent gust of wind came out of nowhere. Surzex felt disturbed as a chill ran up his spine. Disturbed as he was still excited for the outcome. As both Issei and Surzex had finished readying their attacks, Surzex unleashed his destruction wave at Issei. It went with extreme precision and power towards Issei. Issei, on the other hand, opened his eyes, and as he did, the surrounding felt the effects of gravity increase by tenfold, and Issei swung his hand down while saying crescent spear. The darkened clouds were pierced by light blue rays of light, and soon after the spear came forth with unimaginable speed and power, so much so that not even the shape was visible. The sound barrier was shattered completely. Both attacks met and countered one another in the space between both Issei and Surzex. Once both attacks connected, utter chaos ensued. The land all over the country was absolutely destroyed. The ground, skies and seas were swirling around the continent as if you were in the middle of a cyclone. Rocks, water and wind were all over the place, and now this was Issei's terrain. Both Issei and Surzex were very hurt by the explosion created by both attacks, and now they were fighting, but Issei, being faster and more mobile, had a bigger advantage over Surzex. Issei was so focused on beating Surzex that his eyes started glowing bright red. The only thing Surzex could see was the glowing trail of light in his eyes. After 3 minutes of Issei jumping and blitzing around the terrain, he'd defeat Surzex with a final blow to the gut. As Surzex fell to the ground in defeat, not unconscious, the barrier had reached its limit and broke down to the littlest of magic particles. Graphia. Incredible! This barrier is strong enough to hold all the Dragon Kings, and these two at full power destroyed it. Rias. That's not all of it, they destroyed all of Japan. That wa. Rias was interrupted by Surzex and Issei laughing loudly. Both were beat and tried not. It was clear to Surzex that Issei is stronger. Surzex. Issei, do you have the ability to passively heal? Issei. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Surzex. I just couldn't help it to realize the damage on you was slowly fading away. Issei. Yes, I did. In fact, I healed lots, but you were still causing more damage than I was healing. Surzex. I'm interested in that form of yours. Issei. Oh, you mean my cough cough. Surzex. I think we should rest for a bit now. I'll be heading home. Issei. Very well, I shall go cough home as well. Rias. Well, Sona's quite an idiot. She messed with him, which was a bad idea. Graphia. The first time I met him, I most definitely never sensed this power. He's indeed incredible. Rias and Graphia then lead Issei to the exit. Issei gave his farewells to the both of them and left to go home himself. At home, Kuroka was waiting outside for Issei's return. When Issei showed up, upon seeing his bruised body, Kuroka freaked out and asked Issei what happened as she ran to his side. Issei was more than willing to answer her questions, but he'd need to take a shower first. Issei went into the shower after putting his clothing in the laundry. But a familiar Nico followed Issei into the shower. Kuroka and Issei spoke for a little after she'd sneak in. Issei told Kuroka if the events that had taken place. He also told her how Kaneko was doing and what she decided to do. Kuroka, so she went off and became a devil. That doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is that she's okay and no longer in harm's way. Issei, yeah. Hey Kuroka, could you please stop rubbing your hands on my body like that? It's. Kuroka then seductively finished Issei's words as she said, turning you on. Kuroka was behind Issei and his back was turned to her, so she slowly moved her left hand sliding alongside Issei's wet body until she grabbed a hold of his Excalibur. She then started to press her body up against Issei's back, and due to this Issei was growing restless. Fufufu, should I take care of this joystick for Yunaya? Kuroka said in a playfully yet seductive way. Do what you want, Issei said while blushing. He then released the tension in his body. Now that he was relaxed, Kuroka started to stroke slowly. Eventually over time she'd pick up the pace and then slow down as to not have Issei reach his climax. I think it's about time we both enjoyed ourselves, don't you Issei Naya? Kuroka asked as she kissed him in the neck. Issei grabbed Kuroka's arm and pulled her into the shower. When Kuroka was pulled into the shower, Issei positioned himself in missionary position with Kuroka. Kuroka was taken aback by his sudden shift in attitude. "Oh my, looks like you're yearning to be inside me," Kuroka said playful. Issei, without saying a word, inserted his dick into Kuroka. Both Kuroka and Issei felt amazing, the warm water droplets hitting their skin while both of them were connected. The sensation of love, pleasure and lust all at the same time made Issei the best feeling ever. 40 minutes had passed by and Issei and Kuroka were still in the same position as before, and in these 40 minutes Kuroka and Issei had orgasmed together. Once, they were still far from finishing as Issei was now very active. "Issei, let's change positions." Kuroka, "Okay, but I'll take the lead." Both Kuroka and Issei changed into the reverse doggy style. They'd go on to be in this position for another 40 minutes till they reached another climax, but both Kuroka and Issei left it at that for the night. 20 minutes later, Kuroka and Issei had finished washing off and soon after they'd both make dinner together. They ate, talked and laughed and soon after they'd go to sleep. Next morning, Issei woke up and received a call from. Typical day. Issei woke up and received a call from Surzex himself. Surzex. "Hey Issei, that fight we had was amazing but I'm still kinda hurty hee. Issei, I could heal you if you want." Surzex, "No thank you, it's alright. Issei, may I ask something of you?" Issei, "I still don't know you well enough for favors, but let me hear it." Surzex, "Okay, I have a job for you, you'll be paid handsomely if you choose to take it up." Issei, keep going." Surzex, "Well, it's about the Phoenix clan." Issei, "Assassinations take up time and covering them is a real big pain, so I won't do those." Surzex, No, not an assassination. I believe you have an interest in my sister, or the way you talked about her the other day." Say, Surzex, "Well, glad you're still there. I want you to cut off the marriage between Rias and Riser Phoenix. Do you think you can do that?" Issei, "That arrogant flying hot Cheeto is engaged to your sister." Surzex, "Why yeah, sighs in defeat." Issei, "It's not very smart to talk through call. Meet me elsewhere tomorrow noon. You set up the place." Surzex. Then Issei hung up. "Geez, why must I be bothered all the time? I still have school and stuff," Issei said as he got out of bed completely. "Leaving so soon?" said a very familiar voice. Issei, "Yeah, I have to get up, I have school to go to." Kuroka, "Fufufu, you seem to be up and out of bed and in a foul mood because of school." Say, "It's always like this." Kuroka, "That's cute, but why don't I make you happy on this fine morning?" Issei, "I'm sorry Kuroka, but I have to get breakfast done and stuff." You're really gonna say no to me and this kitty down here," Kuroka said as she took the covers off and rubbed her entrance with the tip of her fingers. Issei, I really can't ever say no, no matter how many times you do this." Kuroka, He kitty speaks." Issei, "Okay, but let's make this really quick, I definitely can't be late for school." Kuroka, "Okay, my wove Issei." Issei, "That sounded weird coming out of you." An hour and a half later. "Shit, system, how long is it gonna take us to get there?" Issei said as he was running to school. System, "It'll take 14 minutes to this rate of speed you're currently going. You Amy reach the school in less than a second if you use your real speed or teleport." Issei, "No can do, it's day right now and people are all over the place. Is there any shortcuts?" System, "There aren't any shortcuts available." This is so frustrating," Issei said out loud as he kept running till he made it to school all sweaty. Rias Gremory and her group came in right after Issei walking. "Issei, I see you've made it on time," said Rias with a smile. Issei, "Yeah, I was actually working out, that's all, and I happened to be a little hit in a rush because if it a nervous laugh." Rias, "You seem to be quite tense." Issei, "Is there something the matter?" "Kaneko will kill me if she found out I almost came late to school because I was Issei was thinking to himself while nervously blinking. Issei, Well anyways, glad to see you've all made it here." A girl in Rias Gremory's group spoke out trying to get Issei's attention. "Issei, can we talk?" Issei walked away as if no one had called out to him. Issei was clearly avoiding Kquime. Kquime, sorry but now is not the time to speak. Soon we'll be able to talk again, but first I must attend to something first. Issei said to himself in his head. With that Issei walked away ready to start class. Issei had arrived at the classroom and soon after class started, Issei finished his work as he'd always do. After that Issei always went to the rooftops to set his mind at ease. It was every day that Issei took off to the rooftops in order to calm his mind. After class were dismissed, lunch, Kaneko always joined him and had lunch with him. After that they continued to participated class as they should have. After the day was over Issei and Kaneko always left together. But that's not to say Kaneko always went home with Issei, as 2 7 days a week Kaneko stayed at Rias's home. Issei arrived home alone. Issei opened the door and Kuroka as usual pounced on Issei, giving him lots of kisses on the cheeks and a few on the lips. "K Kuroka, I get, I love you too, but I'm a bit dirty right now, could you maybe?" Issei said as he then chuckled slightly. Kuroka, sure thing. Is Kaneko late or is she staying at Cherry Girl's house? Issei, she's staying at Rias's house for tonight. Kuroka, oh okay, that means I get you to myself again fufu. Issei, it sure does mean that. I should go take a shower. Kuroka, okay, I'll have dinner ready by the time you're done Naya. Issei, sounds great. Issei then left to the shower. It took him about 14 minutes to finish doing his thing and soon after he went downstairs as he was attracted to the sweet delicious aroma of Kuroka's cooking. The food Kuroka made was already served and ready to be eaten. "Dig in Issei, I hope you like it Naya," Kuroka said with a genuine loving smile. Issei, "Thank you honey, can't wait to eat this." Takes a bite. "Wow, this is amazing. Its texture, it's smooth." Kuroka, "I'm glad you like it Wove." Issei stopped eating and put down the silverware. He looked at Kuroka in the eyes and said, "Kuroka, I love you, I also love your cooking, and I'm very lucky to have met you." Issei then resumed eating the delicious food. After 15 minutes Issei was ready to sleep and so was Kuroka. Just before sleeping Kuroka asked Issei something as she hugged him. "Do you think Kaneko might stop staying here?" Kuroka said in soft low tone. Issei turned his body around so that he'd face Kuroka in bed. He looked at Kuroka and began to talk. "Kuroka, this is our home, she knows that too, she'll never leave us, so don't worry about it." Issei kissed Kuroka in the lips before going to sleep. Shortly after, Kuroka fell asleep after calming herself, as every time Issei took the lead in some things she couldn't help but to feel embarrassed but happy. Every day had something new in store for this growing family, but they're very normal days on top of the constant eventful days. Battle of Wits. It's been 2 FIC weeks since typical day, author. It was 7:30 p.m. Issei was powering up in the quest areas during night. What is this place? After I beat the Earth Dragon of the last quest area, I find myself in a sneeze, in a Arctic-looking place. "Oh, it's cold, really cold," Issei said as he was freezing literally. System, seek warmth, temperatures here reached -100 Celsius. Issei, no wonder I'm freezing. System, Issei, you must seek shelter, a blizzard is approaching quickly. Issei, oh great, a blizzard, it's just gonna get colder from here on out. Where's the nearest cave? System, there are no caves nearby, forms of shelter near us take form in holes or dead trees. Issei, so there isn't any shelter nearby, well I can't see anything with snow falling everywhere. System, warning, monster detected 3 miles northeast, proceed with caution. Say, I can't go fight is as I'm freezing, so I'll just bunker down somewhere. With only a few minutes till the blizzard arrives, Issei made a hole underground, he covered it up making a roof of dirt. System, below the snow dirt is found, after this you may heat the small area up to gain further warmth. Issei, is fire an option? System, absolutely not. A fire in a closed space will leave the smoke trapped, this will affect you negatively. Issei, geez, I was messing around, learn some humor will you? System, something 5 times your strength approaches. Issei, what? From where? I can't sense it, where is it? System, it was a joke, learn some humor will you? Issei, why fair game, I might get a heart attack if you do that again. System, my system might overheat if you keep joking around. Issei, your systems can't overheat. System, And your body is far too strong for heart attacks. Your body is protected and inspected by the system, so should any heart attacks be present, it will immediately be neutralized. Issei, that's a lot of information, and you know what? Issei and the system kept bickering over and over again till the blizzard stopped. Man, it's been hours. It still seems that our unknown friend is still waiting, Issei told the system. System, the position and status of the creature have not changed. Issei, well then let's greet him, best get comfortable with our neighbors. Issei made his way to the creature just to find it frozen solid after digging it up. This thing, what is it? Is it a type of cat? Issei asked, very confused. The system then responded after analyzing it for a little. This creature seems to strike a strong resemblance to snow leopards, the system had stated. Issei, look at that iron claws. System, those iron claws seems to be laced with a sort of effect. Issei, well ain't that cute, I guess we should take him out. Issei looked at the 6-foot-tall creature. It stood mighty as it was frozen. Issei summoned Excalibur rapidly and was about to push the blade into the ice covering the neck. Issei had seen something change mere seconds away from pushing the blade in. The leopard's gaze was following Issei's movements. Leopard's measurements: 6 feet 0 inches in height, 7 feet 0 inches in length, 737 pounds. Within these few seconds the ice shattered. Issei then saw its body in a better angle. The system notified Issei about the leopard. System, the leopard ranks as a mythic. Issei, serious tone, what's its stats? Use Kquime Stage 1 as a reference. System, name? Race, human. Race, snow leopard. Rank, boss layer. Rank, mythic. Level, 112/. Level 200 out of 200. Health, 377k per 425k. Health, 2.5m/2.5m. Stamina, infinite. Stamina, 400k per 400k. Strength, 657k. Strength, 1.1m. Speed, 193k. Speed, 138k. Endurance, 160k. Endurance, 97k. Defense, 100k. Defense, 76k. Magic power, 190k. Magic power, 100k. Issei, it has me beat by a lot on the physical department, we just might have to flee. System, ready yourself, it's on the offensive. Issei activated the Mangekyo and he activated Stage 1 Kquime. Issei dodged with ease and knew how to get around cats very well. By exposing his back or neck he's able to lure in the leopard as it fought with instincts purely. Issei was dodging left and right with ease. He learned the first time with the Mega Croc that he shouldn't let his guard down. If one hit connects it's practically lethal. Issei said as he dodged and struck back. This kept going on for 11 minutes. It's almost lost no health. This is going to be a problem. Issei kept attacking and using a large variety of attacks. Snow leopard, health 2.1m/2.5m. Issei, we can't use the same strategy over and over again, it'll pick up on our patterns. Furthermore, something's not right, this fight is dragged out and too easy. System, another individual is lurking around. Issei, I can sense, thank you very much, but the question is, where is it coming from? System, exactly 524.4 inches away. Issei, so 43.7 feet away, that's about the length between us and the leopard, something's not adding up. Issei began to fight once again, but this was as he talked to the system about the situation. With the Sharingan it was fairly easy to dodge the very predictable strikes of the leopard. System, it's possible that 2 consciousness inhabit this body. Issei, so one in the outside and another one that lays dormant deep within the body. System, indeed so, though the situation may vary, there are currently many possibilities, but 3 stand out most. Issei, 2 consciousnesses inhabit the same body, one controls while the other rests. System, one of the consciousness are held prisoner to the other. Issei, or the consciousness we're fighting is the husk and the true inhabitant is the one that is dormant within. System, these are the 3 possible answers. Issei, it has a lot of HP, so maybe if we beat it up to a point the other one wakes up. System, Tread carefully, the snow leopard is increasing ever so slightly its adaptability to your current fighting form. Issei, well, it won't matter much anyways. Now Kquime stage 2, submerge my body in power. As Issei said this, the transformation began and a dark, desolate aura consumed the surroundings very quickly. Issei, sighs, cold tone, it's time to take care of this thing. Issei raised his hand up in the air and called down a barrage of plasma strikes. Every single strike hit the leopard with 100% precision. That should suffice for now. Now about the other being in there, it's time for you to come on out. Issei said as he walked closer to the smoke screen created by the many explosive plasma strikes. As Issei got closer, he suddenly felt a jolt of lighting pass through his body, and so on he jumped out of the way at full speed. 600 milliseconds later, a figure had struck the exact spot Issei had been previously. A millisecond is 1/1000 of a second. Issei, so you're finally out. I was beginning to get bored. Now that you're out, entertain me for a while. Who are you? Issei, oh, you don't seem to be the creature I was fighting a moment ago. So in the end there were two souls and a body sealed within the outer body. Low, emotionless voice, I won't let you hurt my familiar anymore. As the smoke screen dispersed, the leopard stood a little injured but mostly fine. Issei, your power, it's incredible. I'd surely lose if this was a battle of strength and endurance. But in this fight those matter least. Issei prepared once again to summon a barrage of plasma strikes. By just before that he used Bad Omen. Is this your doing? I feel uneasy and nervous despite me being far stronger than you in power. Issei, if that's all you notice, you're far weaker than I gave you credit for. Issei called forth the plasma barrage, and just after that he blitzed the girl with white hair, and with a plasma strike slammed the attack into her stomach. Endure that, Issei said as he moves away. As Issei moved away, Tuesday leaped or jumped from behind Issei and forced him to change direction. So he took a left turn, but as he did so, the girl was already there. Damn it. Issei was caught off guard as he had adjusted the plasma with paralyzes. The girl pulled her arm back as Issei tried to change course once again. She then struck crushing mountain. Issei was hit dead center of his body. Issei, X2 cough blood. That was impressive, but you failed to realize something. Issei had faked being startled by the attack, but this was merely a part of his plan. Normal, a hit like that would have destroyed him, but due to iron defenses and armored scale being activated at the right time alongside enhanced reactions, he was able to position himself mid-air just right so that when he was hit, instead of being crushed by the attack, he was left hurt. Issei smiled as started recovering quickly due to his regeneration. See, it's not about strength, this battle is of wits. And right now you've fallen into my trap. Issei said as he sadistically smiled. My body, it's fatigued and it's going numb, but I'm immune to poisons of all kinds. Issei, Bad Omen doesn't affect you physically for the most part. It tends to focus more on your soul, mana and etc. By putting you into a state of adrenaline, it accelerated the omen's growth and spread, kinda of like poison would. So you're messing with my mana. Issei, precisely, you catch on quick. I like that, but unfortunately for you, you're going to die soon. Battle, if word right? Of it was about that we both had each other beat. Issei, what could you mea? I didn't notice it. I will say you're clever. Issei was completely defenseless as the attack she had performed broke down all of his defense. Issei's defense, 0. Issei, so now one strike is enough to kill me. Behind Issei stood the leopard, which was ready to kill him at a moment's notice. Issei, matters not, you lost this fight the moment you touched me. When she had punched Issei, she made contact with the aura all around his body, which was extremely toxic both physically and spiritually. It also serves as an accelerator for Bad Omen. The unnamed girl fell unconscious before she could say anything else. The leopard then rushed to her side. Issei, the leopard has lots of HP, which is a bad thing, but right now I'm defenseless, so even a bit from it would kill me. Issei's health, 43.1k per 425k. Issei, damn it, my body's getting heavy now, I've sustained too much damage. Issei's consciousness was fading away slowly. Eventually he ended unconscious. In his mind, Issei, man, I feel weird. It's like I change personalities completely. System. Your personality is completely altered due to this fact. Most of your fighting does so as well. Issei, don't we fight those same though? System, no, you mostly depend on speed while your Kquime stage 2 depends on intelligence. Issei, this is really complicated for me. What's the situation outside right now? System, your body isn't deceased so you're still alive. It also seems that your body is being warmed up, so hypothermia isn't an issue. Issei, how long will I be unconscious for? System, another 1 hour. Also note you've been unconscious for 3 hours and a half. Issei starts to argue with the system as they always did, and as they did that the hour passed by fairly quickly. Regains consciousness. Issei opened his eyes and quickly realized he was underneath something warm and fluffy. Issei reached out to grab the thing covering him, but as he moved the thing quickly lifted up. Issei, a tail? Issei looked and saw the snow leopard providing him with shelter. Why didn't you kill me when you had the chance? Issei asked the leopard. The leopard couldn't talk but just looked at him and then looked at the unconscious girl. Is it because I didn't finish her off? Issei asked, not expecting an answer. The leopard just looked at him and then looked back at the girl while it was wagging its tail. Well, I guess I'll stick around seeming as I have nothing else to do for the time being, Issei said quietly. System, that is not your motive, you're just trying heal so that Kuroka doesn't lose her mind seeing you all bruised up and hurt. Issei, would you shut your damn mouth for a second? System, I don't have a mouth. Issei, well guess what, I don't give a. Issei was talking to the system via mental speech, not literally screaming. After a little while the girl slowly opened her eyes and upon seeing Issei she. Deeper truth. Upon seeing Issei she stood up immediately ready to fight. Issei continued to lay there just thinking about other things to do till he snapped out of it. Oh, you're awake? How are you feeling? Issei asked calmly. Why didn't you finish me? Issei responded very quickly to the girl's question. It's simple, I'm interested in you, you're the first event creature that can speak that I've come across, and of course your leopard here would have surely killed me in return, but it didn't finish me, instead it gave me warmth, Issei said with his eyes closed, enjoying the fluffiness of the leopard's tail. The girl sat down resting her back on the leopard's side. Issei began to speak once again. Hey girl, do you have a name? The girl was confused as to what Issei was asking, so Issei started explaining what a name was. A name? I wish to have one but I was not given a name, the girl said coldly with her gaze directed onto him. Hyuna, Issei said to the girl. Hyuna, then Hyuna is my name, she said with a super faint smile. Issei, how about we name your buddy there Yukihyo? Yukihyo, meaning snow leopard in Japanese. Hyuna, Yukihyo, very well then Hat shall be his name. Issei, I want to talk to you about something, are there more of you? If so then how many and where? Hyuna, I haven't met anyone other than you, my partner has always been Yukihyo, so he's the only one I know. Issei, I see, and about your intelligence, you seem to know how to speak, how's that? Hyuna, I don't really know, when I came to existence I already knew how to speak, my knowledge is limited but just enough to speak. In his mind. Issei, it seems that she was given basic information yet she wasn't given information such as names. System. Perhaps she was created to introduce the idea if creatures that could speak and have human traits. Issei, so you're saying she was meant to die, that's why she wasn't given a name. System, not exactly, she was meant to kill you but the chances of that were low to begin with since you've unlocked a form which was meant to be unlocked in later stages of the system. Issei, anyways let's continue. No longer speaking in his mind. Issei, that's all I wish to know for now, do you have any questions? Hyuna, were you born here? Issei, no I wasn't. Hyuna, what's it like where you come from? Issei, it's warm, sun always shines bright, and there's many humans around. The calm blue oceans are there too. There's so much about world I come from and most importantly the ones I love most live there. Hyuna, love? Issei, I can't explain that to you, it's something that comes with time. Hyuna, what does it feel like this love thing? Issei, it's amazing, it makes you feel at ease, it's soothing, it gives you all types of feelings, the want to protect them with everything you have. Hyuna, your heartbeat changed just now, is something the matter? Issei, like I said the want to protect them with everything you have. I failed not too long ago, and because of my failure I almost lost one of the ones I care for most. Hyuna, you will soon find yourself face to face with the corrupt kings. Issei, kings? So they're more to this after all, huh? Do you know anything about them? Hyuna, I do not know anything about them. Issei and Hyuna kept talking for a while, and not having anything to do, Issei spent the next 2 weeks in the quest area. Issei did not only gain Hyuna and Yukihyo's trust, but he's also come to learn many things about the quest areas. 1. During events, quest areas become more dangerous and the creatures get boosts. 2. Something is delaying the event waves. 3. Each quest area has champion weapons that vary from FS rank. 4. Each quest area has a different time zone and time processing. 5. Living in quest areas increases training effectiveness. Issei, Hyuna, let's slow cook this reindeer, it'll really bring out the flavor in the meat. Hyuna, MHM. Issei slow cooked the reindeer as to bring a new taste into both Hyuna and Yukihyo's lives. How long do you think it's been since we've been here? Issei asked the system as he cooked. It's been roughly around a day and a half, the system said to Issei. Issei's look was that of a worried yet nervous man. Issei, hey Hyuna. Hyuna, is something wrong? Issei, no, nothing's wrong, it's just that I should tell you this now. Issei took his sweet time to tell her that he was going to go back home. Of course this was as they ate. Hyuna, sad low voice, so you're leaving? Issei, I can't stay here forever, I have to go back home and see both of them. Hyuna, in this short time with you I've been at peace, I feel like I could sleep without worrying about anything, I can eat with a smile, but just as you said once. Issei/Hyuna, not all good things last. Issei, I had a feeling you'd say that. Hyuna, those words have shown me some truth in things, but those words have a deception that lurks within it as well. Issei, oh, and what might that be? Hyuna, that good things come to an end. Issei, wait, you didn't get the point in those words, did you? Hyuna, good things only come to an end if you let them, so if you don't let them they'll stay. Issei, well that's one way to look at things. Hyuna, what I'm saying is, grabbed Issei by the shirt and pulled him close. Issei. Hyuna aggressively pulled Issei in for a kiss. They stayed connected for several seconds. Hyuna, that I won't let you go. Issei, did you just? Hyuna, you said that's what people who love each other do, should I not have done that? No, this feeling I want to hold on to it. Issei, I'm in a sticky situation. Hyuna, did you think of my feelings to this? Hyuna, I did, and I still went for it. I want to keep this feeling, so when you said you were going back home, I felt different, like I was going to lose something I want to feel. Issei, so low, interrupted. Hyuna, love? I think I feel love. If this is love, I won't let it go, so I've made up my mind you won't leave, you'll stay with me. Issei gave a flabbergasted look. She's strong enough to force me to stay, but this is Issei was thinking to himself. Issei, Hyuna, I have to go though. Hyuna, if it's sexual relief you want, I'll give it to you, please just don't leave, I'll do anything you want. Hyuna was very persistent on him not leaving, and Issei wasn't sure of what to do. This was very sudden for him. She's been slowly opening up to me over the 2 weeks. Oh, that's right, if you corner an animal it'll show its fangs even if scared. In this case those fangs are her true feelings, Issei told himself, in his head. Hyuna, I feel if you leave me I'll be alone, I'm scared to be alone again, Issei. Issei, Hyuna, then how about you come with me? Hyuna, go with you? Issei, yes, sorry for putting you on a tight spot like that, so what's your answer? Hyuna, yes I'll go, can Yukihyo? Issei, of course he can come. Hyuna smiled and shortly after regained composure and back to her normal coldish self she went. Issei, you know Kuroka might take your finger for this, the systems told Issei in a sarcastic manner. Issei's response was rather scared. Of course I know that stump system. I not only have to explain why I was gone for a full day but I'll have to explain Hyuna's situation, Issei said with chills running down his spine. Issei, do not forget about the kiss. No matter what you do the scent of her will remain on your lips for a while, even if you clean it off. I know, well now the journey back home. Side note, it's been 2 weeks for Issei but it's been 4 weeks since he's gone in the real world. Issei's OP gaming system. An error was made in the last chapter. The time was late, 2 something a.m., at the time of this previous chapter being made, the error was deeped from me. The previous content of the side note said it was 1 day and a half for Issei and 2 weeks in the real world. It's been edited to the proper information that should have been given. From me once again. They left the quest area. Upon arrival back from the quest area, Issei was in front of the door. He heard noises inside of his house. Hyuna, it seems rather loud in there. Issei, well, you'd better cover your ears because it's going to get loud for real once we go in there. Issei reached out to the door handle and slowly opened the door. Nervously, Issei said nothing as he walked in. He walked toward the kitchen but stopped at the hallway as he heard many people talking. Hyuna was treating this as a hunt, so she hid her presence as to not alert anyone. Issei was hiding his presence as well as to also not alert anyone. So Issei and Hyuna listened in. Issei is still nowhere to be found, a familiar voice said. This was coming from Grafia herself. Keep looking around, someone that powerful couldn't have just vanished without a trace, Surzex said calmly. Kaneko was in the room. She was depressed alongside Kuroka. Note, no one found out who was the killer of the super devil, hence why Kuroka isn't in some deep trouble. Kuroka, Issei wouldn't disappear like this for no reason. Surzex, we'll find him, but please keep yourself well fed. Issei most definitely wouldn't want to see you like this once he returns. Rias wasn't sure of what to do, so she called out to Kaneko and began to give her a piece of her mind. Rias, Kaneko, crying won't solve anything, so please stop this at once. Issei cares for you so much. I'm sure wherever he is, he's probably thinking about you and your sister, so snap out of it. As they kept talking, Issei noticed something very quickly. What Issei noticed was the scent Hyuna gave off. Hyuna's scent wasn't horrible, but it gave off strong scent of hormones. Issei, damn, it will be noticed in no time. She's giving off lots of serotonin. This might be due to the fact not even 5 minutes ago she mustered up the courage to kiss me. Kaneko was sobbing less and less as the time went by, but soon it was quite noticeable to Kuroka that someone was there. So she called out to whoever was hiding. Issei, damn it, she found out. I guess there's no hiding it, I'll just have to. System. Issei, she hasn't noticed you, she's noticed Hyuna. Hyuna, without much thought, he walked out to where the people present there could see her. Are you Kuroka? Hyuna asked the girl who was in fact Kuroka. Yes, and who are you? Furthermore, were you hiding? My name is Hyuna, and I have him. Hyuna said coldly. Kuroka, mad voice, you have Issei? Hyuna, yes, and I'll say this once, he belongs to me. Issei was asking himself what the hell was she doing. She's making things more tense and worse, Issei thought as he was readying himself to come out. Kuroka, I want to see him now. Kuroka wasn't having any of it. She was furious, sad, and scared all at the same time. So Issei came out of hiding. Issei, hey, I'm sorry I wasn't able to, slapped in the face. Kuroka, do you have any idea how long it's been since you've disappeared? Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Well, do you? Issei, Kuroka, I'm truly sorry. It didn't even require to use senjutsu to tell that Issei was really sorry. Issei didn't have an explanation, all he could do was apologize. Kuroka poured her heart out for 11 minutes. Kaneko was shocked to see Kuroka in that state. She'd known her while life. And not once she's seen her like this. Hyuna took one look at the whole situation and decided to break the depressing atmosphere, and to do that she just picked up Issei and threw him over her shoulder. I'll be taking him now. Hyuna tried to walk out of the house but didn't seem to understand where the exit was. Hyuna, Issei, how do we leave this den? Issei, this is my den and could you maybe put me down? Hyuna looked Issei in the eyes coldly and said, your loved one is crazy, but I'll replace her, so don't worry. Kuroka went from sad but angry now. Issei is mine, not yours. Hyuna and Kuroka kept arguing back and forth on who Issei belongs to, and eventually things settled down. Kaneko was rather calm about the situation after seeing Issei was fine. She later led Hyuna to the shower after Surzex and Grafia alongside Rias left. Kuroka was now alone with Issei and she hugged him really tightly. Please don't ever do that again. Kuroka said this as she hugged him like it was the last day they'd ever see each other. Issei, Kuroka, I'm sorry for worrying you, next time I'll definitely tell you. Issei and Kuroka made up a bit as they cooked up something for everyone to eat. Issei quickly noticed that Kuroka had lost several pounds. He felt even more guilty about it when he sees Kuroka's smile every time he glances at her. Kuroka, hey Issei, I want to ask you this. Why is that other lady's scent on your lips? Issei, well, the thing is, when I told her I was going back home, Issei explained to her everything that occurred over the time he was absent. So she's gonna live with us? Kuroka asked, confused as to what Issei was saying and hinting to. Kuroka, because if so then I wouldn't mind it, cute teasing smile, just as long as pay more attention to me. Issei, of course, thank you for understanding, Kuroka. Kaneko and Hyuna soon came to the kitchen where the food was already done and severed. Issei had a couple hard seconds explaining to Hyuna how spoons and forks worked. So this is for eating, Hyuna said as she looked deeply into the spoon. Hyuna, Issei, I should be entering mating season very soon, so till then let's hold off. Kuroka/Kaneko, PFFFFFD what? Say. Misunderstanding. In the domain. So it seems the foul creature crawls closer as the light and darkness change places. Day and night cycle. Well then we shall await its arrival and take out precious time ripping it apart. Do not be foolish, that impudent creature grows stronger with each passing cycle, so whatever you do, do not let your guard down. You talk so much, fire worm. Well, anyway, I'll triple the Dark Knight's patrol. Real world. Issei, it only happened once. Hyuna, huh? Issei, her sweet gaze struck deep within my soul. It was like love at first sight. Hyuna understood what Issei was trying to do, so she played along. Remember, mating season is close by. When it comes around we can mate all we want, Hyuna said with her poker face. Issei, yes, I shall wait for that day. Kuroka, yes, there's something I am not getting here? Kaneko, I thought you were different. All men are really the same, pervert. Kuroka, being curious and upset about it, checked to see if Hyuna's pheromones gave off the feeling, which they didn't, and Kuroka was relieved for a number of reasons. Kuroka, humph, your trickery won't work, you're going to have to try harder than that, Issei. Issei, so you've seen Throng masterful. Kuroka pinched his cheek. Issei looked down and sighed. This isn't really working, is it? Kuroka looked at him and told him, silly, I fell for you because of how you are. Don't try to act all cheerful. That's not you. After that, Kuroka kissed him in the cheek she had pinched. The group talked the rest of the night and later went to sleep. Of course, Kuroka slept in the bed Issei was sleeping, and Hyuna slept in Kuroka's room. Kaneko went back to Rias's place and they all slept, obviously. Next morning, upon waking up, Issei felt a little heavier than usual. He knew that Kuroka wasn't on him because he fell asleep holding onto her tail like a pillow. When Issei opened his eyes, he saw Hyuna laying down on his chest, just looking him. They were close enough for a kiss, but that wasn't the intention. Issei calmly asked what she was doing, which to responded very calmly and quickly, I'm watching my mate rest. Issei just looked at her and smiled, you hungry? Hyuna jumped up, super exited, and just as fast as she jumped up she readjusted herself back to the cold type. She didn't say anything, but Issei already knew she was hungry. When Hyuna jumped, Issei felt Kuroka's tail twitch. He knew as soon as that happened she woke up. Issei acted as if he didn't know she was awake. So he went in a prepared breakfast. Issei asked Kuroka to shower Hyuna, which she did without hesitation. Little did Issei know Kuroka was full to the brim with questions that Hyuna could answer. So while she helped Hyuna shower, she asked away all of her questions. Hyuna answered each of the questions, but she left out the parts of the dangerous things waiting for Issei in the domain. Issei was done cooking breakfast. Come eat breakfast, Issei hollered out to the girls. Issei didn't get a response and thought nothing of it. After a couple minutes, Kuroka and Hyuna made their way to the kitchen where they ate and talked of all sorts of things. Well, anyways, I'll be going now. Kuroka, take care of Hyuna, and Hyuna, please do the same with Kuroka, Issei said as he left to go to school. After Issei left, Hyuna, can I go to school? Kuroka, probably not. I mean, you're a grown-up, right? Hyuna, I don't know if I'm an adult or not. I learned how to speak properly and came to know of new knowledge because Issei taught me. Kuroka, well, we have to get past step 1, figuring out your age. Do you have any friends or companions? Hyuna, yes I do, but only one. After Issei, let me introduce you. Hyuna closed her eyes and held her hand right against her chest. After a few seconds went by, a glow started to emerge from her hand. After this glow appeared, Hyuna slowly pulled her hand away from her chest. As Hyuna did that, the glowing got bigger and more intense. After glow left, a giant snow leopard stood in the kitchen. Kuroka, Hyuna. Kuroka, I introduced you to Yukihiro, my first companion and friend before I met Issei. Kuroka, Sin, that's a giant friend, he looks kinda cute. Hyuna, yes, he's very soft. Kuroka, oh Hyuna, let's shower your friend, I'm sure his fur would love that. Note, due to Yukihiro not being normal, nothing about him is, his fur is incapable of being dirty unless blood stained it. He's always clean. Hyuna explained to her that Yukihiro doesn't need to bathe and things of the sort. Kuroka and Hyuna kept bonding the whole day while Issei was at school. Ring ring ring. Issei got up as the bell for lunch started ringing, and as he stood up he started wandering around the campus aimlessly. Soon after, Issei was so drawn into his thoughts he didn't notice Aquino turning the corner with a stack of books. Both Issei and Aquino bumped into each other as both of them were preoccupied with something. When Issei bumped into Aquino, the books Aquino was carrying fell and she herself fell on her back. She wasn't alone as Issei fell following right after Aquino. Instinctively, Issei did move with his hands where he tried to bring them up to his chest, but when Issei landed in the ground, all he ended up doing was catching Aquino and pulling her close. Aquino had fallen backwards on her back and Issei fell forward. Issei was on top of Aquino and their faces were a single centimeter apart. They were so close they could feel the warmth the other emitted. Both Issei and Aquino could even feel each other's breath. Both were caught so off guard that they just looked at each other in shock. When the realization came to both of their minds, Issei and Aquino's faces lit up bright red. Issei got off of Aquino while Aquino laid on the ground still shocked by what had happened. Issei looked to the side in embarrassment and extended his hand to help her get up. Aquino grabbed his hand and up she went. Issei apologized not once not twice but 3 times. He picked up the several books with Aquino. Aquino giggled and said, "You know, if you want to be on top you should take me out on dates first." Aquino said this in a teasing manner. Issei couldn't help to blush as that just reminded him of the event that was playing over and over in his head. "I know, I'm so sorry for it." Issei was trying to think of the words to use when Aquino said, "It's okay, there's no need to apologize. We both weren't paying attention." Aquino started to walk to where she was trying to go originally. System. Issei, your body is accumulating sexual stimulation. Issei, shut up, I know that already. System. Shall I lead you towards Kaneko? Issei, no, that's messed up, I'll just wait it out. Issei waited for minutes, and after the sexual stimulation was gone, he resumed wandering around. One thing Aquino nor Issei thought of at the time was to look around. A girl had seen Issei and Aquino in that awkward position, and so on rumors spread faster than fire in dry forest. When the rumors reached Kaneko and Rias, who were in a room with Aquino, Kquime and Kiba. Everyone apart from Kiba looked at Aquino in surprise and jealously really struck Rias hard. Rias. Aquino, are the rumors true? Said in a demanding tone. Kaneko, who was mad, asked the same thing. Kaneko, is it true, dirty bird? Aquino, itching each, yes, they're true, though something's missing, something else happened as well. Rias/Kaneko, what has happened? Aquino, that's a secret. Issei felt shivers running down his spine as he walked aimlessly around the school. After school, Issei was headed home as he thought Kaneko was going to spend the night at Rias's house again, but he was dead wrong with that assumption. Kaneko was standing right in front of him with a look that pierced his soul. Kaneko wasn't standing alone because not far behind her Rias was visibly uncomfortable but itching to say something as well. Aquino, on the other hand, was smiling and very calm about the situation. After standing in silence, he figured it was about the rumors. Issei just looked at Kaneko dead in the eyes. It's true, the thing about Aquino, yeah, it did happen. Kaneko, so you did it with her? Why didn't you tell me y'all were dating? Issei. Kaneko, why look so surprised? I'm sure you knew this was gonna happen. Issei, wait. Kaneko, I did not do it with her and we're not dating him, we just bumped into each other, that's all. Kaneko, then what Aquino said was lie. Aquino, I didn't say I did it with him, I just said something else happened, hee, wink wink. Issei was speechless but invited them all to his house as they were going to have dinner. Rias's big request. Issei invited the somewhat large group to his home, which the group definitely accepted without hesitation. After getting home, upon entering the house, Issei called out to Kuroka, "Love, we have visitors." Issei stepped aside so that the group could enter. After the group entered, Issei closed the door and took his shoes off and proceeded to walk towards the bathroom, and along the way 2 ears popped out from the corner of the kitchen wall. "So we have visitors, aren't you going to entertain them?" Kuroka asked Issei. "I'll leave that part up to you. I have to go take a shower, I feel mucky," Issei told the curious Nico. Kuroka, "Hee, I think I'm feeling mucky, I should take a shower with you." Issei, "Thanks for the offer, but if we go in there we won't come out of bathroom for a few hours. There's also the fact we have visitors." Kuroka, "Fine, I'll take care of these kittens while you get refreshed. Hee, make sure to clean my personal plaything properly." So, Issei walked off and Kuroka gave off a defeated expression. Now what was it I was supposed to do? Kuroka wondered. Suddenly Kuroka remembered Issei and her were going to cook together, so Kuroka told the sorta hungry group that they'd have to wait till Issei came back. This wasn't a problem to Rias nor Akino. Kaneko stood up, went to the jar on the countertop and grabbed a lollipop. After 15 minutes, Issei came out of the bathroom, put his clothing on, and shortly after went downstairs where he'd see the rest of the group. "Phew, that shower was great. You should have joined me," Kuroka, Issei said with a smug on his face. Kuroka looked at him with questionable expression, yet Issei shrugged it off like it was nothing. Issei, "Well, shall we get started?" Kuroka? Kuroka, "Yep." Issei and Kuroka started preparing the food and Akino and Rias began to try to help out by setting the table with Kaneko. 10 minutes later, Rias was asking Issei some light questions as Kuroka and Issei talked as well. The difference was that Kuroka and Issei were laughing and smiling a lot as they did the work together. After eating, Rias, "Issei, have you thought of working somewhere that pays a lot?" Issei, "Thinking about it, I actually haven't thought of it. I do earn tons of money, clean money, so not really." Rias, "I see, then would you like to?" Kuroka, "Nope, I can see it right through you. Issei is mine and I know you're trying to snatch him up." Issei, "I'll think about it." Rias, "Also, what might the job be?" Rias, "That's pretty simple. It's to help improve my team in both magical and physical aptitude." Issei, "P50, I think I'm a little too busy for that type of stuff, Rias, "Of course, you'd only have to train us 2 times a week for at least 5 hours. The pay I'm sure would suffice." Everyone was looking at Rias wondering how much she was talking about. "I think 100,000 per training day works, don't you, Issei?" Rias asked in a happy mood. Issei was baffled by this and was very tempted to accept. Issei, "I'll definitely think about the offer." Issei was wondering how much he made often in the domain, so he asked the system, "Hey system, how much do I make?" The system began to relay the information to Issei. "System, on an average your income increases by 10%. This is per every new domain unlocked. Per every domain visit you make an average of 730k. Issei, Wow, I thought we at most might have made 50k per every trip." System, "Of the 730k your balance only shows you 14.6% of what you made, the rest of the 85.4% is stored up. Furthermore, when payments are needed to be done it is taken from there." Issei, "Payments? Oh yeah, that's right, you take care of all my financial stuff. You also pay my taxes." System, "Yes, I pay your taxes with your own money. It's unbearable communicating with the other system which confirms the payment. Means the bot that helps with your payments if not talking to a person, in other words, so annoying." Issei, "No idea what you're talking about." Issei, "How much do I make a year?" System, "There's no answer, you go into the domains at random times." Issei sighs and answered Rias. Everyone was surprised by his answer. Issei, "Rias, would you make me the happiest man and raise it up by 100k? Rias, upon hearing the first half of the speech, was taken aback and blushed and looked off to the side, no knowing what to say. Rias was also shocked as he finished his question. Rias, Why, sure, that's no problem, sorry I was taken aback by your words." Akino, "Fufufa dear Rias, were you expecting something else?" Rias, "No, nothing at all." Akino, "Kaneko, back off girl, he's mine." Kuroka, "Ichish? He's mine. I spend more time with him than any of you, that also includes you." Kaneko, Kuroka and Kaneko started bickering back and forth. That's also when Hyuna woke and came downstairs. Not far behind her followed Yukihiro, who was very curious as to the noise. Issei, Hyuna, how was your rest? Hyuna, it was comfortable. I'm still getting used to not sleeping on hard surfaces, so I find it a little weird at the moment. Issei, seems like you're getting used to our way of living. Issei started patting Hyuna on the head gently. This whole interaction was seen by all the girls there, and Kuroka didn't take kindly to that. She was jealous because head pats are hers. Kuroka, she's stealing my head pats. Kaneko, soon she'll start to steal my tail rubs. Kuroka/Kaneko, hey, cut it out. Say, what? Why scream? I'm only patting her. Kuroka, meh, I'm horny. Issei, let's go already. Kaneko, do you know any shame at all? Kuroka? Issei, I think she does, but not all the time. Kuroka looked at Issei with a devouring gaze and left upstairs. Hyuna went upstairs as well, and Yukihiro stayed downstairs with the rest of the ones there. Issei, it's late right now. Do y'all want me to take y'all home or? Rias, if it's fine with you, I'd like to stay the night. Akino, I'd like to do the same. Kaneko, WM, if that's the case, then you're both staying in my room. I'll stay with y'all as well. Issei, sure. Rias and Akino, do you bring clothing? Rias and Akino looked separate ways, making it clear to him they didn't. I'll go somewhere real quick, Issei said as he put his shoes on and left. Issei was walking for about 15 minutes and was thinking, will I make it in time, or is the shop closed already? As soon as Issei reached the shop, it was indeed closed, but the owner was cleaning the shop before calling it a day. The owner noticed Issei and remembered he was the most loyal customer to the shop, so with no problem the owner opened the doors and let Issei in. Owner, Issei. Issei, hi, thanks for letting me in. Owner, it's no problem. What clothing you looking for? Issei, sorry, but I don't know the exact measurements. The clothing is for girls. Owner, H&M, you're quite Tuesday player. It's not your usual 2 sizes for girls, you look for so new ones. Issei and the owner talked and tried looking at lots of measurement examples for the clothing was trying to get. About 30 minutes passed, and with the help of the expert he knew exactly what to get. Thank you, said Issei to the owner. It's not problem, I'm happy to have a costumer like you, said the owner of the shop. Issei handed the money that the clothing costed and a little extra as a token of gratitude. Token being 5k extra. Issei left before the owner could decline the 5k, and after a while Issei was almost home, but suddenly the system warned him. System, warning, something powerful is watching you. Issei, where from? I can't feel it. System, it's coming from an unknown domain. A few seconds later, it's no longer watching you. Issei, my senses didn't even react. System, your senses didn't react because my plane of existence is connected to the domains. As to where you aren't, the domain and this world are in separate dimensions, meaning the creature seeing you could very well travel here. Issei, this is too much for me to think right now. Issei started walking home and everything was fine for the first 10 minutes. Things seemed peaceful, though the peace came to an end just as fast as lightning. Issei's last sight was the ground, sky, and everything around him warp in a swirly way. Just as fast as things happened, they came to a halt. The hell? Issei said as he looked around. System? Not knowing what was going on, Issei called out to the system, and to Issei's surprise the system didn't reply. Issei looked to his left and right. After he had looked at both directions, Tuesday's surrounding started to fade and be replaced with another surrounding. This time when the surrounding finished warping, Issei felt a wave of headaches flooding into his head. Issei didn't scream but felt horrible in the head. After a few seconds of intense pain, the headache vanished as fast as it came. What? Issei questions himself as his clothing and body seem battle-worn out. Issei looked at his hands and felt a soreness running along them. Was I fighting? As Issei said that, memories flooded into his head. Slash, struggle, rumble, thump. Many footsteps, lighting, mirrors being destroyed. Fleeing, vision blurred, nothingness, opening eyes. The memories Issei revived were very distant and unclear at the moment. Those memories felt real. I could only see flashes and tiny bits of it. Issei wondered as to what just happened and what were the memories about. Later in thought, Issei was snapped out of it as he heard the familiar footsteps in the distance. Issei didn't stick around to see what it was, as it sounded like many of those things were in their way. Issei fled into the alien-like terrain, trying to not get discovered. Issei ran for about 30 minutes at top speed, and during this time he couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety. Whatever might be doing this, I should stay away from for a while. Issei began to walk slowly after this, and out of nowhere 3 minutes later he found himself unable to move or turn around. Issei was frozen in place by human instincts. Issei didn't look behind himself, but being able to sense what was behind him was more than enough to let him picture it. Issei couldn't think at all in these terrifying moments. "Wait, you have my power, so use it." Issei heard this off into the distance, but the voice was coming from his head, in the deeper parts of his consciousness to be exact. Issei was frozen in place. Because of this, his dark power started leaking out, Kquime aura. For every passing second the leaking became greater in amounts. "Will you transform?" Issei, in a shift of emotions, suddenly became enraged, and all of his aura started leaking out by massive amounts. So much so that he immediately transformed into Kquime Stage 2. "Issei, you had me off guard." Turns around to the direction of the thing. "It won't happen again." "Well, seems you're no longer startled like the mere bug you are." "Issei, the hell's with your confidence? You won't even show yourself." "I'm nowhere near you, that was just my presence behind you. Don't waste time, find me so that I may kill you." "Issei, mind saying that again? Like hell you'd kill me." Kquime 2 boosts his confidence and DK-headness. "I'll take my leave now. Remember this, finding and killing me are the only ways to leave this place. Don't take too long or the real world will suffer." "Issei, I'm going to kill you, so sit tight and wait for me." The footsteps were once again getting close, and because Issei was in this form he didn't run. Quite the opposite actually. Issei ran towards them as fast as he could. As soon as Issei got to them, took 0.7 seconds, Issei had seen the things that were hunting him. "Issei, these things are uglier than anything I've ever seen." 1/ is what Issei thought would take for him to kill them. The unnatural world and creatures had other plans. True warriors P1. It tanked it? The surprised Issei questioned loudly. Issei didn't have much time to think, as one of the monster soldiers had blitzed right in front of him. Issei blocked as easily and remarked that the blade is so sharp it could slice him in half if he wasn't careful. "I'll have to inspect without the system," said Issei as he looked into the soldier's stats. Race, undead, blitzer. Rank, soldier. Level max. Health, 67,000/67,000. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 13k. Speed, 109k. Endurance, 12k. Defense, 0. Magic power, 9k. Skills/ability. Flash, moves 10x faster in a single burst. After using it 3 seconds, unable to move. Sharpen, flight, motion sync. Race, undead, shield. Rank, soldier. Health, 130,000/131,000. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 71k. Speed, 15k. Endurance, 111k. Defense, 93k. Magic power, 0. Skills/ability. Vanguard, redirect, 1% of the physical DMG done. Brawler, right judgment, motion sync, able to respond accordingly with team's movement. Shield. Race, undead, lancer. Rank, soldier. Health, 101,000k per 101,000k. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 107k. Speed, 73k. Endurance, 97k. Defense, 29k. Magic power, 11k. Skills/ability. Dead spear, drain pierce, defense negation, passive, range throw, deception, 50% resistance. Race, undead, basic. Rank, soldier. Health, 70,000/70,000. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 83k. Speed, 60k. Endurance, 70k. Defense, 57k. Magic power, 0. Skills/ability. Basic attacks, enhanced reactions, counter-attack, 15%. Race, undead, attacker. Rank, soldier. Health, 130,000/130,000. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 213k. Speed, 100k. Endurance, 0. Defense, 0. Magic power, 0. Skills/ability, power slash, claymore, spikes from its body shoot out. Rip, it saws at whatever it hits, berserker, magic drain, magic immunity. Seems that my foes are a little stronger than I have the M credit for. Issei smiled midway through the next attack that had been launched. It didn't take very much for Issei to figure out that the small team worked in perfect unison. Issei had grown tired as the troublesome team kept annoying him. Enough, it's time to die, the sadistically smiling Issei said as he jumped into the air hurling swarms of magic strikes. Every hit that connected made the field look like a battlefield where it was constantly being bombarded by endless air strikes. Eventually Issei called off the endless hordes of magic attacks. Issei only expected one of the undead to be standing, but to his surprise 3 stood. The spear, the shield and the sword still stand. I guess this'll be better than I thought after all. Issei blitzed to the still-standing enemy and began close-quarter combat with the 3. Issei was dodging left and right easily, but the teamwork he found himself against was quite great. Issei looked at the tank and did a gesture. Issei had summoned his elite shadow soldiers and made it clear to them that their target was the tank. The croc and the spider were able to hold it off temporarily as they could not die and kept regenerating from Issei's magic. All while those 3 were fighting, Issei was fighting the spear and sword undead. He was dodging for the most part as he was analyzing their movements and skills with the blade/spear. So his next attack is aimed at my arm. Issei did a 360 rotation and grabbed the spear user's spear. As he did that, Issei used his free arm to summon Excalibur rapidly, and as he did that he pierced its helmet and skull. The undead had some HP left. Issei figured out the spear's weakness. So if I destroy the head of the spear, it drops dead instantly no matter how much HP. Is this Tuesday same for him? Issei looked and blitzed at the stronger-looking undead. Issei blitzed to it, and at his surprise the undead was already prepared for that and merely parried his attack. This one's quick, Issei said as the undead soldier maneuvered him into a weird fighting situation. It's trying to get me to use my actual power. I guess it's alright. Issei blared his magic and shot uncountable amounts of strikes infused with magic. Say, there, that should do it. Undead? Say, the hell it's screaming for? And why is it still standing like my attacks had no effects on him? Thinking, oich, that's it? Haha, magic immunity. I forgot it's a part of its skill set. Issei ferociously started to attack the undead with no end. Every strike was hard and heavy. Within a few minutes the undead was destroyed. So to beat these types, I have to destroy the armor completely. After this, Issei finished the rest of the undead off. A while later he'd continue encountering and fighting undead as they flooded the caverns and forest of this strange place. For days later. There's no end to them, is there? They keep getting stronger the deeper into the domain I get, the bewildered Issei thought. It wasn't long before Issei was once on the offensive due to the never-ending waves of undead. Issei didn't realize it because of his ego, but he was growing stronger as time passed by. System. Wake. Issei. System? Issei was puzzled as the random voice he heard. I'm probably losing my mind to this never-ending battlefield. The thought of the system's voice lingered around for what seemed to be an eternity. After 2 more days, Issei got massive leads out of nowhere on the direction he had to go in. Without much thought, Issei blitzed everything on his path. He memorized all the undead attacks patterns. It didn't take him more than 3 days of constant movement and battle to arrive at the gates. This is the place, huh? Issei smirked and walked ever so slowly towards the unfamiliar enemy. Issei, inspect. Race, Dark Warrior, not an undead. Rank, Unholy Knight. Health, 400k per 400k. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, 213k. Speed, 139k. Endurance, 300k. Defense, 101k. Magic power, 50k. Skills/ability, Dark Saber, 2x DMG, negative reactor, effect reduction, 30%. Last stand. Its power isn't very bad, it'll fall and die like the rest, Issei said as his face went from smiling to serious. Say, race, human, rank, boss layer, level, 112/. Health, 800k per 800k. Stamina, infinite. Strength, 1.2m. Speed, 219k. Endurance, 272k. Defense, 190k. Magic power, 320k. Skills/ability, fusion. Say, True Warriors P2. Issei, Excalibur rapidly I summon you to my will, match that of my own. Applies bad omen to rapidly. Asterisk dark rapidly asterisk still holy but now also dark. Issei lunged out at insane speed with dark rapidly in hand. Actives the Mangekyo Sharingan. Scared? Issei said, not expecting a response. I fear no one. My blade, honor, and life spirit belong to the Lord of these lands. He sought that you should be killed. His wishes are my will. His word and command are my life, the undead said loudly and with pride. Issei struck the undead while surprised by the response of the undead. The undead knight parried the attack of Issei's. Issei, able to see its movements better and without problem, was able to keep himself unharmed. The knight made many attempts to kill him in a single struck but failed. 10 minutes into the fight, the Dark Knight tried once again to lethally strike down Issei, and at this moment Issei counterattacked instead of dodged. He targeted underneath the arm of the knight. As he struck and tore the knight's arm off, Issei immediately rotated the blade and cut the other arm with that. The knight fell onto the ground and Issei held the point of dark rapidly at the knight's throat. It's a pity you serve another, so strong yet so weak. Because of your orders, Issei swung the blade, destroying the knight instantly. Now it's time to get going again. Issei continued to move at top speed toward the direction of a powerful being. With due time, Issei made it close to the place of his journey in this weird domain. Issei encountered many undead soldiers along the way and he tore them down with ease. Dark rapidly could do more damage to undead and things of dark nature. 2 hours later, Issei stood in front of these crooked, worn-out charcoal black gates. Issei walked past the gates, and as he passed by them he had known he was going to fight for his life. As Issei walked further in 12 feet from the gates, Issei felt it 2 miles away. This is it, I fight now. Smiles in a sadistic way as he walked patiently. Issei made it to where he'd sensed the overwhelmingly strong presence of the monster, one of the corrupt kings. So you've arrived at last, puny creature. Issei turned around happy to hear the being's voice. I did come here to kill you, so naturally I'd arrive. Issei didn't move, nor did the corrupt king. They actually had a chat, not a good one. So you're wanting to say you've been having trouble with my servants? Haha, well then I think it's about time, don't you? Issei smirked as the corrupt king said that. Not even less than a second later, the corrupt king made his move. A powerful swing aimed at Issei's head flew so fast that the old Issei wouldn't have been able to react. Issei of course dodged it as he could see and react to the moves of the king. Issei dodged a few more times and few more followed by more dodging. Issei saw an opportunity as the king was changing fighting forms. Issei, with no hesitation and no regard for his own well-being, dashed out full speed. He unleashed a few combos of strikes and magic that all ultimately failed. Issei's goal wasn't to hit him with those attacks but to have him dodge those attacks and get more confident getting close. You fight horribly, Issei said, taunting the king, as to which the king responded back, why thank you for the compliment. I'll duly make note of that. The king laughed out, and Issei took this chance to swing upwards with dark rapidly. It worked. Issei managed to cut the left eye of the king and graze his cheek. CK equals corrupt king. See, damn you. You planned to have me drop my guard so that you could take my eye, for that I'll take yours. Issei, calm yourself, you are a so-called king, your behavior is little more than a child having a tantrum. Wait, no, you remind me of the goblins, actually you're beneath them, honestly. Smirks. CK, I'll kill you, guards. Hold him down as I tear him to pieces. Issei, my, looks like I'll call in my own army. Issei called out his shadow army, one with even stronger versions of themselves, because Issei became more powerful. Issei looked around as the now-forming Colosseum was being flooded with undead. Issei once again looked at the king and saw his body being covered in armor and his body extending, as if it was changing. Issei, inspect. Race, rank, corrupt king. Level max. Health, /. Stamina, no stamina needed. Strength, speed, 340k. Endurance, defense, magic power, 1.2 m. Skills/ability? Issei, great, I'm fighting blindly. Issei looked around as the king disappeared and seemingly became air itself. A slight split in the air made Issei jump away. As he did that, he rotated around and saw a scythe flying across the place his head was originally at. This is definitely a problem, Issei said out loud as he started to use everything he had in his arsenal. Issei had to deal with an endlessly amount of attacks. Issei dodged and countered when he could, left, right, up, down. He's attacking from all directions simultaneously, and Issei scanned around seeing if he could use anything to his advantage. CK, not so good now, right? Haha. Issei, oh shut the hell up. CK, and who's going to make me you? Issei, yes me, who's? I don't see anyone is around here, dumbass. CK, don't call me a dumb, you rotten piece of. Issei, eat some dirt. As the corrupt king rushed at Issei, enraged, Issei kicked up some dirt, making a dirt screen, like a smoke screen. Lots of the dirt happened to enter the king's mouth as he had it open, screaming at the top of his lungs. What it taste like? Issei said as he kicked the king up into the air. I am not done with you just yet, said by Issei as he kicked the king back into the ground. This time Issei also sent an unimaginable amount of magic attacks. Man, you look like sure. Issei was interrupted as his neck was grabbed. I look like what? The king squeezed Issei's throat very violently. There wasn't much Issei could do. Issei's vision was slowly going blank. It reached the point Issei couldn't even move. Normal Issei, not Kquime Issei. This isn't him dying. Where was I? Where was I before coming into this place? Issei was just about to die till the king spoke out. I'm not done with you. Issei was let go, but immediately his face kicked into the ground repeatedly. Well, how's the taste of dirt? Issei couldn't do much but just lay there and take it all. Why am I on this journey for power? Is it to be the best? To protect someone? As Issei questioned everything he was working for, the image of many darkened outlines appeared in his head. Two of them weren't darkened, Kuroka and Kaneko. That's it, I'm fighting for them. I can't give up. As Issei was being violently kicked into the ground even further, he slowly started rising even while being kicked. The hell? You can still move. Color me impressed. Looks like our fun isn't over. The king was punched faster than he could even think. Issei's body radiated with a black and white aura. CK, what's with the surroundings? They've lost all color, they're black and white? Say. CK, hey, you say something. Issei appeared behind the king instantly. Where did he go? The king felt a sharp sensation in his chest. He looked down and was horrified as he did. Oh, you stabbed me, W? Issei, coldest low-tone voice. Shut up and die already. CK, but when? When did yo dash? My body feels limp. What did you do to me? Issei, it's called bad omen, not that it matters much anyways, since you're going to die right now. CK, wait, how about we work this OU? With one swift move, the king's head was no longer connected to the main body. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, who unknown. Rank, Dark Champion. Level 150 / Health, 407.3k/1.9 m. Stamina, infinite. Strength, 2.5 m. Speed, 700k. Endurance, 1 m. Defense, 1.5 m. Magic power, 3.42 m. Issei's power increased as he kept fighting the monsters down there. Author. My head's spinning all over the place. Coughs blood. I'd hurt so bad. Issei looked around frantically. His vision started to darken slowly. A few seconds later his vision was overtaken by darkness. Issei closed his eyes and reopened them mere seconds later. After Issei opened them, he was shocked. I'm back? Issei asked out loud as he stood in the dark streets holding bags full of clothing. System, you've been here all this time, however you did space out for approximately 0.973 milliseconds. Issei, what are my stats? System, your stats are as followed. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Race, human. Rank, Dark Champion. Level 150 / Health, 407.3k/1.9 m. Stamina, infinite. Strength, 2.5 m. Speed, 700k. Endurance, 1 m. Defense, 1.5 m. Magic power, 3.42 m. Issei, I'm stronger, then that wasn't a dray. System, Issei, you are as strong as you've always been. In a separate part of his mind, where the system can't access. Issei, even the system doesn't know what happened, something's off, then what happened there wasn't a dream but a change in time. No, reality? That isn't it, I'll think about this some other time, I'm tired. Hey, how about we head home? Issei asked the system, my home isn't here you idiot. Fine then how about I head home, jokingly said. Issei continued on his way home. Glad to be home. R18 warning. After Issei had made it to the door of the house, he noticed he was having trouble opening the door. It wasn't that he couldn't open it physically, it's just he didn't know what to do after he did. He's been in an environment where he's had to fight so much nonstop, he wasn't sure, and having second thoughts he still decided to open the door. Kuroka? Girls? Issei called out. He could sense the presence of the girls in the house. Issei, knowing each part of this house, quickly determined 3 girls were in the bathtub, and 2 others were in his room. He knew who was who and still went to the door of the bathroom and placed down the bags of clothing. He then moved into his room, and as he walked in he was surprised to see Kuroka and Hyuna naked. Kuroka was fondling Hyuna's chest with no end. She let out faint moans as Kuroka had her way with her. It's a bit too sudden. Slow down, Hyuna said this, and Kuroka's response was definitely a part of her character. Ooh, that's so? Well, aren't you trying to sleep with my lovey-dovey Issei? If so, you should be able to hold this at the very least. Hyuna questioned Kuroka's words while getting turned on even more. Kuroka smirked with many thoughts in mind, and just as she did so, she noticed Issei standing there. Well, if I said this was nothing compared to what Issei could do, would you believe me? Hyuna didn't respond instantly, but eventually, she did. I don't know, I haven't done it with him. Oh? Is that so? It's painstakingly obvious to me you have no experience in this stuff. Perhaps it's your first time feeling this sort of thing? Kuroka said as she teased Hyuna even more. Kuroka started to run her finger on Hyuna's back as Hyuna was posed like a dog on all 4. Kuroka pushed Hyuna down with her weight and began to slowly signal Issei to come closer. Hyuna, I have a question, Kuroka asked in a teasing full voice. Do you want to do it with Issei? Hyuna was hesitant to answer Kuroka at first, but she quickly gave in and answered her yes. Please stop making me feel so sensitive, Hyuna pleaded. And if he was here right now? Would you want it then? Kuroka asked the desperate Hyuna. Yes, I want Issei inside of me. I want to produce and carry his litter. So yes, I'd want him inside me, Hyuna said loudly as she snapped out. Well, what are you waiting for? You heard her, Issei, Kuroka said very delightedly. Issei began to take his clothing off as Kuroka turned the bright red Hyuna around on her back. Ready? Asked Kuroka. Hyuna was far too embarrassed to say anything and just went with it. Position. Penetration plus stimulation. Issei climbed on the bed and from there he started to slowly insert his manhood into Hyuna as he stared at Kuroka's back. Hyuna was beneath Kuroka, and Kuroka was on top of her on all 4. Eek! Hyuna felt Issei slowly enter her. Congrats, you're now a woman fufufu, Kuroka said in a teasing manner. Issei asked Hyuna if she was alright. She didn't answer but tightened her grip over Issei's pool stick. Issei in response started thrusting, as she kept accepting it into her. Kuroka smiled and looked at Hyuna. Her eyes were closed. Kuroka saw this and took it upon herself to mess around with her even more. I'm a swift motion. Kuroka pressed her lips against Hyuna's lips. When Hyuna felt Kuroka's soft lips sink into her own, she opened her eyes quickly. Kuroka was blushing not out of embarrassment but of a burning passion to devour her. All while Kuroka started having her fun with Hyuna, Issei was looking directly at Kuroka's pussy, since Kuroka and Hyuna were like sandwiches at the moment. Issei took this chance to mess around with Kuroka. Issei inserted his tongue into Kuroka's pussy. Kuroka said in surprise as intensely ate her out. Kuroka smiled and continued to tease Hyuna. As seconds passed, Hyuna very slowly started to loosen her tight grip, relaxing, over Issei's dick. Hey Hyuna, you're not in any pain anymore, I can tell by your face. You're feeling good, aren't you, Issei love? Go harder, will you? Issei, without thinking it though, just started to thrust even harder and faster. Slow down, Hyuna stuttered and moaned out loud in pleasure. That's right. Seeing your cold, also strong, personality in this with a weak expression makes me feel even more active. Kuroka was growing restless, and just like that she lifted her ass and felt Issei's tongue slip out. She quickly began pleading for Issei to give her his attention. Please put it in, Issei. Kuroka lifted it even higher as Issei touched her. Here I go, Issei said as he pulled out of Hyuna and started going down on Kuroka hard. Meanwhile, in the bathroom with the other girls, do you hear that? Rias said nervously and exited. Akino looked at Rias and said they're having fun. Fufu Kaneko bluntly looked at them and told them to calm their tits down. None of you are even going to sleep in the same hallway as him, so don't get any ideas. Kaneko was embarrassed and tried to come up with a conversation to distract them. Rias, are things this lively in the house usually? Kaneko, sorta. I don't know very much, I spend a lot of time with y'all. Rias, I think you should spend more time with them than us. They are family after all. Akino, that's true. Please be considerate of those around you. They probably want to spend more time with you and stuff. Kaneko, yes, I know that. I want to get stronger. I don't want to be a burden to him. Rias, you don't seem to be a burden to anyone. Actually, it's quite the opposite. You play a big role in those three's lives. Akino, Rias, you sound old, but it's true. Rias, who are you calling old? Akino, well, of course you, my dear Rias. Kaneko, great, the two cows are fighting now. Rias/Akino, shut it, surfboard. Kaneko, back with the three in the naughty act. After 6 minutes of non-stop hard pounding into Kuroka, Issei lifted her while turning her around. Standing suspended, Kuroka locked her legs around Issei and began to shake her hips alongside the rhythm of Issei's thrusts. This went on for almost 15 minutes until he noticed Hyuna desperately touching herself and calling Issei's name repeatedly. Issei increased the thrust power and speed. 2 minutes later, Issei, I am coming. Kuroka was very loud and nearing her climax. Then let's come together. Issei and Kuroka both climaxed at the same time. You poured a load inside me. Kuroka needed a little rest, and in this time Issei turned his attention to Hyuna. Issei looked Hyuna in the eyes and said, your turn. Issei slowly inserted it in her again, this time in the missionary position. Both of them went wild. After a good 33 minutes, Hyuna had climaxed 4 times as to where Issei did not climax once. That was about to change though. Hyuna, I'm going to come, and so am I. Both were going to come, but just at the last moment Issei pulled out and Hyuna climaxed. Phew, there's no knowing how your body would take in my seeds, so please bear with me, Hyuna, Issei said, after he had finished his load on her chest. That's fine, I feel so good, please give me more. Hyuna was very far into the grasp of pleasure, and Issei noticed that. As his biggest obstacle in bed, Kuroka, he looked over and Kuroka was ready for another round a long time ago. Come here you, Kuroka said in a very seductive tone. Next morning. He's on a what? With who? Next morning Issei? Issei? Issei slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Yeah? Everything fine, Hyuna? Hyuna looked down in embarrassment, asking Issei, how was it? Issei was confused and just woken, so it took him a minute to understand what she was asking about. Ooh, you're bothered by that? Hyuna nodded as to what Issei just asked. Well, if I told you truth, I'd say, came up to her ear. I'm crazy addicted to you. Hyuna became bright pink after hearing Issei say that. Hyuna was going to ask him if he wanted to do it again, but Kuroka woke up and asked, what's for breakfast today, hun? Issei, I'm not sure. What do you want to eat this morning? Kuroka, not sure. What do you think, Hyuna? Hyuna, I think chicken would be lovely. Issei/Kuroka. Issei, so pancakes and a few other things. Kuroka, I haven't had pancakes in a hot minute. Issei stood up and was about to walk out of the room, until Kuroka threw his underwear at him. You should definitely put these on, remember? Issei was way to try to think properly. Yeah, I almost forgot we have guest. Issei went to the shower, and obviously showered. He put his clothing on, and to the kitchen he went. After 20 minutes, the house was filled with the sweet, delicious aroma of the breakfast. Soon after the rest of the girls came out, Kuroka, Hyuna, Kaneko and both Rias and Aquino. It looks so tasty, can't wait to dig in, Kuroka said impatiently, as to where Issei softly slapped her hand saying, pass out the silverware first. Kuroka didn't argue or question him and just did it, and after she did so, she was the first one to start eating. Oh my, that does look good, I'm sure it tastes amazing. Rias said and looked at Aquino who was about to pick up the fork. This indeed looks delicious. I can't wait to try. Aquino took a single bite of the pancake and began to eat the rest quickly. It's much better than delicious, Aquino said as she moved into the eggs and bacon. Rias too enjoyed the breakfast as much as Aquino. Don't get used to it, this should be the last time you get it, said Kaneko who was a little bit wary. Kuroka slightly looked over at Kaneko and said, well, I don't mind sharing. Issei, she said this in a teasing manner. I mean, after all, you're hardly ever here, so it really wouldn't matter, right? Kuroka hit one of Kaneko's nerves and both began to argue at the dinner table. Issei, Rias and Aquino began to talk. Please forgive their sisterly love. Issei was a little apologetic but Rias didn't mind it at all. No, I understand that feeling more than ever, Surzex. It's quite lively here, it's rather enjoyable too. Rias went on to say things how she likes it here, and wouldn't mind spending another night if allowed to. Rias, I think you just want to stay another night. Aquino hit dead center behind Rias's words. All three continued to talk all while Kuroka and Kaneko had a little skirmish. Rias, tell me, Issei, do you want to go on the Kyoto trip? Issei, why yeah, isn't that 2 months from now? Rias, yes, it's a fun experience, but don't let your guard down, yokais inhabit the areas there. Oh, what am I saying, they wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Aquino, I heard their leader, Yasaka, is very skilled in senjutsu. She's potentially almost as strong as Surzex too. Issei, well, I can't do anything about that, I'm just there for a trip, straight face. Issei, Rias and Aquino kept talking about all sorts of things and later on they were joined by Kuroka and Kaneko. Issei, have you ever been interested in senjutsu? Asked Rias. Issei sipped his tea and responded fairly quick on his end. I've practiced quite a bit every now and then, though I haven't yet mastered it. Sure, I'm interested. Issei was rather wary about the trip and was going because Kaneko made a friend, Asia, who they saved from some fallen angels. They managed to escape through some miracle. Issei was pretty busy that day, and had left to go somewhere on his own. Issei didn't tell anyone where he was going, but it is noticeable he was wearing nice clothing, almost as if he was headed on a date. Issei left the house around 9:23 a.m., he walked and kept walking, till he arrived at the spot he was going to, 11 a.m. Sorry, am I late? Said a familiar voice behind Issei. 10 minutes late, 11:10 a.m. It's no big deal though, did you have trouble getting here? Asked Issei with a smile. Well yes, I'm quite busy all the time, so getting here without attention was rather quite the challenge. Issei chuckled to himself thinking about what she just said, and to think you took some time off to talk with me. Issei had a faint smile on his face as he said this. Issei looked at the sky, and remarked on how beautiful it was that day. Well, should we get going, Grafia? Issei offered his hand to her with yet again another smile. Grafia gladly accepted this kind gesture. Well, of course. Do you want to go to the cafe that opened up last week? Grafia had wanted to go, but not alone, and Issei didn't have time to go to it, and was actually looking forward to it, so he of course accepted super fast. From afar. What's he doing? And why is Grafia dressed like that? Wondered two girls wondered while the other three weren't exactly knowing how to act. Kuroka, Kaneko, Hyuna. Aquino, could it be that they're on a date? Ah, that's super cute, I'm glad for Grafia. Rias, what? No, Grafia's like a sister to me, she can't go out with the boy I like and stuff. Kuroka, each, so you do like Issei? He should have said so from the start. Rias, so, Aquino does too. Aquino, my, that's so very true, though I understand this side of Issei, he's a man, his masculinity's showing. I think that's wonderful, and remember, Grafia isn't family. She and Surzex only agreed to keep the marriage for the peace it'll bring with the old and new factions. Kaneko, what the hell? The both of you aren't allowed to like him. Kuroka Ikino Rias, why is that? Kaneko, you too Kuroka, you should be on my side. What's about you Hyuna? Hyuna, I'm not sure, and I don't really care all too much. Kaneko sighed in defeat as she was overwhelmed by girls. Something all the girls had failed to realize is that Issei and Grafia were long gone. Kaneko, this ain't good, we should find those two quickly. Issei's OP gaming system. Kaneko, this isn't good, we need to find those two. Meanwhile with those two, Issei knew they were watching him the moment their eyes laid on his body. Honestly, they can't give me some space, Issei told himself, in his head, as he kept walking with Grafia towards the new sweets shop, cafe. Around 13 minutes passed. During this time Issei talked to Grafia about things he's always wanted to try, and so did she. Both were quite chill, and once they arrived at the new cafe, Issei was rather surprised to see the old man he'd come to know as the owner of the clothing shop. Oh Issei, how was the clothing you bought the other day? The old man said, happy to see him doing well. They were splendid, but may I ask if you own this new place? Issei asked confused. The old man replied fairly quickly, well yes, but leave that for another time, I see you're rather busy. With a beautiful young lady, he getting around that time I see. Please have a seat. The old man brought them to a small table for two people and personally tended to them himself. I'd like to have cannoli, a raspberry cheesecake, and a few heart-shaped oatmeal cookies. Issei looked at Grafia and asked her what she wanted and to not hold back. I've never had a cannoli, I'd love to try some, and may I have a small strawberry cupcake? Issei smiled and the old man took his leave to tend to the two special guests. The old man later returned with the orders and 2 drinks that were on the house. The both of you didn't order any drinks, so I brought some. The old man had brought 2 cups of water for the talkative too, and after that he left to care for other customers. Issei was rather nervous for some reason though. Wow, it's kinda hot outside, isn't it? Yes, it is rather hot outside today. Yesterday was kinda hot as well, but please let's get to the main topic at hand, shall we? Issei took a deep breath and exhaled. Okay, I'm ready, so it's about that, right? Issei asked in a normal tone. Grafia answered calmly and collectively like high-class women with manners. Yes, it's about the situation with, but there's something else I wanted to talk to you about as well. Grafia reached out for the cup of water and took a sip after saying these words that interested Issei very much. Ooh. Issei was about to ask what it was that she wanted to say. Grafia took this opportunity to request something from Issei after seeing how drawn in he was. Does Surzex know about this? Issei asked calmly. No, he doesn't. I'm acting of my own will. So don't worry, no one else knows either. Grafia smiled and put the cup down. At the same time as she put the cup down, the old man arrived with the sweets. Well, here's your sweets, and should you need anything, please call me over. With that the old man left, leaving the both of them alone once again. Okay, so suppose no one knows, you want something back in return for that information, right? The mood wasn't tense, but each other knew of the other's intentions. Of course, it's only fair to do something for it. Also you catch on pretty quickly. It's an admirable trait. Both Grafia and Issei stared at each other intensely, so much so that the air around them was still. Things had seemed bad for a minute until Issei and Grafia both started chuckling to themselves. Well, it's always fun having these types of interactions with you, Grafia. Likewise, Issei. First-person dialogue. Issei, well, what is it you want me to do, Grafia? Grafia, go on an official date with me? Issei, PFFFFFDE, what? Grafia, did I say it incorrectly? Let me say it again, will you go out on a date with me? Issei, well, I'm now thinking okay your intentions for this. Grafia, I have no harmful or double-sided intentions. Blushing, you know I'm a girl too. In his head, gosh, that's so cute the way she said, you know I'm a girl too. Normal now. Issei, I'll take you on a date then. Grafia. Grafia, thank you. Now let's get to what you might want to hear. Someone's interested in you. The name of this individual is, after a while. Now that we're done with that, on to Rias's subject. Issei, that was a lot of information. I'll be wary of that individual. Thank you for the heads up. Anyways, on to Rias. Grafia, Ria stayed at your house, right? Issei, dis. Graphia, well, the Kquime and Phoenix households are aware of it. The Phoenix household is suspicious of you and your relationship with Rias. Issei, oh dear, is there any way I can avoid this altercation? Graphia, there isn't. Graphia, no there isn't, she's your friend right? If so would you mind helping her escape the engagement? And Surzek's offer still stands. A while ago he asked Issue for help with that. Issei, if I'm already drawn into this, then I'll help her, but I want this to remain secret until the time comes. Just you and me are aware of this, okay? Graphia? Chuckles. Yes, just between the both of us. It's getting rather late, we should eat these up and move on to the next place. Issei, alrighty, let's dig in. 1 hour later, Graphia and Issei had finished eating and chatting, mostly small talk. Alright, that was amazing. Graphia, wanna go to this place I like to go to? Issei had stars in his eyes. Well, of course, I'd be delighted to. Graphia smiled and walked alongside Issei till they arrived at the destination. Graphia took one look and said something out loud. A bar? Yup, one of the best in all of Japan. They serve all kinds of things like food, and they even rent out karaoke rooms and a bunch of other things. The young pervert said. With this, Issei suggested they go in and have a drink. Graphia accepted, and nothing more than them having a couple of drinks happened. Shortly after this, Issei became a little drunk. He actually became really drunk. Graphia, on the other hand, was a little tipsy. She decided to take Issei home. He was way out of it and not capable of taking himself home. Author, he can only be drunk for an hour a day. His body will kill the effects instantly after an hour. Aftershock, so sudden? After Graphia had taken Issei back home, she started feeling drowsy. Little by little she walked into many rooms in search of Issei's room. By the time she had already reached the room, the alcohol's weight was quite heavy on her. After she gently placed Issei down on the bed, she closed her eyes to concentrate on the feeling of the bed. She took a few more seconds than expected to open her eyes, but when she did, she was way too tired to even want to walk around. Feeling tired and drowsy, Graphia slowly closed her eyes. This time she wouldn't open her eyes for next 7 to 9 hours. Graphia had fallen asleep on Issei's bed. In her sleep, Graphia moved a little to the left, where Issei was. She later hugged whatever she had bumped into and wouldn't let go. Next morning, Issei felt a poke on his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes and there she was. Kuroka, and her mischievous grin. Did you do it with her? She asked playfully. What are you talking about? Issei asked, as to where Kuroka sighed. So you got overwhelmingly drunk again. Maybe. Issei said, still very confused as to what she was asking or saying. Idiot, Graphia's holding on to you and wouldn't let go all night. It's honestly kinda cute. Issei looked at his chest and became flustered almost instantly. What? I slept with her? No, I mean I wouldn't mind Beeb. As I don't remember. Issei was so panicked and he could tell Kuroka wasn't fazed by it at all. She had other things in mind, more serious things in mind. Issei quickly escaped Graphia's grasp. Kuroka took a picture of them asleep. Hey Kuroka, does anyone else know about Graphia being here? Kuroka said no faster than Issei could say or ask anything else. Kuroka looked happy yet so worried at the same time, also playful as always. Is something the matter, Kuroka? Do you feel okay? Kuroka placed a finger over her lip and made the t sound. Issei, I'm honestly a little scared to bring it up. I've still decided to tell you now better than later. Kuroka took a deep breath in and let it out. She gave off a serious expression. Issei, I'm pregnant. After hearing these words, Issei tensed up and woke up all the way in the matter of a few seconds. Pregnant? I'm going to be a father? Issei looked down at the floor. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. Kuroka was a little worried and asked, Are you mad? Issei looked at Kuroka for a moment, then her belly. No, of course not. I've just wanted to make a family for so long, but not so early. Well, let's go buy everything we need. Kuroka had used senjutsu when she asked the question. She knew Issei was overwhelmingly happy, she could feel it. It's just that he was caught off guard and surprised. He didn't know how to act. But as Issei got ready alongside Kuroka, he wrote a note and left it for Graphia. Issei and Kuroka were off to the stores. A few hours later, after a few hours had passed by, Kuroka and Issei had gotten everything they needed. Issei was super anxious and delighted all at the same time. Kuroka on the other hand was excited and a little scared. Overall else she was happy to be a soon mother. In front of the door, a noise was heard. This noise happens to belong to Kaneko, who was talking loudly due to Rias and Akino's teasing. Graphia's voice was also heard within the living room. Before opening the door, Issei hesitated to open it because they were holding lots of baby supplies. Everyone would see, so to avoid it he was thinking of different ways to get in without anyone seeing. Issei could get in easily, but Kuroka opened the door far too fast for him to act. Hey plus ya equals hey. Issei froze up as the door opened, and everyone inside went silent. Seeing the things they carried, many of them asked themselves why they brought such things over. Hey, guess what everyone, the girl, the Nico, the Issei Virgin Slayer has arrived and has news for all of you. Tehi Kuroka closed her eyes and said proudly, I'm pregnant. Hearing these words coming out of Kuroka's mouth, Kaneko closed her eyes, angered, and began to speak. But before Kaneko spoke, Akino spoke out, congratulations on the pregnancy. Akino cheered for them and looked genuinely happy, but this still didn't deter her from saying the next few words, I'll have Issei's children next. Fufufuch. When Akino said this, both Rias and Kaneko went after her. Akino gave Issei a wink and he knew what she had done on purpose. She had made things a lot less tense. Looks like I owe her one, Issei thought as he sighed in relief. Even though there was far less tension in the air, things were still a little nerve-wracking. Wow, pregnant, said Rias as she nervously laughed. Kuroka, is this some kind of a joke? Kaneko said loudly, trying to make sense of the situation. Nope, not a joke, I'm pregnant. Kuroka was nonchalant about it now that she told everyone she was pregnant. Kuroka and the girls babbled on about Lord of Things for a little while until Issei decided to go upstairs. When he went upstairs, a girl followed close behind and unnoticed by any of the other girls. This girl was Graphia. She had been itching to ask Issei something. Issei looked behind himself and saw Graphia. Both of them began to have a small chat very quickly after connecting gazes. Issei, so you're going to be a father? I'm delighted by the news, though I now worried you won't know exactly what to do, or how to take care of a child. May I help? Issei thought about it for a second and everything she had said was very true. Kuroka and Issei were both very inexperienced. They would definitely have a hard time taking care of the child. I can fight, take out a whole army of demons and other op monsters, beings etc., but this might be something too hard for me and Kuroka alone. And we're so young too, Issei thought to himself right before accepting Graphia's proposal. I'm not pressuring you or anything, I'm just offering my services, that's all. Graphia smiled and turned around to go back downstairs, but Issei abruptly called out to her, Graphia, I'll accept, I think it's a fine proposal and a good thing for me and Kuroka. Thank you. Issei lowered his head in respects to Graphia. No need to be so formal or thankful, and I'm glad to help. So I'll be coming over 4 times a full 7-day week. That's a deal. I'll inform Surzex about my absence in the near future. Farewell, Issei, and good night. Graphia's left, and Issei felt lucky to be having it so easy when it came to Kuroka being pregnant and Graphia offering aid to them. Issei's OP gaming system. After all these different things were sorted out, Issei went off to sleep. When he'd awoken, Kuroka was snuggled up to him asleep. Geez, she's so adorable and cute. Glad she's sleeping, but damn, it's late. Did I suppose I could sleep a little longer? Issei then went back to sleep as he didn't want to wake Kuroka up since she looked really comfortable. 2 hours later, Issei felt a violent shake that woke him up instantly. What's wrong? Issei asked out, still drowsy. You're late. You're late to school, Kuroka said worriedly. Love, don't worry about that. I don't really care about that stuff, yawns. After all, I really don't need to go to school. Issei yawned once again and looked at Kuroka, who had a blank expression on her face. On a second thought, I think I should get to class, Issei said as he stood and began to put on his pants and shirt. About 10 minutes later, Issei was done and eating a toast as he closed the door behind him. Leaving home, Issei was thinking of many things, and one such thing being Rias's engagement that Graphia and Surzex wanted him to break. The problem is the amount of attention is received, Issei thought, until he got the idea of using a mask and concealing his magic. Wait, that'd make me seem like someone who's there for more than just breaking an engagement. Issei left it there as he'd known he could beat everyone there. When Issei arrived at school, he had forgotten that today was the day the parents would be able to come to school to watch their kids' progress in class. Great. They're going to be here, Issei said to himself in disgust as he entered the class. Issei has to put up with a lot of things, and for him, it had been easy since Issei only had a single class with Kquime, and because Issei's class with her only came around for the last class of the day. He'd been completely fine. He'd get some compliments from other parents and stuff, and he'd hear the occasional, "I'll look at him, he's attractive," from parents to their daughters, but Issei's last class had begun and he'd arrived before everyone else. Issei took his seat and began to study the subject at hand. When the other students had arrived with their parents, Issei never glanced at them, but then came a loudmouth red-hair guy who directly came to Issei and gave him the rough bro hug. "Oh, I'm sitting here, you trying to snap my neck or something?" Issei said to Surzex. "Well, of course not, just happy to see ya, you should drop on by sometime, it's always a pleasure to have you around," Surzex said with a smile. With that, the rest of the students and parents came into the class, and of course, this also meant Rias, Aquino and Kaneko, Kiba and many other students were present. When Issei had seen a pair of parents, he gave a brief look of hate and disgust. It wasn't even a full 2 seconds he had this facial reaction. Rias had seen it and called out to him, therefore, snapping him out of the reaction. "Oh hey Rias," Issei said in a nice tone. "Oh nothing, just wondering how things have been for you all day," Rias said with an even brighter smile than Surzex. When Surzex had seen the way Issei talked to Rias and him, he didn't even need to compare it to see the difference in preferences. "Hey, talk to me like that," Surzex said out of jealousy of Rias. Rias, hearing that loud burst, was embarrassed and annoyed by it. "Hey, bye brother, lower your voice. We're going to get all the attention at this point," Rias said with a nervous expression. Surzex just looked at her and said, "We're already the main center of attention." While Rias and Surzex argued, Issei kept studying until the teacher said they would be making sculptures. 12 minutes later, Issei didn't think too hard about it and made something plain and not well detailed at all, so he made a sculpture of Surzex, not plain at all. The whole class was impressed, and even a few mothers wanted to buy it, but the overjoyed Surzex was gifted it by Issei. "See, he cares about me more. For the boy's right," Surzex said in a thankful and overjoyed way. For a few minutes, things continued to go that way, but Kquime had came up to him to praise him and such things. "Wow, Issei, it looks pretty good. Have you sculpted before?" Kquime asked, wondering if he's done things of this nature before. "Actually no, I haven't done things like this before, and thank you for the compliment. Yours is quite the pretty star," Issei said calmly. Kquime was surprised as she didn't think Issei was paying attention to her at all. "Oh, it's nothing at all. Yours is so much better," and she had been taken aback so much so that she was looking for words and kept losing them. Just as Issei let a small chuckle out, Mickey and Goru had walked over to his desk. Issei gave them a cold look as they spoke out. "Wow, son, you did amazing," said Goru, who was followed closely by Miku. "Yes, our son is the best." Issei looked at them, not saying anything until he stood up. "You don't get to call me that," starts to whisper. "To me you aren't even related to me," Issei said as he left the room. Kaneko was seeing this and she was very, very upset but quiet, mad. If Rias had left the room, Kaneko might do something, so she stayed, and Surzex stayed to look after his sister. When Surzex turned around to speak to Grafia, he'd seen that she was gone. Now where did she go? Grafia had walked out of the room the moment Mickey and Goru had walked over to his desk. She knew what was going to happen, so when Issei turned the corner of the hallway, his gaze met hers. "You're upset, come with me," Grafia said abruptly. While both Issei and Grafia walked to who knows where, Grafia was quiet, and so was Issei. Back in the classroom. "Kquime, why did you even talk to him?" "Mickey, he's our son too, we have the right to talk to him." "Goru, yes, so can see he grew up roughly, but still that's in the past." "Kquime, are both of you idiots? You abandoned him and forced me to go with y'all. I wanted to stay. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to even talk with him? He's right, you don't get to call him son, let alone his name." "Mickey, young lady, respect your parents," tries to slap her. Kquime caught the slap and left the room, trying to follow Issei. Back with Issei and Grafia. Both of them continued to walk until she stopped in a very isolated part of campus. "Do you want to vent your problems away?" "I'll lend an ear," Grafia said. Issei sighed and began to vent out his dislike for his parents. After hearing everything Issei had to say, Grafia said a few things that calmed Issei down and she then said, "Well, I have to get going, I've been gone for too long now. See you later," Grafia said as she came close to Issei and gave him a kiss. "That was my first kiss," Grafia said as she put her finger over Issei's lip in a manner. Issei was taken aback and surprised. Grafia left a dazed Issei very confused and happy. After a few minutes of being dazed out, Issei decided to head home earlier than the rest. The school wasn't even done yet he left. An hour later. "I'm home, Kuroka," Issei yelled as he opened the door. When he came into the living room he saw Kuroka was asleep on the couch with the TV playing in the background. "Geez, she's so adorable even while sleeping." Issei's OP gaming system. Once Issei had seen his beloved Kuroka asleep on the couch he went upstairs to shower, and once he did he came back downstairs and noticed something was off. His vision was being clouded with a seemingly invisible fog, one he could only see or be effective by. After a few seconds the system notified Issei of some presence and viewed its stats. Race, rank, unseen king, level max, health, / stamina, / strength, speed, endurance, defense, magic power, skills / ability. Unseen king will be named Unseen for the purpose of dialogue. "So you're the one who was triumphant in the end," the Unseen said in a low voice. Issei couldn't see it anywhere and it sounded like its voice was coming from all over the place. "Where are you?" Issei demanded in a serious mood. "Young boy, what you seek is power, but at what cost? Will you lose everything in the pursuit of this power?" The Unseen said, completely ignoring Issei's demands. It then began to speak once again. "Come to the lost world, complete my trials, and obtain power much greater than you have now. Obtain information on your final adversary." After saying that the fog dispersed without a trace, and Issei was extremely confused as to how it appeared out of nowhere and left like it was never there. "Well, will you go?" the system asked Issei, almost knowing the answer. "I just got back recently, and it looks like the event is soon to end. I think I'll stay here," Issei said. The system responded to Issei, "And risk the lives of those closest to you?" Issei thought long and hard about these words, and coming to the conclusion he was about to respond to the system, but Kuroka had pounced on him. "Hi, you should have woken me up, meanie," Kuroka said teasingly. "So what if I told you I didn't wake you up because you captivated my heart even in your sleep?" As Issei said this, Kuroka broke character for a moment and blushed remotely hard. "Sometimes when I tease you it backfires, so what you're up to?" asked Kuroka curiously. Issei looked into her eyes and struggled to find the correct words to use, but Kuroka was no fool and she'd already seen it in his glare. "You're going again?" Kuroka asked in a playful DOS voice. Issei smiled warmly towards her and told her a few things. "Yes, I have to go, and I really wish I could stay, but I'm afraid if I don't get stronger I'll be caught lacking and receive the consequences for it." Kuroka looked at Issei as he said this and simply hugged him. "Please don't get hurt, and promise me you'll be back," Kuroka asked as her grip around Issei got stronger. Issei looked down at her and brought his face close to hers. Kissing her, both got emotional and began to undress and go at it in the living room. After about an hour and a half the door leading into the house was opened. The opener of the door was none other than Grafia and Rias, who walked into Issei and Kuroka doing the deed. Issei quickly looked over to his side, seeing Rias and Grafia standing there in awe as they saw Issei going down on Kuroka ruthlessly. Issei didn't stop as they'd already seen him in the act by this point. Grafia sighed and said loudly, "If she had the baby developed inside her I wouldn't let you touch her, but since it's this early into the pregnancy I guess it's fine," Grafia said as she closed the door behind them and walked upstairs holding a pack of diapers and stuffed bears. Rias was shocked, embarrassed, and wasn't sure how to react in this situation. She was quite honestly jealous but nervous, so she too followed closely behind Grafia. An hour later, Issei and Kuroka had finished. They took a quick shower and joined Grafia and Rias. "So what's up?" Issei asked both girls who walked into his home. "Well, we came with gifts to surprise you too, but we ended up surprised," Rias said, trying to get the image of Issei doing it with Kuroka out of her head for the time being. Grafia then began to speak. "Honestly, Issei, you have to grow more aggressive. I served myself to you on a silver platter and you've yet to do anything with me." She looked at Kuroka and smiled, trying to get approval. Kuroka isn't very possessive and only really cares about being with Issei. The thing is, she wishes to remain in first place, which she's quite positive she's able to keep. Kuroka nodded in approval as she was soon not going to be able to do these things for a while and knew Kaneko would probably not be able to handle Issei's thirst even with Hyuna's help. But Kuroka said, "You aren't going to have sex immediately, get to know each other better, even if you two already know each other well." Kuroka smiled and hugged Issei, squirming like a child who wants to be pampered non-stop. They were sitting in the same living room they did it in. Issei hugged her for a few seconds and then stopped. He looked at Grafia and asked her to take care of Kuroka for him. Issei stood up and began to walk towards the front door. But just before he left, he looked back at Grafia and said, "Also, I should be back in time to save our dear little redhead princess," looking at Rias, "so keep her out of trouble as well. Also, another thing, I've instructed Hyuna via telepathy to guard Kuroka." With that, Issei left through the door after giving Rias a smile. An hour later, Issei was wandering through the quest areas, but unknowingly he wasn't even close to where he needed to be. "It really doesn't help to be in whatever this terrain is," the system responded to Issei by saying, "This is a super legendary area." "Why, you ask? Well, that's because you're such an idiot and do not know what a dark forest is." The system then stopped talking after Issei started yelling at it. Many branches break. Issei tensed up and tried to sense if anything was near. "That's odd. I can't, nothing's around." Fog's starting to kick in as well, Issei said as he still had his guard up. When it came to it, Issei just moved on and continued to walk north until he reached some ruins. When Issei got closer to the ruins, he saw some unreadable writing on some of the stone pillars. Once he tried to touch it, he heard something like a whistle ripping through the air. Issei jumped backwards and rotated himself to see the surroundings. In the corner of his eye, he'd seen a black arrow dashing through the area he was originally at. When Issei traced its origins, he'd seen a dark elf on the trees. That's also when the system warned Issei that his senses, not the physical senses, had been disrupted and were not working the right way. Issei looked into the stats of the dark elf and it's as shown. Priest, dark elf, scout, level max. Health, 800k per 800k. Stamina, / Strength, speed, endurance, 900k. Defense, 700k. Magic power, 1.0 m. Skills / ability, hunt, 10x arrow accuracy, black smoke, aura enhancement, dark nectar. If it's just a scout, then the main group is gonna be a pain in the ass, Issei said as he pulled out Excalibur rapidly. Man hunt or elf hunt? P1. After pulling out Excalibur rapidly, Issei blocked a few incoming arrows with the blade of the sword, and just as he did that, another dark elf came dashing out of the forest. "Inspect," Issei demanded in his mind as the other elf dashed at him with giant sword in hand. Priest, dark elf, rank, scout guard. Health, 1.1 m / 1.1 m. Stamina, / Strength, 1 m. Speed, 360k. Endurance, 700k. Defense, 900k. Magic, 15k. Skills / ability, magic seeking eyes, lets them see magic patterns and to see through them. They seem weak solo, but they don't attack alone, so let's see how this end up, Issei thought to himself as the giant bulk dark elf rushed at him. Too slow, Issei sighed while dodging the repetitive attacks from the scout guard dark elf. Issei indented to see what its ability of magic seeking eyes could do, so he started using his magic, but enough to go unnoticed by anyone. When he formed a weak magic arrow and shot it very quickly, the scout guard reacted before the shot and blocked it with his sword. Issei then curious did it several times after that, but using different very weak forms of the attacks. So it can see magic completely, no matter the amount. I could use those, Issei sadistically smiled to himself as he thought further into those eyes' potential. Suddenly a few arrows came flying towards him and Issei simply tilted his head, therefore completely avoiding the attack in general. But just as he did that, he formed a quick magic arrow and shot it so fast there was no reaction time for the scout elf. The elf fell off the tree, dead and on the ground. The elf guard took this chance to attack Issei from the side and Issei caught the blade with his fingers. As soon as he did that, he activated the Sharingan and with a creepy smile he looked at the elf guard. "Well," Issei said, Issei had punched the guard's stomach area and absolutely caved in the armor, and seeing a guard cough lots of blood, it died instantly. System. New skill unlocked, bleed. Although they have lots of health, by using enhanced reaction, paralysis, quick strike, dig, iron defense and flame punch, it creates more or less vibrations throughout the full body of those hit by it. Issei was lost in thought as another dark elf rushed at him. It ruptures the internal organs and leaves this burn mark that in a natural process decreases healing by maybe 15%. If I maybe add flame effect, not only will it create a burn effect, but because of the ruptured organs, it'll give it a bleed effect. Issei was fascinated by the combination of skills and how effective they could be, but as he got to the climax of his thinking, he noticed a dark elf rushing him. Where'd this one come from? Issei asked as he caught its arm which was holding a dagger. He then tried adding flame effect to the punch for this target. And just as the punch was about to hit, the dark elf twisted its arm and dodged by rotating. Oh, Issei was impressed and yelled, "Stats!" Upon saying this, the he'd see into his stats. System. Race. Dark elf. Health. 700k per 725k. Stamina, / Strength. Speed. Endurance, 402k. Defense, 198k. Magic power, 807k. Skills / abilities. Absolute dodge. Dodges anything no matter what only once a week. Night / quick / hidden aura. Passive. Smoke screen dark nectar. Its abilities seem weak, apart from that, and now that I have its friend's abilities, I'll try something, dark nectar. As soon as Issei said that the assassin dark elf was binded to nearby shadows, seeing this Issei smiled again as he raised his arm up with Excalibur rapidly on hand. Night. As he swung the sword down, he killed the dark elf instantly. My, I cut you in half. Maybe I should be more careful next time, Issei laughed out. After killing this dark elf, Issei used aura sense and enhanced senses both together. Doing this, he felt the presence of a bigger group of dark elves. Issei felt something off about the group, however. Was it stronger, or was it that there being so many made it seem stronger? He pondered for a moment. After thinking for a bit, Issei decided to go over and check it out, but he used a newly obtained skill. Hidden aura. Once Issei had gotten within 40 feet of the group, he hid in some trees as he watched 6 dark elves looking for the scout party. I've seen those 3 types, but those other 3. Inspect, Issei said in his head. System. Race. Dark elf. Rank healer. Health 2.0m / 2.0m. Stamina, / Strength 0. Speed. Endurance, 1m. Defense, 1m. Magic power, 500k. Skills / abilities. Healer, passive makes heals 50% better. Enhanced healing, cure, poison resistance 20%. Dark healer, heals better at night. That's a troublesome fellow, Issei told himself in his head. System. Race. Dark elf. Rank. Warrior. Health. 1.9m / 1.9m. Stamina. 4m. Strength. Speed. Endurance. 1.6m. Defense, 890k. Magic power, 0. Skills / abilities. Warrior / Warrior's Might, Warrior's Mayhem, Reflect 2%. So they all have a certain stat on hidden, or they just happen to be hidden. Issei was getting annoyed since he didn't know why he couldn't see all of the stats. System. Race. Dark elf. Rank. Team captain. Health. 7m / 7m. Stamina, 7m / 7m. Strength, 3m. Speed, 2.7m. Endurance, 1.4m. Defense, 2.1m. Magic power, 3m. Skills / abilities. Team buff 20%, opponent debuff 5%, leech 0.1%, enhanced damage, enhanced strength, telepathy, strategic planner, IQ plus 50. Well, this'll be a pain in the ass. Looks fun though. I'll pay him a visit. Issei grabbed onto the tree branch and decided to jump forward really fast. Within a second, Issei aimed for the neck of one of the dark elves and cut it clean off. Well, hello there, Issei said as the group of dark elves got into formation and lunged out at him. Issei smiled as he commonly did and heard an insult from one of the elves. That was my wife. Hearing that Issei was shocked, they can speak. It took him a second but he countered really quickly. This is the warrior dark elf. Off in the middle of the formation the leader was casting something. The group buff, I'll have to get to him first, Issei told himself as he quickly rushed him while summoning the colossal spider for aid. The moment he did, however, he failed to realize that. Man hunt or elf hunt? The healer dark elf had silently positioned itself behind him during the moment where the warriors attacked was countered. Issei closed in on the warrior dark elf, and the healer used a powerful healing spell that engulfed its fellow dark elves, restoring the dead elf's health and bringing it back to life. Issei's eyes widened. Bringing back the dead? He noticed the wounded dark elf's wounds rapidly closing. He quickly pivoted and faced the healer, realizing the need to kill the healer first. With a determined expression, Issei channeled his magic, preparing for an attack to take down the healer before its healing powers could turn the tables completely. While this happened, the leader of the Dark Elf group had completed the casting of its group buff. The remaining Dark Elf members now seemed more coordinated, their attacks better synchronized and enhanced by the leader's tactical prowess. Issei could sense that the challenge had just escalated significantly, and he needed to act swiftly. Issei unleashed his powerful attack towards the healer Dark Elf. He made a split-second decision. He activated his Flame Punch, channeling intense magic flames into his strike. The punch not only dealt a massive blow to the healer but also ignited its robe, causing panic within the healer as he felt the fire on it. Seizing this opportunity, Issei leaped towards the leader, using his enhanced speed to close the gap quickly. The colossal spider, which had joined the fight, engaged the Dark Elf warrior, diverting its attention away from Issei. With a determined expression, Issei swung Excalibur rapidly, aiming to take down the leader before its strategic abilities could further buff the other elves. The sword and colossal spider kept fighting, and the power of each blow was by no means silent. Other teams could hear the fight through the forest, and as Issei engaged in a close-quarter combat with the leader of the Dark Elf group, Issei was able to formulate a plan in mind, and it worked overtime, trying to predict and counter the leader's moves while finding openings to gain the upper hand quickly before others arrived. The battle only lasted a few more minutes until Issei was able to catch the Dark Elf off guard, and he quickly used Scattered Embers. That being primarily an AoE attack, it caught the leader in it, and for a moment Issei was able to see the distance and swing his blade upwards in a diagonal motion. Slicing the leader's head clean, Issei's focus shifted towards the healer. "Now for you," Issei said as he dashed to the healer. He threw Excalibur like a kunai and stabbed right through the healer. Now explosive strike. Issei added the flame effect this time and it showed off. The attack crippled the healer, and as the healer fell, Issei was about to finish the healer off, but then 4 Dark Elf teams arrived, followed by them 4 others, and 2 after them. Eventually the trees were full of them. Issei, knowing any more hostility was going to get him killed, so he called off the colossal spider and backed off as he dematerial Excalibur rapidly. When Issei did this, a few healers from the other parties rushed to the side of the injured healer. They tried their best but seemed to be panicking. Issei could see the clear expression of pure hate from the Dark Elves by this point. This isn't good. "Is there a way out?" Issei asked the system. "No, the probability of escape is -1. The system responded. "Well, this is amazing. Somehow we went from 0 to -1, and I might die here unless..." Issei seemed wary but tried it. He dropped his guard and slowly walked towards the dying elf with his hands up. In Issei's mind, he was wondering what he could do to escape and dissolve the threat at the moment. "System, open up shop," Issei demanded, and the system did just that. System. Shop. Weaponry, abilities, accessories. Abilities, Issei said in his head. System. Shop. Combat. Defensive. Support. Scouting. Support, he choose. System. Shop. Ritual of Rebirth. Tranquil Springs. Whispering Beacon. Guardian Glint. Gentle Mend. Aegis Aura. System. This is as far into support you're allowed in. Issei looked at the screen and chose Ritual of Rebirth. This'll cost you 25 points. Your current amount of points is 850 inch. The system asked Issei if he wanted to continue and he chose to do so. 5 points per level. Huh, wait, what level am I? System. Race. Human. Rank. Dark Champion. Level 170 / Health. 1.9 m / 2.5 m. Stamina. Infinite. Strength. 3.0 m. Speed. 2.5 m. Endurance. 1.8 m. Defense. 2.1 m. Magic power. 5.93 m. Skills/abilities. Fusion, an archive of all his abilities and the free will to combine them at will. No wonder fighting that captain was rough. He was faster than me by quite a bit. My Sharingan saved my hide there. Issei wondered for a bit and realized he never used his Mangekyo. Damn, I still don't know the abilities of this eye all the way, Issei told himself as he confirmed the purchase of the skill. Every moment they couldn't heal that dark elf, they grew more hostile, and Issei, who had his hands up in the air and walking very slowly towards the dark elf, tried speaking to them. Hey, I know y'all can talk. I'm not sure if it's my language you all can talk, but I can heal your comrade. After hearing that one of the captains present dropped from a tree, do you speak the truth, outsider? The elf was wary of approaching him but did so to a minimal extent. This replied. After the reply, the captain looked at the other elves administering healing magic and nodded. They backed off and Issei got closer. Within a few seconds he got to the dark elf and asked the system to bring up the instructions of the ritual. The only 2 requirements are that your blood is spilled inside of the targeted revival subject after the blood is within a part of you which does not contain blood. Further note, the blood may not be exposed to air after it coming out of said spot. The second requirement is for them to truly want to live. The system described it bluntly. Alright, Issei summoned Excalibur rapidly, and the moment all the dark elves saw the sword and they were about to go for the kill but stopped once they saw the blade pointing his own arm. Wait, it has to be in a spot within me with no blood. Issei wondered and sighed. He stabbed his arm and left the blade in it so his wound wouldn't heal immediately. After a second of taking a little amount of blood into his mouth, little less than a sip amount, Issei closed the distance between his face and the healers. Wearing a thick green and white mage hood, Issei couldn't tell the gender of the healer and was scared even while looking level-headed. Please be a girl, please be a girl, Issei pleaded in his head repeatedly. Issei removed the dark elf's mage robe and he was faced with a pretty dark elf girl. Thank goodness. He thought this as he laid his eyes on the girl. The elves were about to lose it because of what Issei had just done. Issei's lips touched this girl's lips. A few seconds after this happened, an option popped up. Choose your subordinate's name. Issei wondered what this meant, and as he'd seen the girl he could tell that they were somehow linked now. What? System, what's going on? Questioning the system, Issei was being approached by the elves. They were still wary of him. The elf girl began to heal, and after seeing this, the elves did something unexpected to Issei, and that was manhunt or elf hunt P3, indeed. What the elves did was capture him and tie his arms together. Everything should be all right for now, Issei told himself as the elves took him to their campsite/home. Before being taken there, the elf girl was taken in first. They seemed to bring her into a bigger tent. As for what the elves that were allowed in there, only females, Issei did not know. After arriving to the camp, Issei was tied up to a tree in a sitting position. He did not question them, however he thought of ways to escape. Fast forward a few hours, nighttime, Issei was currently watching the elves dance around a fire as they laughed and talked amongst another since they had caught a big animal for food. Feeling like nothing was going to happen that night, Issei closed his eyes and rested his head against the tree, and after doing so, he sighed. I dodged a bullet there. They probably would have killed me if I didn't save that girl, Issei reminded himself as he remained with his eyes closed. Then he heard footsteps coming his way. They were gentle and soft, slow, and seemed to give off the non-confident feeling. The biggest reason to this was because he could hear short pauses in between some of the steps. It was the girl, and Issei could tell that was because they were now linked. It thought you might be hungry, so I brought you something. Hearing her say that, Issei opened his eyes and could see that she was trying to hand him a piece of meat. Thank you, but how will I eat if my arms are tied? He asked in a stone-cold expression, as he once again closed his eyes. Issei's voice carried a tone of both frustration and resignation. He knew that maintaining a firm demeanor was crucial in this uncertain situation. He felt a mixture of gratitude towards the elf girl for her seemingly kind gesture and an underlying skepticism about her intentions. The elf girl hesitated for a moment, her delicate features reflecting uncertainty. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't think about your situation." She fumbled with her words, clearly nervous. Issei glanced at her again, this time with a softer expression. He realized that she might not be as much of a threat as the others. "It's okay," he said, his voice gentler. "I appreciate the offer. But what's your name?" The elf girl seemed surprised by his question, as if she didn't expect him to care about such details. "I'm Leora," she replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "And you are?" "Issei," he responded. "Look, Leora, can you help me get out of these ropes? I promise I won't cause any trouble." Leora hesitated, glancing around to make sure no one was watching them. Then, she took out a small dagger hidden beneath her clothing and started working on the ropes binding Issei's arms. Her hands were surprisingly steady, and it became apparent that she was more skilled than he had initially thought. As the ropes fell, Issei flexed his arms. "Thanks, Cure," he said, genuinely grateful. "Now, can you tell me more about this place and why I was brought here?" Leora looked around once more before leaning in closer to whisper, "This is the Elven Forest, and you were brought here because you saved me. The others were afraid you might be a threat, but I believe you're different." Issei nodded, his curiosity piqued. "So, what happens next?" Leora's eyes darted to the dancing elves around the fire, and she leaned in even closer. "We need to find a way to get you out of here and maybe even help you return home. I overheard the chief, he wants you in the fire by tomorrow moonrise." Issei took the piece of meat and ate it, since she had brought it for him. "I'm headed out tonight, what'll you do?" Issei asked Leora, her face lit up with a smile, but it quickly shot down to a sad expression. "I can't go anywhere, and the reason why the elves care about me is because I'm supposed to bear the child of the chief's son 2 moons from now." Issei thought about it for a second, and decided to ask her, "Do you want to?" Leora quickly said no, and that she hates the chief and his son. "Well then, that settles it." Leora was confused, and that's when Issei grabbed her hand, pulled her in close and picked her up. With that, Issei slouched her on his back. In a way, her top half of her body would be facing anyone chasing Issei from the back, and anyone in front of him would see her behind. Once Issei grabbed her like that, she let out a little surprised noise. Once this happened, Issei took one step and jumped forward onto the top of a tree. With Leora securely perched on his back, Issei moved through the trees, his agility and instincts training in forests/swamps serving him well in this unfamiliar environment. The night concealed their escape, and they made their way deeper into the Elven Forest, away from the campsite and the impending threat of being thrown into the fire. Leora clung to Issei, her heart racing, both from the adrenaline of their escape and the proximity to this stranger who had intervened in her life so dramatically. As they moved farther away from the elven camp, she couldn't help but feel a sense of hope that she might have a chance at a different lifestyle, away from the oppressive expectations of the chief and his son. Issei continued to leap from tree to tree, his senses on high alert, constantly scanning the forest for any signs of pursuit. He knew they couldn't let their guard down. The elves might come after them once they discovered his escape. As the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow over the forest, Issei and Leora ventured deeper into the unknown, their fates now intertwined in this mysterious and enchanting forest of the elves. After around 5 minutes of escaping, Issei sensed that they were on the move and in hot pursuit and reaching this area where the forest had a big lake 30 minutes later. One so big that would force him to go around the lake. But after thinking about it, Issei remembered, and he summoned the mega crocodile he killed alongside the colossal spider. Summoning it, Issei told Leora to get on its back, and as he did, shooting out of the trees came an elf man. He looked no older than 24 and was definitely stronger than other elves. System: Race: Dark Elf. Rank: Chief's Son. Health: 2.0m/2.0m. Stamina: 520k per 700k. Strength: 2.5m. Speed, 2.1 m. Endurance, 1.9 m. Defense, 1.1 m. Magic, 2.3 m. Skills/ability, Magic Seeking Eyes, Hyper Stat Boost, Passive, Night Buff 50% higher, Poison Arrow, Water Sprout, Ancestral Dissension, shoots an arrow into the sky and it turns into many magic arrows that shower the sky. Almost on my level, if not nearly matched, Issei thought as he conjured a magic arrow and shooting it off. Doing this, the elf had to dodge it, therefore bringing him to changing his direction for a split moment. In this time, Issei had activated Scattered Embers and managed to hit the elf. It didn't do too much, and it became apparent that this was a fast thinker. He used his ability called Water Sprout to get rid of the burn effect placed on him by the embers. "You'll have to try harder than that," the elf yelled at Issei, all while Issei managed to charge up his explosive punch and activated Rage Mode. This temporarily increased Issei's attack stats by 30% and decreased his defense stats by 40%. Issei now closing the distance and being faster, he managed to punch the elf square in the stomach. Receiving this hit, the dark elf coughed up some blood and could feel that he was internally bleeding and some of his organs had ruptured. Issei, who was now in the clear advantage, used Magic Arrow the moment the hit had landed and there went an arrow at the elf's thigh. After this, the dark elf used Poison Arrow, followed by Skill Ancestral Dissension. A single arrow was shot into the sky, and then a moment later, the sky was being showered by magic arrows, and with each of them holding a powerful heavy thud. It was noticeable that these arrows were really strong. Issei skillfully dodged the onslaught of arrows and got close enough to the dark elf and used Explosive Punch once again. The dark elf sustained heavy damage, and that's when the rest of the dark elves arrived. There must have been hundreds, and all were on the attack. Not only that, but they were coordinated extremely well. But this wouldn't faze Issei, since once he saw it, he took his opportunity to take many of the elves out all at once. Of the easily 300 strong elves, Issei took 12 down with this single attack. Its name, Fire King's Death Arrow. This was a combination of Scattered Embers, Magic Arrow, Quick Strike, Magic Tracing, Death Venom, Senjutsu. This attack on top of Rage Mode activated took half of the elf's HP, but the effects of Fire and Death Venom shredded at their HP, killing them. After this, Issei would go on to use this about 7 more times, killing a total of 160/300 elves. And now left with 140 elves, Issei got into it with close combat. The attacks he launched were more or less his new favorite ability, Explosive Punch. About 20 minutes after they engaged into hand-to-hand combat, 2 elves remained as the chief's son lay dying, receiving healing from one of the elves. Issei quickly killed the elf in front of him, and then the healer, and looking at the chief's son, Issei muttered something, and that something was, I can tell Leora wants me, and she's really cute, you know what? I'll tell you this, I'm going to breed her after things calm down, and you're dead." The chief's son gritted his teeth and screamed at Issei, "She was supposed to be my sex toy." As he said this, his head landed on the ground. "And now you're dead." Issei smiled and didn't notice, but he had killed the whole dark elf population on the floor, apart from 2 elves, the chief and Leora. But something Issei was aware of was that the chief was sickly and nearly dead, bedridden and paralyzed. So in due time he would die too, so there wasn't any need for him to go back to kill him. After killing the chief's son, Issei caught up to the mega crocodile and washed his hand on the water as they slowly navigated the waters. "I've gained so many skills," Issei cheered in his head. But then he realized something, the passive ability Hyper Stat Boost. This ability had made Issei's stats go from this to this. System. Race. Unclear. Rank. Dark Champion. Level 181/ Heath. 6m/6m. Stamina. Infinite. Strength. 6.3m. Speed. 5.7m. Endurance. 5m. Defense. 5m. Magic Power. 7m. Skills/abilities. Fusion, an archive of his abilities that allows him to merge or use separately. Issei wasn't sure what was going on, but it would take them most of the night to get to the other side of the lake, and once they did, both Issei and Leora had sat under a tree for her to gain energy, rest. As one could imagine, she fell asleep, and once she opened her eyes, it was daytime and Issei, who was right in front of her, was blushing. "Morning, is something wrong?" she asked, half asleep. Issei, looking at her, said that nothing was wrong, so she got embarrassed and slowly got up and then yawned. Attention! The elf girl from the picture is a character from an official novel called Void's World. Attention! Please check my novel Void's World out, and please help out by giving it a good review. 2 folded hands, medium light skin tone, Dizzy. Web novel exclusive and free to read. Morning Forest / Fated Summon. Soon after waking, both Issei and Leora began moving, as the other elves would soon be after them, and there was no telling when they could arrive since an entire morning had passed. "We should eat something quickly," Issei stated, walking little under 10-15 feet in the direction of the lake, which was in front of them. Simply put, "I'm wondering if the fish down here are normal." "Yeah, nope, no chance they're normal," Issei thought, sighing as he rolled up his sleeves and pants a little bit. And with a step into the water and then another, Issei positioned himself slightly over the water, tilting his body over, creating a shadow of himself over the water. He waited for a little while, and eventually, Issei began to see a shadow in the water, and it was pretty big. Preparing to attack the big fish, Issei heard Leora speak up, breaking his focus. "That fish under you is a bihe. They're harmless. That is, unless you were a smaller fish." When she said this, Issei watched the water, and it stopped exactly at his feet, seemingly starting to swim circles around his foot. Sighing, Issei spoke up to Leora. "Thank goodness peaceful things can live in dangerous places too." Hearing this, Leora chuckled, saying that the bihe usually serves itself on a platter for anyone trying to catch it due to its lack of intelligence, and that the only reason they were alive for the most part was because of its hyper-reproduction capabilities, and that it took just under a month for them to mature completely. "Huh, so these guys are a problem?" Issei asked with a curious nod, as to which Leora would say not really, due to the fact other things apart from the elves ate them too. Tempted Issei to ask about the situation underwater. If in this lake there were any dangerous stuff apart from the water. Of course, all sorts of things live under here. "Yeah, the water spirits and leviathans." Nodding, Leora gave Issei a wary smile and muttered, "And leeches." Hearing this, Issei nearly jumped out of the water with a little scream, but kept his cool and did not scream, and instead just got out of the water fairly quickly after grabbing the fish, which allowed itself to get caught with no retaliation. Wanting to quickly get a move on, Issei roasted the fish for them both to eat, so he gave her slightly a larger portion. "Go on. You'll need it." He looked off to the side, nervous, he could guess. When she gratefully accepted the simple decent breakfast, both made small talk quickly, finishing the meal and beginning their directionless continued escape. For nearly 2 hours, both Issei and Leora had no troubles, but something was certain, and that was that they were being watched by something. "Something's been watching us," Issei muttered to the girl on his back as they flew from tree to tree. "Perhaps it's a wyvern or a world eagle. Both nests aren't anywhere close, so they might be hunting." Leora's knowledge as a local was really helpful to Issei right now, and as she mentioned, it was one of the two, and Issei could now confirm this due to the fact he could hear the noise something would make when diving down from the sky. "We've got visitors," Issei muttered, hoping to the left while rotating, summoning Excalibur rapidly. "I need a better weapon for sure," Issei thought to himself, as this one was flashy but also seemingly weak for his current power. That's when he let go of it, dematerializing rapidly, and simply with his hand, he pointed in the direction of the quickly approaching world eagle, and he then opened up the shop, quickly choosing an attack move to buy. Hell Shot, he bought and used on the incoming eagle. The ability was rather simple. Black flames erupted from an arrow-formed attack, and he would then shoot it off, causing a pretty big explosion. Seeing it did do a lot of damage and included the after effects and dark burn, which meant that if survived, the anger effects would still do damage to you alive or not. Honestly, it was fairly stronger than just burn, with hotter flames and a more aggressive burn added. With the world eagle now crashed on the ground, Issei activated his 3-tome Sharingan. "It's dead," he thought, and he was right for the most part. But then he'd hear something else approach from the sky. It wasn't hunting. It was fleeing and took the opportunity to attack us. Leora yelled, seeing a red wyvern approach from afar, still not noticing them. "Yikes, time to go then." Issei yelled aloud, running away with Leora still on his back. After a long while of running, Issei and Leora would then arrive at their destination, which was simply put, a place that could be safe for them to camp. Little did Issei know, something great was approaching from afar, and on their trail, yet still days away. With night approaching, Leora was already asleep since Issei had given her the chance after cooking and eating something basic for dinner. With the night now being above them at full might, Issei could only hear the wildlife noises surrounding them in the dead of night. Shop open. Systems area. After saying this, the shop activated, leading Issei to the options he had. System shop, here are the recommended systems to you. However, should you choose, you may choose all and see all the systems. System shop, which of these do you request? Gacha systems? Health systems? Gacha like the games? Issei wondered, choosing that one. System shop. Within this category, you'll be allowed to summon one type of gacha verse but may expand at the usage of system points. You currently have 2. One will be used upon the purchase of the gacha system. The starting verse will be, as the name mentions, based off of gacha. Will get it, Issei thought, buying it and being made to spin a fully black wheel. When the wheel started to slow down, Issei noticed a name pop up when it did stop. FGO, Fate Verse Gacha. Fate Verse? Issei found himself confused, thinking it was more game character related, but he hadn't known. Your class will be chosen at random. 3210 Assassin class is your first class. Say summon for this servant to appear. The system notified Issei, who at this point was thinking about his refund options if he had any. Summon. With this, the virtual card began to dissolve in the screen, and then another magic circle appeared in front of Issei. Appearing blue, the circle after a moment summoned a aura. Before the servant, the aura black, and appearing body, white, black, and bits of blue. Its eye sockets filled with a blue fiery gaze. The summoning having finished, caused Issei to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. I'm shaking. Is this death in the form of a presence? After looking at whatever was now in place of the now gone magic circle, he could see a skeletal figure in front of him, and it spoke, "Fear not, contractor. The old man of the mountain hath come to answer thy summons. I have no name. Address me as thou wilt." Hearing the skeletal man, first Hassan, talk sent shivers down Issei's spine, and his presence alone did so too. Issei's OP gaming system. Right after summoning this so-called old man of the mountain. Feeling the pressure of his presence, Issei showed some caution, prompting this individual to suppress his presence. "'Tis presence is of withered life. Apologies, contractor of death." Hearing this man say this brought a weird expression to Issei's face, as his presence was now either gone or suppressed. You said you have no name, but what do others call you? Apart from Mountain Man Guy thing?" Issei asked, no understanding the disrespect to the old man. "I am but one mask among many. Fear not, for I perceive no malice within thee, so let thy insolence be cast aside. I have forgiven thee. Thou mayest then call me King Hassan, or Hassanai Sabah, shouldst thou choose." After King Hassan said this, Issei pondered on what he meant exactly, until he realized that he was talking about his response to him earlier. Was it disrespectful? I had no idea, Issei thought to himself. Then first Hassan, "It's a pleasure to meet you," he replied somewhat awkwardly. "Ah, a mere fledgling. Thy introduction suffices for now. Perchance I shall enlighten thee on the proper form of address. A pleasure to make thy acquaintance, contractor Issei," King Hassan said aloud, seemingly holding something like a staff on the ground. Or was it something else? Regardless, King Hassan would then go on to explain what Issei is now, and their relationship in the moment, alongside his somewhat confusion upon coming to understand that the Grail isn't anywhere involved with this entire summoning, nor a Grail war happening. No Grail war, and no Grail to summon them. Afterwards, King Hassan would grow quiet for some time, since he wasn't all that much of a talker, and instead watched the surroundings for a while, following Issei and Leora. Give or take around 2 days after gaining a new very quiet companion, Issei and Leora would go on to see how swiftly and precise each of his kills were. They also came with no effort either. With few days of guidance and King Hassan's ability to track targets, finding the boss of this entire environment wasn't hard at all. once finding the boss of the entire environment a place. He could see a massive dragon, not a wyvern, not a leviathan, but a massive dragon, with a ton of abilities on its stats list. The dragon was a forest and fire dragon combination, but something even more disturbing was the fact it had snake characteristics. It has the title World Serpent-Eating Dragon, Issei muttered, making Leora's jaw drop. Meanwhile, King Hassan still quiet and stoic as if it hadn't bothered him. Fear not, for death is inevitable. Thy no shield against it. No running either. Its embrace eternal. Thy may run from many, but not from the kiss of death, not from my hand. What is thy command? For us to kill it? Issei grinned, rushing towards the dragon, entering his Kquime 2 form. But just before being able to do nearly anything, the dragon fell dead. Looking behind himself, he could see Hassan's eye really bright blue. Did he just kill it instantly? Issei thought aloud, somewhat annoyed but relieved. I'm grateful. But now I want to complain. I'm gonna get rusty at this point. Issei sighed, defeated. In response to Issei's current mood, King Hassan offered to spar with him, and that's how Issei's frown turned into a smile as he marched on, exiting Kquime Stage 2. Truly a good day, Issei said with a smile, looking at the really bright sky. Leora commented on this being the first time she'd seen him with a bright, happy-go-lucky smile. This made King Hassan stare at Issei, noting on how he should perhaps enjoy himself more. This was to say he's only known him for a few days alone. After the boss's death, Issei could see Leora sigh relieved, as she began to comment on the fact the dragons were a problem, and which is why the elves had to live pretty far out. Understanding that the man she was promised to was dead, and she was technically a captive, she should be all right once her race arrived at the dragon's mountain ranges. Issei nodded with her, understanding he can't really take everyone he meets out of their world, and so he offered to stay around until her race came for the mountain ranges so she could head towards them. Around 2 weeks passed before the elves arrived at the mountain ranges amongst the dense forests and much more, but when they did, they noted seeing Leora pretty far out, so they refused to come close due to Issei and the skeletal man behind him being present. Issei gave her a pat on the back, telling her to go on, since in these weeks there really isn't anything in the forests or environment that can harm them. Due to the fact in these weeks they also ended up calming the griffins who were at war with the dragons or wyverns present in the world. After that, Issei waved at the distant elves and Leora went towards them with a goodbye wave to Issei. After she arrived to them, Issei turned around, his back facing them, and King Hassan commented, "You've grown fond." Issei simply said yep and began walking. In this time, Issei, Hassan and Leora kinda grew somewhat closer. At least enough to the point they could talk more casually. "Now to head home, I've got a pregnant lady waiting for me at home," Issei said, smiling to himself and giving somewhat of a very, very small giggle. This left King Hassan somewhat flabbergasted. "I misjudged thee, contractor. I had not foreseen such frivolity from one such as thee. Yet, should she be thy wife, all is well." "Ha, yeah, my wife. My lovely wife." "Yep, we're married," Issei said, nervously thinking of the fact he and Kuroka were having a baby in a few months and they weren't married. Of course, this will now come to light to arguably the most religious person he had ever met, King Hassan. This came from the fact Hassan would talk about some of his beliefs every now and then during these weeks. "Contractor, art thou not wed to the soon mother of thy children? Contractor, is this how a man of your station conducts himself? To sire children outside the bonds of matrimony is a grave indiscretion. Mend your ways, lest I be forced to take more drastic measures." After quite a few minutes of being scolded somewhat, Issei somewhat laughed, feeling something he hadn't before. Maybe it was like having a grandpa? With this, Issei and King Hassan would then vanish, heading back to the normal world where Issei lived. Now to see how long it's been. Issei's OP gaming system. It was night time, and in the hospital there laid a woman by the name of Issei Hyoudou, also known as Issei Hyoudou.